Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignore the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops, they play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden.
it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes. Can't look away, 'cause it's so nice. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better, it's better, it's better, it's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better, it's better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like. Clouds above, up in the sky. Smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slide, yeah, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, collapse up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up, so we better rise up, collapse up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom.
Months of competition have led up to this day. The Snapdragon Pro Series brings a $50,000 prize pool to Season 6, and the best 6 teams in the world are ready to compete for your enjoyment. The last major event of Town Hall 16 ends in a few short hours. Let's get ready for the matches to begin!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Yes, that's right. We are back in the arena for one last hurrah at Town Hall 16. The biggest, best, strongest bases are built, and those armies are burly and ready to rumble. Let's get into the action as quickly as we can, because we know what you all want. First, though, let me be the man to introduce your 2 co-casters alongside myself, Woody. Let's bring them on in here. They are Eve Maxi and Clash Bashing. How are you guys doing today?
That's right, we're doing good, and how couldn't we after that energetic introduction, Woody? But it absolutely fits the occasion, because we got the final going on, and we're going to be crowning our champions today. How are you, Bash?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, ready to roll here. Season 6 comes to its epic conclusion. We will crown our champion, and as Woody said, our final Town Hall 16 tournament before Town Hall 17 comes sometime this month. It's all but confirmed for November, Woody. I'm so pumped, but let's go ahead and let's move a little bit forward. Let's talk about how we got to this moment, taking a look at our format for the tournament so far. So we had some open cups, which allowed our teams to kind of play through. We had 4 winners of those open cups. I thought we have graphic. There's the graphic. We had 4 winners of those open cups that gave us our first 4 qualified teams, and then we had 4 other teams from the leaderboard qualify. And then this weekend, they are playing through a double elimination tournament. We are on day 2 of that double elimination, and it's sure to be epic. I think I'm a little bit ahead here, but that's okay. Woody, take it away.
Gladly, Bash, and you are right. The 8 teams that qualified for this weekend's event have already begun a double elimination bracket. Yesterday, we saw the elimination of 2 of those teams, while only 2 teams remain undefeated in the upper bracket. That means we've got 4 teams that are competing just right now to start off in the lower bracket, where the next loss means their elimination. But the teams up top are raring to go and are eager to make it to the finals bracket in the very top undefeated position. If the team on top loses, in fact, there would still be a bracket reset later today. So that is a highly coveted position, eager to take the top spot in our prize pool. Let's take a look at the bracket right now, and we'll see which teams still remain, Maxi.
That's right, you already teased it there. We got 6 teams still in there. TTP Esports and HTM Brazil are the teams that have not gotten a single loss yet. Whilst in the lower bracket, looking down there, we got Tompai Empire and Navi, and HTM Esports versus HST Gaming. So these 6 are still in there, but TTP Esports and HTM Brazil, they are a big leap closer to that final. In fact, one of them will for sure be in our grand finals, and as you said, if a team from the lower bracket manages to win against them, we will have the bracket reset in the end, Bash.
Yeah, so we're going to have 5, maybe even 6 matches here today. Taking a look at our schedule, we are going to start with that lower bracket round of 4. We will only see one of those 2 matches that are elimination matches. We'll start with HTM Esports against HST Gaming. Then we're going to move to that upper bracket final, TTP Esports against HTM Brazil. That is surely going to be epic. And then we'll move down, finish out our lower bracket, and then move into our grand finale to finish off the day today. So we got some awesome clash action, and not only that, but we're gonna have some great prizing on the line, which I'm sure we'll talk about as we finish up the schedule there. Just rough estimates on the time, always give us a little bit of give and take, but Woody, look at those prizes.
Yes, sir, Bash. We have got $50,000 to hand out to the winners of this competition. Already, the teams eliminated have earned a $2,000 prize. The teams that go out next will take a $3,000 prize. Then down there in the lower bracket match, we'll have a $6K and $4K award for those 2 teams. But the top 2 teams at the very pinnacle of the Snapdragon Pro Series together will take home $30,000. And it's 20K of that for the team on the very top. Those will be your grand champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series and the last to claim a worldwide title this year, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As you know, guys, the Snapdragon Pro Series has gone global in the past 2 seasons, so this is kind of a second world championship that the teams are fighting about here today, and which is also, I guess, why we have some very familiar names here, but also some newcomers, especially TTP Esports, that have managed to take down Navi and keep their winning position in the upper bracket. But one final thing about this tournament, guys, we are playing in hard mode, and that is essential because it's got some major changes with it, Bash.
Yeah, this is makes things a little bit more tough. Defenses are going to deal 5% more damage. Heroes are going to have 5% less hit points, and also the heroes will deal 5% less damage. And then on top of that, nerfing the heroes even more, the common equipment is capped at level 15, epic equipment is capped at level 21. So we see these teams, they have to do a little bit of extra calculations, especially on those epic fireballs, those giant arrow shots. You have to figure that in when you're doing the math on taking down those certain defenses. So it definitely makes things a lot tougher. We have yet to see a double perfect war on broadcast. We have seen teams score 15, but we've not seen 2 teams score 15 in the same war. So that's something we're still hoping to see, but ultimately, it's kind of good that we don't have that every single war like we had earlier with the speed meta. Things are tougher, and you definitely have to be on top of your game with the hard mode.
You're absolutely right about that, Bash. And it's so much more difficult, in fact, that we have not seen a perfect v-perfect war yet. It's actually been quite rare to see all 15 stars scored. In fact, yesterday we saw, I believe it was 8 matches total that were played out, and only 3 teams in those 8 matches. So that's 16 performances in 8 matches. 3 out of those 16 wars had 15 stars, perfect 3 stars across all the matches. So anytime that a team scored a perfect war, they won that war. It is incredibly difficult to do at the top level with the best bases, and even more so with hard mode, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So what you just said means we got like a less than 20% chance of a perfect war, even within these teams, and these are the best of the entire season. So that is absolutely incredible. Yeah, so the next match we're going to be looking at is going to be in the lower bracket, and it is between HTM Esports and HST Gaming. They have performed very well yesterday, but were not able to win every single match. In fact, HTM Esports, they lost just on percentage with a 14v14, and HST Gaming lost by a star. But here we have the star-studded lineup for HTM Esports, Bash.
Mohamed Morori, Snyder, Zahid, Paul, and ImtrinoX. These guys have been putting up some really solid numbers, both on offense and defense, and they are looking to keep their hopes alive in the tournament. Remember, this will be an elimination matchup. Either HTM Esports or HST Gaming will be eliminated throughout this matchup. So all 5 of these players definitely have to be on their A game. On the other side, we have HST Gaming, who we've yet to see on our broadcast this weekend. Nico, Crusader, Mavadani, John, Gigi, Toby, and Ali, they are looking to keep their hopes alive as well, Woody, moving forward.
Right, you are, Bash. And Head Start Gaming have got an interesting run so far. They've had their ups and downs, taking a loss to Tompai Empire on a 14-13 scoreline that saw 2 of their players falter. But then again, they came back and defeated Next Gen Esports with one of those rare perfect wars. So this is a squad that has a lot of question marks surrounding them. Are they going to go perfect today? Are they going to stumble again? It is going to be a very interesting match to see how they perform against HTM, a squad with tons of fans out there, and of course a huge presence in this competition, because not only is HTM here competing, but HTM Brazil is represented as well, a team that holds a world championship title. So you know they've got a lot of great friends to practice with. ImtrinoX will be the first to attack for HTM Esports as Maxi and I take away this first cast. Maxi, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at a pretty classic Root Rider Valkyrie smash with a couple of Super Barbarians for the outside. Now, unfortunately, we are not seeing ImtrinoX's player cam at the moment. I was wondering what he was wearing today. All of us chose to wear shirts, and after he already wore a shirt yesterday, I thought that we'll probably see a tuxedo today, but not. We don't know. We don't know. It's going to be kept a secret, but looking at this attack, it's going in hard and heavy, hot and heavy, and I think it's looking very good. He can overgrowth the Town Hall in just a second, and he just has to make his way around there to the very end of the attack.
He soaked a few rocket balloons coming out of the CC there, dealing a lot of damage to the Root Riders on the bottom that were not protected by the Grand Warden, but up on the top side there was still quite a bit of support. He also note that he drops that overgrowth spell so that the Battle Builder huts are not covered by it. He gets just everything exactly that he wants, and will ensure that even though there's some big defenses still left that are going to pop out now, the remaining troops are going to fire away on all cylinders to take it out as quickly as possible. There's a lot of Hog Riders still left, and with the last free spell now dropped, Archer Queen will pop down the Monolith, and that is going to be a base totally done and dusted. All 3 stars claimed by ImtrinoX. The first star, of course, is claimed at 50%, the second star with the Town Hall as well. But it takes a 100% destruction, Maxi, to take all 3 stars. And that is the standard that is set at the pro level for these top players who do not want to miss a single opportunity to gain an advantage over their foes. Across the 5 attacks that we'll see, there's a possibility of those 15 stars being claimed. If anyone misses a star, it goes down to percentage. That's where a lot of the really close wars that we saw ended up yesterday, and it was often the 3rd or 4th attack where we started to see teams falter a little bit and fall behind, missing out on a star and coming very, very close, in some cases 99%, just missing one single building in the end.
Yeah, that can be very unfortunate, and it also is hurtful for the team in general. Like, the momentum is lost and you really feel down, but you gotta get back up and come back from that. But so far this is all theoretical, because ImtrinoX was able to get away with the 3-star, and it was an incredibly fast one. So a strong performance here as a starting attacker, where you do not have too much time to prepare your plan. But this is a pretty straightforward army composition. However, you have to execute it perfectly. Unless you want, if you don't, you might run into the risk of a 1-star, as we have seen before with this specific attack strategy. But what I really loved about this attack in particular was how ImtrinoX was able to hold on to a couple of spells until the very end, and this way he could easily let the Queen survive the Monolith on the bottom side, and also just freeze up a Ground Expo on the right side to make sure it got taken out by a Super Barbarian, and then the Rage to help take out the Town Hall was just a cherry on top of the cake. So incredible stuff, and it's not as easy as it looks with these Root Rider attacks anymore.
Absolutely not. And you make a really great point there as well. Since you're a former pro player yourself, I know that you have got this lesson drilled into your head. You want flexibility. You want to allow your spotters to call out things. You want to develop a plan for a base, but you want to be able to respond in the moment if things don't go exactly according to plan. Having an extra freeze spell and extra invisibility gives you that flexibility and allows you to adapt on the fly. That's exactly what we saw in that last attack, getting that 3 stars clearly. John will be the next to move in, and he's got a different attack style here. He's brought a lot of healers this time around, supporting a Warden and a Queen very likely on the outer edges will allow them to snipe a lot of buildings. Same thing here with this Flame Flinger. This is more of an artillery style attack with long range damage and taking out buildings opportunistically. John's going to try to do as much damage early on with the invisibility spells here and getting a big drop from that Grand Warden onto a crucial defense in the core of the base. The giant fireball equipment on that Grand Warden does so much damage and allows him to get a long range shot, and there it goes, hitting the ricochet cannon and almost obliterating the central compartment there. The clan castle only popped out a couple of headhunters and will give no more trouble at all to this raid, Maxi.
Yeah, that was great, perfect execution. We saw some of those Warden Walk fireballs fail yesterday, where the attacks seemed a little bit more shaky, but this seemed very well controlled here by John X. And he's now starting the Queen Walk at the right side, so he's gotta be prepared to handle a couple of things simultaneously. Look at the left side. The Warden is now under heavy fire from the Monolith, so he has to take care of that in a second, which he does by adding the Rage spell. So everything under control here. Might have to make him invisible, but it was too late, and that is what is so hard about these attacks. It immediately gets punished if you make a slight mistake. Now he has to save at least a 2-star, but I think a 3-star is still within reach as well.
That's a lot of traps that are triggering right next to the Town Hall, though, and he's not committing that freeze. What? The freeze goes down on the multi-archer tower, and the Tesla missing completely the Town Hall. Archer Queen's now getting hammered by both the Town Hall and the Monolith. She's doing her best to take down the Town Hall and should get the 2nd star, but the Monolith is just unforgivable. 77% and still has yet to deploy his Royal Champion. Can he salvage more percentage out of this? Or is this going to be the end? John tosses that shield, but he's got to encounter an enemy Archer Queen. He did bring a Headhunter, so that'll help take down that crucial enemy hero. Only 30 seconds remain on this attack, Maxi.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a 3-star anymore. I think he should have just played the Royal Champion simultaneously with the Queen, but in the end it was just a mistake with the Warden that caused this attack to fail. Would he have been able to save up the Warden, it would have taken out the Town Hall and the Monolith. But this is the problem with this attack strategy. It is so easy to make a slight mistake there, and once you do, it gets punished heavily, and this is the 2-star, 87% for Head Start Gaming, and in this case HTM Esports do have the head start, and it's going to be hard for HST to come back from that early fail.
This is terrifyingly difficult to come back from. We did not see any team yesterday miss their first attack and still win the war. John JX was also one of the players yesterday who 3-starred in both of his hits. So that's even worse news for Head Start now, knowing that one of their stronger attackers has faltered in the first opening salvo. Mohamed Marawi knows that his own teammate for HTM scored a 3-star, and with that defensive pickup, there is going to be all the more reason for him to want to perform well. But Max, we've said it before, whenever there's a miss, that gives every player a little bit more breathing room to slow down and to plan out their attacks with perfection in mind and not necessarily speed. We know that there is the possibility of a time-based tiebreaker if it does go to a perfect v perfect war, but once the first miss happens, every player can then reconfigure their attack strategy to focus instead on avoiding those costly mistakes that can result in the loss of a star. Mohamed Marawi now focusing on the ground with his Warden Walk, a very long-range one once again that's going to be followed up with rocket balloons, a quick attacking style that allows him to snipe defenses along the outer edge. Take a look at the bottom now where you see an enemy Barbarian King getting hammered by a Flame Flinger of all things. Looks like we did get a Headhunter to move into the action as well. But it seems like that was an attempt at baiting the entry that did not work. Mohamed Marawi with the perfect response, and yet that Flame Flinger will go down. He does find a way to take out a few defensive structures along the outer edge of the base, but that was a little bit of an awkward entry, Maxi.
Yeah, that was not perfect. So what he tried to do is use the Flame Flinger, but also tank for the king with a giant and take it out with some headhunters. But he either didn't put down enough headhunters or didn't react quickly enough, but the king did survive and then take out the Flame Flinger himself. And that's why the Flame Flinger had very limited value. You would have wanted the Flame Flinger to take out that multi-inferno. But he can still get this there when he keeps the warden under control. We got the same, at the same time we got the heroes coming in at the top side. Nice King Earthquake boots opening a lot. Where? Oh, Super Miners out of the clan castle. Good shout there, Woody. And they can be devastating for a warden. In fact, I think if both of them explode at the same time, I don't even know if the warden can survive.
It's going to be a lot of damage. Keep an eye on it.
Oh, there we go!
Boom! It goes off. Only one, and it was enough to kill the Grand Warden. The second bomb explodes, and that is going to be a double fail so far from Mohamed Marawi. The siege barracks, the Flame Flinger on the bottom side, not able to get the value that he was looking for, and then the death of the Grand Warden. And yet this attack is shaping up still pretty well. The left corner of the space might be too much to handle, but it should be more percentage than we saw from the other side of the map. So that will at least leave a percentage advantage in Mohamed Marawi's favor.
In fact, I think he can still get it. Okay, well, not this way.
Possibly.
He should have...
that multi-target Inferno is going to be terrible to have to handle, though.
But he has a Valkyrie and a rocket balloon still. And a freeze! I didn't even see the freeze. But I think he kind of sprinkled the balloons in a little bit too randomly. So I fear that this builder hut...
Come on!
Will prevent
There's only one more air targeting defense, and it's that battle builder hut. But the sweeper is pushing these rocket loons back. They won't be able to get their damage in. One rocket loon goes down, another one pummeled, and this is a terrifyingly close hit. Not quite the 3-star, and Mohamed Marawi now knows that even though he has missed, putting up more percentage than the 87 that we saw from Head Start still means that HTM are going to be ahead in this match. It's almost as good as a triple, and yet this does leave an opening now for any other attacker on his team. If they miss, then they will potentially fall behind Head Start Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. And that is the hope that Head Start Gaming can now have. And that was a great decision. If we look at the base, there's a huge space around the clan castle, meaning you cannot fireball the clan castle with any value in defenses. And that is, I guess, why they put the super miners. They knew no one's going to use the fireball, and the probability of someone using a Skelly Donut on the clan castle is very, very low. So if somebody does a queen charge or a warden walk and the super miners come out there and do incredible damage, and that was the perfect game plan on the defensive side. I mean, it just showed how good Mohamed Marawi is, that he was still able to get this attack this close to a 3-star after the Flame Flinger failed and the warden died without taking out the town hall. But in the end, you gotta give kudos to Crusader, or like his team, HST. That was a great choice of Clan Castle. Now we got the exact same attack strategy from Toby. Let's see if he can do it better than Mohamed Marawi.
Fighting fire with fire. Toby brings another Warden walk with a Flame Flinger with rocket balloons. And look at the spells he's brought here. 3 rage spells, but importantly, 4 invisibilities. 2 earthquakes, and that freeze will allow him to get a lot of work done on the interior of the space with that giant fireball. He can shut down so many defenses and get perfect targeting exactly where he wants this giant fireball. Grand Warden still looking very healthy along the outer edge, and even managed to catch a black bomb with that balloon. Warden goes awfully low, but does not go down, and he is just edging it to perfection right now, Max.
Headhunters. Oh, the headhunters.
Voicing is great, though.
Yeah, it did work well. He didn't need to free spell because there was no other damage, but better safe than sorry. I mean, we said it, it's crucial. It's all about keeping this warden alive. The Flame Flinger had great value and is still going at the top side. Needs to send a headhunter. There it goes to help out the warden. And so I think so far this is working out really, really nicely for him. Now the eagle is active, so he has to probably start using the king and the queen somewhere.
Ground Base Expo does lock the Flame Flinger on the top side, so that'll be the end of that ground assault. Super minions coming out of that flame flinger also are going to soak some damage from a big bomb, and now the Eagle Artillery locks onto them. That's bad news for Toby, who was hoping to get a little bit more value out of those super minions. They're going to be awfully low and about to be eliminated by an enemy Archer Queen still on defense up top. Grand Warden does get the lock on the Eagle Artillery and should be able to take it down shortly. And on the bottom side, we do see another crack into the base down there, but only a minute and 15 remains, and Toby has spent a lot of time on the setup here. Can he execute this base with only a minute and 10 left? Plenty of rocket loons to make the job happen, but his fingers have got to start flying now, Maxi.
Yeah, the king unfortunately didn't open to the town hall. Now the queen probably has to take out the town hall herself, but still I think it's looking really good, especially... Oh yeah, and he doesn't have the ability anymore. He's gotta take out the town hall. He's got the royal champion, he's got a rage spell. What's he going to rage? That's the big question. I would probably rage the royal champion onto the town hall because she's got the fox to come on. Rage her up, there we go.
There
nice
it
rage.
is.
Perfectly placed, and that should secure the 3-star.
I think you're right, Maxi. There's nothing left to defend now. The balloons are able to focus on the storages there, and with the last collapse onto the final elixir storage, Toby finds his triple, and Head Start Gaming have got their first 3-star of this match. It is an even star count now with the percentage advantage in HTM's favor, but this is still an early war, and it can go either way.
Yeah, I was just surprised to see in the replay that I think he didn't bring the healer puppet with the queen. I think he had the frozen arrow and the mirror. That, yeah, was a very, I would say, confident choice, because the town hall was pretty far away for those heroes to get all the way in there, and he wasn't planning on taking it out with the warden, looking at this plan. But anyway, it worked out fine, and I mean, the best thing about this attack was how he was able to keep the warden alive, even investing maybe 1 or 2 spells more than needed. But as I said, better safe than sorry, because in the end the warden is what gets you the huge value with the fireball in the core and with the continuous taking out of buildings. And in the end, it worked out very, very nicely. Good job to Toby, and he was able to pull it off.
Excellent work. And Maxi, I got a question for you that might help some of our viewers at home that are thinking about their own defensive strategies. We all know a poison spell can take out the headhunters, witches, archers, any small troops that are in that clan castle. But those bigger troops like ice golems and super miners don't get taken out by the poison spell. They don't quite do as much unless they do everything. But what are the decisions that are going through your mind when you're picking CC troops?
Mostly what kind of attack strategy you expect on the base. In this case, but I was just looking at the flame flinger at the top side. Good job from Schneider to check for some traps there. But yeah, when you expect a smash, any type of troops that will all go together through the core of the base, like a Super Witch smash or a Super Bowler smash, or also the Electro Titan smash that Synchronic Gaming introduced at the World Championship, then you usually want to go with Ice Golems, because they slow down the troops when they get into the range of the CC, and that is usually where there is big damage raining onto those troops. And if you think that there will be a queen charge, you want to have something like rocket balloons and super minions that do a lot of damage very quickly and maybe makes the attacker do some hectic decisions and make mistakes. And the super miners, they are like a little more out of the box thinking that HST brought. We don't see them regularly, and in this case it was really what I just explained before, that they were expecting no fireballs, so that at some point the warden would actually have to deal with the super miners. Yeah, so those are just my 2 cents concerning CCs. Now, looking at this attack, we're going to see the fireball now, and it's just taken out the CC, just 2 archers coming out, so that is enough value, Woody, right?
Yeah, great shot there. He did invis a couple enemy archers that the Grand Warden didn't get a chance to snipe yet, but not too much of a problem to worry about. Grand Warden's going to lock onto another Inferno tower on the bottom side, and along with the Flame Flinger taking out one on the top. These rocket loons have just had a heyday so far. Heroes to clean up this base should have no trouble at all. Archer Queen getting awfully low, but still has her ability to pop at any time. Schneider knows that the Grand Warden backing her up will give her even more lasting power. So it's just unfortunate that the healers have not switched off to top her off a little bit, but I think that is going to be still plenty of firepower to finish this base off. Schneider holding on to an extra poison spell, in fact, in case anything had gone wrong here. And it looks like with the death of that Last compartment in the top left, the scatter shot going down, and enemy Archer Queen getting some fire now. This base has been absolutely obliterated. Another clear and confident 3-star from HTM Esports.
Yeah, very nice job there. Even holding on to 2 spells that he can swag. I mean, time is probably not going to be of the issue in this match. And he could have almost swagged the Royal Champion as well. But of course, deciding to use her in the end to make sure he finishes in time and that nothing unexpected happens to his queen. In all, a very, very smart plan there. I think he was expecting the Warden to join forces with the heroes, at least the queen coming from the bottom side, and it happened exactly like that. Now this wall break, okay, now we didn't see it anymore, but the wall break into this multi-inferno and on the cross section of the walls was genius. So all in all, I think he had this base all figured out, and in my opinion it was a really nice plan, a little bit more structured plan than we regularly see with these one walk rocket loon assaults. But yeah, very, very nice to see from Schneider, and no weakness shown from HTM Esports. And Nico now has to get another 3-star for HST Gaming to put some more pressure on their opponents.
This is a tricky spot where you get a miss of your own on your side, and then your opponents miss, but get more percentage than you. Even though the star count is going to be evened up, Nico knows that there needs to be another defense from his side, and he cannot miss at all if he wants to keep Head Start in contention right now. This is a bit more of a hybrid push that we're seeing now, with 5 healers going to be backing up an Archer Queen with a Warden Walk as well, supported with that Angry Jelly to snipe down enemy defenses early on. Should get another easy snipe into the core of this base as long as he can handle this enemy Archer Queen. He does bring 2 Headhunters and might be able to commit something. No, he's going to use a free spell instead to shut her down. Another Headhunter coming in to support, and the enemy Queen has been roasted. Nico's entry point is looking fine so far, and setting up for the Rocket Loon barrage to follow, Maxi.
Yep, I agree. It's looking fine. Not great though, because been 1 minute is over. He didn't get too much value yet, and now the Warden is going to be shooting at the same buildings that the Flame Flinger is shooting at. There goes the fireball. Okay, so I think he just planned it like that. Nice and an easy Warden walk, so that he can now fully concentrate on his queen and not run into the same risk that cost Toby his attack before. No, it wasn't Toby. I don't know who attacked first for HST, but that cost them the attack earlier on.
Archer Queen up top side has got support from a healer composition. Barbarian King at the left corner is taking a few buildings down. We're seeing a Tesla farm pop up right on top of that town hall, which could be a little bit of a tricky spot later on if he's relying on heroes just to take down that town hall. Chewing through that compartment wouldn't be too much difficulty for this queen as long as she can get some spell support, and Nico has still brought plenty of spells to help her out. Rage goes down now, and with a super wall break to enter that compartment. He needs more though, forces the queen ability as a skeleton trap is going to pop on out. Maybe he's not focusing on her, maybe he's not willing to commit those spells, but the queen now has got no lives left and has to be very careful with a king, town hall, and ricochet cannon firing at her, Baxi.
Yeah, but he's doing great. They're keeping her alive now, investing another spell there with the Invis. The Warden unfortunately died, but yeah, also he still has the Royal Champion and wouldn't have needed her. So yeah, great job, and this is an absolute overkill 3-star. These rocket balloons were not very clever. He should have waited a bit more and sent them directly to the storages, but we're talking about like half a second here that he could have saved, so it doesn't matter. So back to the push-ups.
Well, he is certainly looking buff and ready to keep this war going. A strong contender indeed, with a 3-star claimed for himself. Head Start Gaming have still got a solid chance of making this war happen, but behind by 10%, they know that perfection is expected of them from here on out. HTM Esports, with 2 more attackers left, know that Paul and Zahid IK are going to be still waiting to get into the fight. And if there's any hope for Head Start Gaming, it's that their next attacker, the next player attacking them rather, Zahid IK, missed on both attacks yesterday with 2-star strikes. Is he the weak link in this lineup, or can he rally right now when his squad needs him most to stay alive and trump HST with a 3-star of his own. This is very likely going to be the decisive attack. If HTM can maintain the 3-star pressure, it's very unlikely that Head Start Gaming will be able to reverse it in the last 3. But if HTM falter now, Head Start are going to be far and ahead in the end war, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. That is some nice background info there from you about Zahid. So the pressure is going to be really high for him, and he chooses to come in with the Root Rider strategy. So we saw a lot of Warden Walks and Fireballs now, but now we're going back to what we saw in the beginning of this war from ImtrinoX, the Root Rider. So far it's looking nice. I don't know if the King has the biggest value there. Basically just this one compartment, and usually with the spiky ball and the earthquake boots, I see we see a lot more value. I think you were talking about the queen there with the noise, because she was awfully low, but he still's got the ability intact, and now it's going to be a little healer, a little queen walk with the healers coming from the healer puppet.
It's going to be an annoying Ice Hound up top as well to try to just distract any troops that are able to target the air. Then when it pops, it'll freeze all of these ground troops. So he is hoping that that does not happen at a moment when there's massive damage coming in against them, particularly the ricochet cannon, enemy archer queen, multi inferno, multi archer tower. He's got a scatter shot firing away at them now. It looks like that Ice Golem or Ice Hound still has quite a few hit points up top, and popping the Eternal Tome now will ensure that the Hogs and Root Riders are still able to stay on task. Multi-Inferno is going to get a lock now as the remaining ground troops are taking out the Ice Pups up top, and I think Zahid is very happy with how this attack is shaping up so far. It looks like a 3-star, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking so strong, and you gotta give it to him. The execution was flawless there. Even this freeze spell timed perfectly just after the overgrowth runs out to make sure that the poison from the poison spell tower is not doesn't get launched too early and slow down the troops. And boom, there goes this base. Indeed, 1 minute 45, not even a slow attack either. And yeah, Zahid shows what he's really got and makes up for his 2 fails yesterday, and I could just see that there was actually a fireball going into the inside of the base, which I missed earlier on. Spiky ball.
Zahid rallies and gives his team exactly what they were hoping for in the late stage of this war. There is no weak link to mention at this point. With another 3-star up, HTM Esports have got this one in the bag if they can just score one last triple. On the other side, Head Start Gaming know now that this is the biggest pressure point that they have experienced of the entire Snapdragon Pro Series. They have 2 attacks left, and both need to be perfect with a defense in order to pull off the win. Gigi's coming in next and knows that this is the darkest hour for his team. Can he keep his head on straight and make this march toward the finish line a one to remember, Maxi?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They gotta keep the pressure up, otherwise their chances are getting slimmer and slimmer. And this is the elimination match for them. We are in the lower bracket, so whoever loses is out and will finish 5th and 6th, which will still give them a nice $3,000 to take home, but you know, which is more than enough not to be sad about it, but still they want to continue, you know, they want to be the champions, they want to get even more out of the $50,000 prize pool. So that's what GG's job is now, to maintain that chance, put the pressure on their opponents for the last attack from HTM Esports, because we know still a single fail from them can turn this entire match around.
Right, you are. And this is so important on that prize pool money, because it's going to bump up from a minimum of 3,000 for being in 5th or 6th place all the way up to 4K if they get 4th place. So that's another $1,000 on the line just with these next few attacks. GG knows that this is the moment to put it all on the line, and with Super Witches, he's going for a super reliable army composition. These are a little bit slower and don't always win time-based tiebreakers, but they are very effective when done right and have little to worry about if the shape of this base goes in his favor. There's no surprises with traps that can distract or misalign his aim. He does bring a jump spell to get into the core, and with those Earthquake boots, the King should be able to shatter the last few walls on the far side here. Super Witches are now deployed and will get support from the Grand Warden at that 6 o'clock position, hopping on in across 3 layers of walls with the jump spell. And even if they're getting hammered by the Eagle Artillery, they will be topped off by those healers with big boys out in front to tank shots. This is the biggest, burliest, heaviest attack style that we see, Maxi.
Ooh, and the Queen is getting low, but it was just a cloned up Queen, I think, on the single Inferno. Now the Queen is still alive and strong, and I think he wants to get a little more value out of her, but he only has got 1 rage spell left, Woody. That is not a lot, and there's a lot of base still missing, and the Queen will now die, as it seems, because he's not investing anything, so he has to rely on the troops in the center of the base and the Royal Champion that he'll probably send in from the right side. Yeah, there we go. And right into the Tester farm and the Skelly traps.
Oh, taking a lot of heat in the core there. The Gigabomb goes off and will take the King down. Phoenix picks him back up for one last stab at this base, but that is so much damage being dumped onto these troops. Still, they look pretty healthy with Big Boys and Druid Bears now out in front soaking shots. Phoenix gets a lock onto the Monolith and takes a few more hits over there, but it doesn't look like they're able to get over the wall to finish it off. A Super Witch right behind it is firing away, trying to take that Monolith down, might just barely get it done, and that would be an incredibly important hit. He gets it off, and with that, the Royal Champion able to hop over these walls, should be able to finish off the rest of this base without any trouble. Gigi's looking confident and takes a sip from his bottle. He doesn't have anything left to do, as this base will crumble before the might of his remaining troops. Super Witch stuck on the wall at that 3 o'clock position shows you why this attack can be a little bit slower than others, but with those heroes left for cleanup, this is another 3-star for Head Start Gaming. They will take this war down to the last line of attacks, Maxi.
Oh yes, they got another 3-star, so it's 11-11 after the last attack, but we could see it already on the right side. HTM have a better percentage, so when it's a star tie, they will win the war, meaning if HTM are able to get a 3-star in their last attack, HST can do whatever they want. They won't be able to catch up to that. So actually a 3-star can guarantee the victory for HTM. But that, of course, puts a lot of pressure onto Paul's shoulders, who's going to be their finishing attacker.
Paul, coming in next, knows now that this is maybe the most important attack so far of his Clash of Clans career. He's done an amazing job in previous wars, already scoring 3 stars in the last 2 attacks, and oftentimes teams will put a clutch hitter in their 5th position to seal the deal and feel confident that they can knock this one out and move on through the bracket. Paul now has the weight of his entire team resting on his shoulders. Can that pressure be endured? Will he be able to power through? Or is this the moment when the defenses of Head Start Gaming will get a surprise win? It will all be determined in the next 3 minutes as Paul's army is cooked and he is ready to attack with Electro Titans.
Oh, very nice. And quickly talking about defenses, a quick info in the background. We got Tompai Empire versus Na'Vi in their elimination match, and Na'Vi just had their first fail. So after 3 attacks each, it's 9-8 for Tompai. So this is also an exciting one that we're going to be keeping you updated about. But for now, let's concentrate on Paul's little queen charge here. Double multi-archer towers. That is a lot of damage raining onto this queen. Now the expos will follow, and I don't know if a rage is enough. Yeah, that's what he thinks. So he decides to support her with an invisibility spell to make sure there's no more damage raining onto that queen. And once she has decided to go into a direction, in this case it is the left side, he sends in the Warden and probably the Electro Titans after a while. And I wonder if he is going to send the king in the inside, as we talked about yesterday, which many teams did, or if he does it like more like Synchronic Gaming and sends the king somewhere on his own to get additional value.
Siege Barracks in the left corner does see an easy funnel and will send the king right there alongside the other troops. Electro Titans are deployed, and this is going to be a massive murder ball hopping into the core of the base with a jump spell ready to commit and keep them safe. We've seen rocket loons coming out of the CC, and he needs to eliminate those fast, otherwise it's going to be a lot of damage on his troops. He's marching inward, though, and with 3 spells down, he's going to shut off so many defenses. Grand Warden's ability has already been popped, and so he's just got to rely on the last few spells that he's got. 3 more freezes to shut down maybe the Town Hall and Monolith when the damage is ramping up. That is going to be a lot of DPS stacked onto those defenses, and with no value from the Giga Poison Bomb, that is going to be a hard defense for Head Start Gaming. Super Minions snipe down the Monolith, and there's not really much to stop these heroes as long as they can chew through the last Inferno Tower. Yes, they're on a path to victory. What could be better for Paul with the last minute of this attack to see so few defenses standing, Maxi?
Yeah, it's really looking good for him. He's already celebrating there at the bottom, and I think he can with the Queen and the Royal Champion ability still intact, with 2 freezes in the back and 5 Super Barbarians to support them. This is for sure going to be a 3-star. I think he got a little bit nervous for a sec. Well, time could be an issue, but he should have it. He got a little bit nervous there when...
His hands. He threw his hands up. Is he clapping? Is he
clapping?
worried?
Yeah,
oh,
no,
okay.
He's clapping. I mean, I think it was just a roller coaster of emotions there, but he's like, oh no, but is this going to be close on the time? Oh no, okay, I got it. So he will be very happy with that, and unfortunately that means that HST Gaming do not stand a chance anymore with their last attack.
HTM have won the war. Paul marching victoriously over this base yields a 14-star total against Head Start Gaming with the percentage advantage into their final blow. That means that HTM Esports will move on to our lower bracket semifinals and continue their attempts at victory. As you mentioned also, Maxi, on the other side of this bracket, we have Na'Vi facing off against Tompai Empire, and with Na'Vi missing an attack, it seems like Tompai are taking the edge in that war.
Oh yeah, I mean the most what do you say, most current event in this war was actually a fail from Tompai as well, but the percentage was just 4% higher than the fail from Na'Vi. So Tompai still have this in their own hand. If they get another 3-star, they will actually win, and they will kick out Na'Vi, who were the very first team to qualify for this weekend for the season finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, as they won our first Open Cup this season. So this will for sure be a huge disappointment now. But now back to this war. We got one more attack from HST, and we gotta give it to them. They performed really well, and I think that Crusader is going to show us one more of those incredible Warden and Queen walks that we love to see from them.
Crusader scored 2 3-stars in both wars yesterday and is looking to close out this season performance with another triple. Baby Dragon up top gets a nice funnel done for this Grand Warden, who's making his way into the core of this base with an Angry Jelly attached to focus on those defenses. Snipes down the last few buildings along the outer edge, and he's taken a massive chunk out of the left side of this base. Can he make it all the way to the Eagle Artillery? And what is Crusader going to do about this enemy Queen? He's holding on to a Headhunter, ready to commit. There she goes. Will get the lock onto the Grand Warden. Invisibility spell protects him, and he sends in a balloon, looking around for black bombs. Doesn't find any, and that should be a safe entry point for those healers.
Yeah, but he finds headhunters, and that can be a huge problem. But he poisons them up early, decides to use the... Oh, but he did not get the CC down, and that is a big problem, as he has already used the poison spell, and there are 4 more headhunters coming out, and it is not good news for the Warden. So he decides reacts perfectly, decides to use a freeze and rage spell combination, and this should keep the Warden alive for now. But the time, Woody, ooh.
Yeah, snipes down those headhunters, but he is running low on time indeed. 1:21 remaining for this attack, and he's committed so many of his troops already. Sends in the siege barracks along the top side of the base, but with a single target Inferno burning up his P.E.K.K.A.s and Barbarian King, he's got to be very careful how the remaining troops could still make a 3-star happen. Skeleton trap triggers on that Grand Warden, and that's even more damage that he's going to have to endure now. Slowed down, but not out with the rage spell to top him back off. He finally finally is going to get a lock onto that Eagle artillery and should deploy that Royal Champion shortly. He's got less than a minute and needs to do a lot more damage to this base, Maxi.
Yeah, he just found 3 black mines with a single rocket balloon there on the bottom side. So this entry with the queen was definitely baited. What was really nice is that he kept the queen ability intact, so he could use it now on the monolith.
Okay.
And now with the king, with the royal champion ability on the right side, this actually still has a chance. Would be nice if the queen could take out the monolith.
Come on!
Barely. Now the town hall also needs to fall. This is all so close, but I think he's got it.
Looking good. 3 more archers to drop, and with the support from the Royal Champion, even distracted by the skeletons, he still might have enough time to finish this one off. 10 seconds remain with a gold storage up top. The last remaining defense is down. Crusaders scores a 3-star, and the score line at the end of a war is 14-14 for HTM Esports and Head Start Gaming. The percentage destruction for HTM sitting high and mighty at 99.4% will guarantee the win and see them advance in the lower bracket. Head Start Gaming have been eliminated as a 5th place team, earning a $3,000 prize, Maxi.
Yes, indeed. But of course, that has to hurt, losing by just 10% in total, 2% on average for Head Start. John must be really thinking back about this attack and thinking about things that he could have done differently to secure the victory. But in the end, we gotta say they really performed well. They really entertained us well, and they should be really, really happy with that. Being top 6 in the world is nothing to be ashamed for, and they also take home $3,000 as we talked about. So a great performance from HST overall, and HTM same of course, but we will see more from them later on today.
We will. HTM are going to be waiting in the lower bracket for another foe to face off against. We're seeing now that Tompai and Navi are just about near the end of their war with only 1 attack left. We have not yet called that war, but it does indeed appear that Tompai Empire are ahead in the last 2 rounds of attacks. HTM will face off against the winner of that round, and then those 2 teams will advance in the lower bracket. The winner of that round will then have to face against the loser of TTP Esports and HTM Brazil. That is the next war that we're going to see on our broadcast, Maxi.
Exactly, TTP Esports and HTM Brazil, so we're going to be sending it back up to the upper bracket. Both of these teams have not been defeated so far in this tournament, in this weekend, in this season finale, but one of them will be after this match. So stay tuned, guys, because we are going to have more action for you in just a second, and we will of course also give you an update on the war that is still going on between Tompai Empire and Navi, because those are like 2 of probably the strongest teams in there. If we would have talked about favorites beforehand, we would probably have said Navi, Tompai and HTM Brazil, but 2 of them find themselves in the lower bracket. So this is going to be all the exciting stuff we'll be talking about, but for now we're going to be taking a quick break, and then we'll see you back in the Snapdragon Pro series.
Today, I'm joined by ImtrinoX from HTM, and we're going to get to know him a little better and play a little bit of games. Imtrino, great to see you here, bud. Let's go ahead and let's start with a little bit about you. How did you get started playing mobile games? What was like the first mobile game you ever played?
Hi, thank you for welcoming me. I have been playing Clash of Clans since like the beginning, and I really enjoyed the game because it was a strategical game and I love this kind of stuff. So it has always been very, very interesting to me. And I started playing when I was like 12 years old or something like that.
Oh, geez.
And I have always been playing throughout all the tunnels. I just skipped the 15 because I was busy with the university, but I came back at the beginning of the year with the tunnel 16 because, to be honest, I was very interested in the gauntlet, the King Gauntlet, because it was a new thing for me. And yeah, I started a bit later. In fact, I was a bit late with the ores. It's been a problem at the beginning.
Yeah. It definitely takes a little bit to catch up that equipment. So you kind of been playing the whole time. What made you, or like, how did you become a pro player for Clash of Clans then?
Well, I started with Tunnel 13, Then I have always been playing with Italian team, with Italian friends. But this year I have the opportunity to play with international friends. It's always been very good because they were very friendly. It's been a new experience. And why not? Just trying.
Yeah, it's very tough. It's very time consuming. With that being said, do your friends and family support you playing Clash of Clans as a pro player?
Yeah, sure, they know that. They know if I have a war, maybe they don't bother me too much, and we try to set up a call before or after the war, and they know I'm very focused when I have a serious match. Yeah, they know everything, of course.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back everyone in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I hope you enjoyed a quick break, got something to drink, maybe something to eat, a little snack or something. I got a little snack of myself right next to me here. Welcome back, Bash. How was your break?
Oh, good little break, good little war to watch there. HTM coming out victorious, but also, I know in our offline broadcast, a bit of surprise. Navi getting upset there. I don't think it's 100% finished, but Navi, or Tom and I did get that 3-star, and they led on percent, so Navi will be eliminated as well. Kind of a little bit of an upset. Well, I guess that one could have gone either way, but a bit of a surprise seeing Navi with that early exit.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a huge surprise. But we got another favorite still in there in the upper bracket, and that is HTM Brazil. And they are going to be fighting off against TTP Esports. A little bit of the surprise team, I would say. They've been going into this competition as more of the underdogs, but have been performing really, really well. So let's take a quick look at the lineups before the action starts.
Yeah, I think that would be fair to say they're a little bit of the underdogs, but they've been playing really well and showing up when they need to. Skyrez, Warman, Yavi, Doyer, and Bunch. These guys play really cohesively, and when they need a 3-star, they get it, and when they need a defense, they seem to get it. They've had a couple of close calls, but ultimately, they are in our upper bracket final, which does guarantee them at minimum 3rd place, which they should definitely be proud of, but they have to go up against an absolute juggernaut on the other side, and this HTM Brazil squad, as we'll take a look at their roster here shortly.
That's right, unless the action's already starting. We got Celinho, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Achilles. Some names that you should be familiar with if you are a fan of Clash of Clans Esports, because they were the world champions last year. But I'm pretty sure that Warman, our next attacker, is already starting, and there we go. He is live with the Root Rider Smash.
This is what I like to see, right into the action. Everyone wants to see the clashing happening. I love the name Warman here, and he's actually been showing up in a great way with these Root Riders. 2 3-stars yesterday with the Roots, so he feels very confident with this strategy and is very, very good at using it. We did see this squad using the heroes to go in and take down the Town Hall, and it looks like he might be trying to line that up again. Actually, I think Roots might go through the Town Hall here.
Yeah, it seems like it, because he is funneling there at the bottom and at the left side on the 9 o'clock side with the siege barracks, fighting a little bit of a Tesla farm and some traps there though. So I wonder if he will really get the Root Riders to pass through the Town Hall. This Queen is still looking nice and healthy at the bottom side now, taking out this scatter shot, and she will eventually make her way into the Town Hall unless he overgrowth it, which he just did.
this can be a little bit risky, Maxie, and we didn't really see him with this kind of approach yesterday. Going with that early overgrowth on the Town Hall area. Ooh, the Queen goes down. Good call there. But we already see some of the troops starting to fade, and when you use that overgrowth on the Town Hall and save it for the end, it can be very risky. And with him having a second overgrowth, we might see that come in on the Town Hall. We do. So the Town Hall is going to be the very last building. Everything's got to survive till the end here.
Yeah, he's got a Royal Champion still to deploy, so that is kind of his the ace he's got up his sleeve. He can, I think he's waiting at the moment to decide if he should send her directly onto the Town Hall to save the 2-star, or if he can use her from the 3 o'clock side. And in my opinion, I would go all in, send her in from the 3 o'clock side, or like onto this Wizard Tower. But he's got to make a decision quickly. Oh, there is the Royal Champion. I didn't see her, but she probably was already on the field, right?
Yeah, she's been in for a little bit there, but I was letting you go there, Maxie. I figured you would see her eventually. I got you, buddy. But yeah, he's got the P.E.K.K.A.s in on the Town Hall with the Root. If he can get the Eagle down, that'll obviously take some of the pressure off. The big thing here is that single target Inferno. He does have the Spirit Fox, but this is really in danger of a 1-star here as the Royal Champion's getting even lower on health. Oh, she goes to ability. Oh, he's in trouble here.
Yeah. I think the Town Hall is full health. Oh,
no.
And the tornado trap is...
Oh, this is a 1-star. You cannot do this against HTM Brazil, and this is the risk we've seen with this attack. When you bring that second overgrowth and have all the troops go past the Town Hall, you are very vulnerable to the high percentage 1-star, and that's what we see here from Warman and TTP Esports. And unfortunately for them, that is going to be, it's going to be so tough to come back from a 98% 1-star.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're already calling it there. He's going to get this one more building with these little troops there, 1 minion and 2 archers, but the storage is going to be too much for them. 98%. The percentage is very good, but the 2 stars missing, that leaves that, yeah, just opens the door so much for HTM Brazil to capitalize on that and yeah, get some 3-stars in for themselves. I mean, even 1 or 2-star and they would still be in the lead, still win this. And even their worst performance so far saw 14 stars with a 99% 2-star. So this is going to be very tough for them, but it's what I always say. I kind of I came to hate this strategy. Like, we see I mean, of course, we see many 3-stars with it as well, but so many 1-stars. I would just think it's too risky.
Well, I think that approach right there is really the dangerous one, too, where you are going past that Town Hall early and saving it to the very end, and your troops have to fight off the whole base. It's just so risky, and we saw exactly that right there. But HTM Brazil, they're aware of teams that are going to be using the Root Riders. They saw TTP using the Root Riders, so I'm sure they decided to not give them any easy access Town Halls, because remember, TTP were sending the King and Queen to take down the Town Halls early, and you saw on that base the King and Queen weren't able to get to that Town Hall. But let's move forward here into Pato's attack as he's coming in with the hero dive into Lalo, a little bit of zap action in the beginning as well, and these heroes are looking to set this base up really nicely. They're already gutting out this top side of the base, and this is looking textbook for a Lalo.
Absolutely, and he still got value there with the heroes. The Queen with all the healers that came out of the healer puppet. He still got 2 Yetis there. He will take out all the defenses there, including the scatter shots and the sweepers, and we know that those are big threats to a Lalo. Royal Champion is even still alive. She could probably take the Town Hall with the rocket spear, so he doesn't even have to worry about that. And I think he already knows that
this is crushed.
There's not much that could stop this attack now.
Yeah, the Town Hall is down. Royal Champion is still throwing rocket spears. All that's really up is an air defense and those few archer towers down there at the bottom. This is so crushed for Pato, and this is what HTM Brazil does. Yeah, he doesn't even need the Warden because all the air targeting defenses are out. This is why you can't make a mistake against HTM Brazil. They are the heavy favorites right now, especially in this matchup, and they are showing exactly why. Former world champions, these guys are so good at breaking down bases and bringing the best strategy, and Pato gets it done. A swag Warden here, Maxie. That's insane.
He didn't even deploy it.
Yeah, 100% swagged.
It's not that he didn't use the ability, and that is incredible. In hard mode, guys. That just shows the strength of this team. and it really shows why you cannot fail against them early. Without the pressure, they are even better than with it. I feel like. I mean, it's probably true for everyone.
Right.
But yeah, Pato just showing how this seemed to be an easy task for him. Very, very impressive and very, very cool to watch.
Yeah, I dare anyone at home to go against a base like that with no Warden. It is not as easy as he just made it look. Those guys are so good. But Skyrez, now they have to kind of bounce back. They have to do nothing but put up 3 stars and just hope and pray that HTM makes a mistake. A very uncharacteristic mistake, because they would need a 1 star of their own. It's going to be tough to come back in this one. The one thing that CTP has working for them is this is the upper bracket still. So even if they do lose this after that 1 star, they will still have a second life down there in the lower bracket, and they can actually claw back and maybe even fight HTM Brazil again in our grand final a little bit later on today.
Yeah, and it would be a completely different story if they start things off with a 3-star, obviously. Then we might even see a race for time. I mean, we talked about not having seen a perfect war yet. That might still happen, or it might not happen. At the moment, we are definitely not going to be seeing a perfect v perfect in this one, which was decided too early on. But yeah, as you said, now they just have to keep going. TTP Esports have to just try to get more 3 stars, and just a single fail from HTM Brazil, which can happen. We saw it yesterday. Will already raise their hopes again, and they will feel more confident going into their attacks. So yeah, that's all you could say to them right now if you were in that team.
Yeah, you can never give up. I mean, things definitely look dire for them, but you never know what's going to happen. I mean, maybe something happens with HTM's attack and they have a 1 star of their own. Skyrez is coming in with the Root Riders here, but check this spell comp out with the Clan Castle. 2 clones with 5 invises. I think this is going to be a minion bomb, a super minion bomb to take out this whole core section. Keep an eye on, there should be super minions out of this Clan Castle, I would assume, or maybe, super archers. Okay, I thought it would be minions to protect them from the bombs, but it is super archers, and they're going to do a lot of work here.
Yeah, and there were 2 giant bombs going off. Honestly, I don't even know exactly what kind of bombs you need at the moment to stop super archers, but usually it was, I think, a giant bomb and 1 or 2 small bombs. But in this case, it definitely wasn't enough. They got the value, very nice. 2 scatter shots, the Town Hall, the Spell Tower out of the way. I think that is something that Skyrez can work with.
Yeah, and if you see, the giant bombs are kind of spread out, so I think when he cloned up those archers, I think it was 2 different batches taking the giant bomb, and the giant bomb alone shouldn't take out the super archers. They were low on health, but they were ultimately able to get all the value he was looking for, and now the Root Riders are going to surge in. He does need to push them into the middle of the base, and it looks like he's doing that from the bottom with a couple of super barbarians, but once they kind of cross in and get towards that Rage Tower, Inferno Tower compartment, that'll be the key moment of the attack. Can he protect them there with the Warden ability, which he should be able to, and keep them alive? This should definitely be a 3-star.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking so strong at the moment. Also, having this Warden ability still intact, you should probably use it sooner than later, because you want to have as many Root Riders surviving as possible, because they can tank, and he absolutely needs them to open the walls so the heroes can get in there. I mean, maybe the king with the earth, but we have to wait and see. So far, it's still looking incredibly good.
Yeah, he's still got the Warden ability, still got King ability, Queen ability in there, so he's got a lot of force remaining. Still has a Druid yet to be deployed, so he could even add in a little bit of healing support into this attack. Let's see if this Warden ability comes in, or if he's trying to be like Pato and swag the Warden. Well, I guess swag the Warden ability. Pato just swagged his whole Warden, but I think, why didn't he use his Warden? Like, everything's faded here. Here goes the King with the spiky ball and earthquake boots. He definitely could have protected some of those roots at least.
That's exactly what I meant. Better to use it early on, but I think he will still be fine. He has nothing to open the wall, unfortunately, so he probably... Yeah, but the King ability, the Warden ability now was too early, in my opinion. He popped the Queen and right away he pops the Warden. That is not the smartest choice, but as he can still freeze the Monolith, he will be good. Yeah, but he got it done in the end. That's what counts.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower trounce through this base, as this one does take almost a full game clock here, as we have just a few seconds remaining. But ultimately, a 3-star is a 3-star when you're behind here. That's all you really need to hope for, is to get those 3 stars on the board, and then somehow hope and cross your fingers that the opponent will make a mistake. I really thought he was going to go with the super minions. I guess maybe he didn't want to risk that sweeper pushing the super minions offline, which when you clone those super minions up, sometimes that sweeper will get a shot in there. But ultimately, he got the value he needed out of those super archers, and then he's able just to kind of have that slow work through the base. All the roots go in there. Could have maybe protected the roots with that warden ability, but ultimately it's a 3-star, so it doesn't matter. But Achilles will be up next for HTM Brazil, and they're going to look to continue their dominance in this matchup and throughout the tournament. I mean, they've only had 1 match so far, or 1 miss, excuse me, and it was a 99%. Somehow the troops just missed the sweeper on their way through the base yesterday.
Yeah, that can happen. That was really unlucky there. The Royal Champion going there, and a single Barbarian could have finished it off with the time remaining. But yeah, sometimes you don't have the luck on your side. But oh, talking about not having the luck on your side, Achilles is actually trying to use the Root Riders now as well. The ones that caused the fail, the 1-star for TTP Esports earlier on. But the difference is he only brought 1 overgrowth spell. However, this king runs into a lot of damage and a lot of traps very early on, so I don't know if he can get enough value with this hero push.
King's still going though. He's got Phoenix, so he'll be able to go a little bit further. Does pull out the poison tower, which that'll be clutch. That way it doesn't throw into those roots and slow them down. Does have another poison tower he'll have to deal with a little bit later. If he can keep this queen up through the middle here and get to the single and get to that multi-arch tower, that'd be great. But on the bottom side, he's got all the roots working through here. Uses the warden ability to protect them. Queen goes to ability on the left side. So much going on at one time here, and he does have that overgrowth for the town hall section here, Maxi. It's so much multitasking. There goes the overgrowth for Achilles. He's looking fine so far. He's just got to keep everything alive.
Yeah, it's great how he's keeping the queen alive, something that Warman was not able to do. He froze a single Inferno in his attack once, but it was too late. In this case, the spells were all timed perfectly from Achilles, and he's got a lot of troops still up, especially having the Rage and Freeze in the back, which is something I always emphasize how important it is to make sure that you do not run into the risk of a 1-star, but can still secure the Town Hall takedown. And in this case, he probably wouldn't have even needed it, because the execution and the plan were just too good. Achilles showing us how it's done. Great job. And the next 3-star for HTM Brazil, they're not showing any weakness.
And I kind of like this approach here with the overgrowth. 1 overgrowth, and it's like when it's later in the attack, most of the base is already going to be down, so you're not going to have to worry about the troops surviving. By the time that overgrowth wears off, they're naturally there in position to take down the town hall. So it's just more of a natural approach, whereas we saw earlier, that early overgrowth kind of forces those troops through the base a little bit awkwardly, and then you use that second overgrowth. It's just not ideal most of the time in the current hard mode meta. So Achilles showing us how to do it, but Javi will be up next, and we need to see another 3-star for TTP to keep whatever sliver of hope they have alive.
Yeah, and I mean, it is still early in the war. 2 attacks each so far, so 2 fails. Even if they 98, 99% 2-stars from HTM Brazil, they are not out of the possible. It's definitely something that could happen, so that's what they need to rely on now on TTP's side. Just have to keep going strong, and if they use the Root Riders, they definitely should learn the lesson from Achilles that it is crucial to keep your heroes alive as long as possible, so they get additional value. Because I think what's the difference now compared to when the Root Riders, before the Root Riders got their last nerf, is that they are not able to take out an entire base anymore. You need to have the support there to kind of make the path they have to take through the base a little bit more narrow, and that's the job for the heroes mostly. In this case, the King and Queen from Achilles, and this way he had all the Root Riders and Valkyries survive until almost the end of the attack. So from the quick analysis, that was the main difference between both of these Root Rider approaches.
Also, a really early warden ability there for Achilles helped keep those troops up. I think that was really clutch. But you're right, it's very important to keep those heroes working through there, even if you do send them off on their own, like we saw there. He did a great job managing them, using the spells when they needed it, and keeping them alive. But HTM Brazil are in the driver's seat in this matchup. Barring any catastrophic misses, they should have this one in their own grasps here, as we did have the 1-star for TTP, but Javi's going to come in next, and we do have the Electro Titan Smash. This was kind of the go-to attack for him yesterday, and it was very successful with it, only using 2 of the Titans, kind of what we saw World Champion Synchronic doing at the World Championships.
Yeah, but he's brought not just the healers on the Warden, but also 4 druids that he will use later on. Now the most important thing, the fireball worked out nicely. He did it early on to make sure the Warden doesn't run into any big damage, and now he can pull him over with the Queen and the Electro Titans. Yeah, there we go, already setting the funnel at the top side. And look at this baby dragon taking out the ricochet cannon. That is great value for a single baby dragon.
Yeah, it's really nice when you can get that ricochet cannon down. Those things can deal out so much damage in a hurry, not just to 1 target, but 2, as that ricochet will go to the 2nd target. But here we go with that main push through the middle of the base. Now he does have ice golems out of the clan castle, so it will slow him down here temporarily, and that Justice King is going to come over and deal some additional damage. Lots of Valkyries out of the clan castle. They are kind of spreading on the top side, but if they can get in there and get that eagle, that will be massive. I like the push through the middle of the space. You just got to keep everything going and keep everything alive. Still has a couple of druids for healing as well.
Oh yes, it's still looking good. A lot of healing power, definitely. And this spiky ball earthquake combination in the core of the base is always so satisfying there. Everything just torn apart within seconds. Royal Champion still going strong on the left side, still has her ability intact, and the Spirit Fox is still alive. So I don't think that Javi is in any doubt about this attack being a 3-star. Royal Champion chose a little bit of a weird path there, first damaging the ricochet cannon, then going back to take out the enemy Royal Champion, but the ability is still intact, and so is the Spirit Fox. So there's really no doubt about this going to be a 3-star for TTP Esports, and they are showing us how it's done, how they actually can perform if things go right in their attacks. So yeah, great job keeping the Spirit Fox and keeping the spirit of his team alive from Javi.
He's been very consistent with this Electro Titan attack. We see the 3-star here, had a 3-star yesterday, but also did have a 98%, I believe it was a time fail there. That's the one thing with this attack, is it can be a little bit slower, so you can't waste too much time with the Warden setup, and that's exactly what we saw here. You got that fireball in really early, got the Titans moving really quickly through the space, and we saw that be very successful. I mean, taking down that town hall, just really well executed and really well done here. And that's what we've seen from this TCP Esports team, is they can really hang in there with any clan, and they can really put up some really nice attacks. But when you're going up against HTM Brazil, it's a whole nother beast. The bases, the offense, that's just, they're such a well-rounded team. And Leo had their only miss of the tournament with that 99% yesterday. And like I said, it wasn't like it was an epic fail or anything. The troops just missed an air sweeper on their way through the base and weren't able to circle back in time. So a very unfortunate one. Luckily, it didn't cost them the match, and they did remain undefeated here in the upper bracket. But Leo will be up next, looking to continue their reign and push through here for a victory.
Yes, and now this is really a crucial attack, because after this, the hope will be very low for TTP Esports. But right now, they can still have the mindset when they're like, okay, if Leo fails now, they have 2 more attacks, and a single fail will cost them the war. So there will still be pressure, or again be pressure onto HTM Brazil. So this is really a crucial attack from both sides. I mean, the same for HTM Brazil. If Leo can now get an easy 3-star, that he will show, okay, we don't have any weakness, you know, we don't care about this little bit of pressure, that this is just the way to the finals, and we're already in the finals and have saved $10,000 if we win this match, and so on. It just shows them that they're cold as ice, nerves of steel, and that would be a nice message sent to TTP Esports. But now let's concentrate on Leo as he's coming in, with a giant arrow trick, Bash. Wow.
Yeah, giant arrow with a couple zaps and earthquakes in there. I think it was 3 lightnings in there with a couple earthquakes, able to just surge right on through the middle of that base, take out the mono, just really set up a nice path for this Queen to work in through the middle of this base. He does have 31 balloons here, so it's going to be a heavy assault through the skies on this base. But the Queen is looking to set things up, get a little bit of value here, and create the pathing that he needs. Does have that battle blimp, so we could see that sail all the way over to the town hall as well.
Yeah, true. That is probably what he is going to be planning for. Now a nice push with the king and queen. They're going to be working together now, which is why he opens 2 layers of wall. And once the king goes in there, he can use the earthquake boots and open the entire base almost, at least up until this multi-inferno tower. And that is incredible value from just, 2 heroes basically.
Yeah, look at this. This is what we've seen HTM Brazil doing. We do see the miners, the super miners on defense here. We saw that in the last matchup, actually countering the Warden Walk, but we're not seeing too many Warden Walks here from HTM Brazil, so they're not going to really worry too much about those super miners. They can deal out a lot of damage to a king and queen, though, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be the more crucial part of the attack. Battle Blimp is going to sail in, take that Town Hall down with a couple of Yetis in there, or is it just Sneakies? I don't see any. Wait, what happened to the blimp? Was the blimp empty?
I don't think it was. I think it was empty. Jesus, no way. And the super mine? No way.
What?
Yeah, well, this is not savable.
I'm speechless. The battle blimp appeared to be empty there, and now
we will see it in the end of attack screen.
Yeah, we'll see that, but now HTM Brazil are going to have a 1-star failure of their own, and the unthinkable happens. TTP Esports are actually going to pull into the lead with this miss. I am so confused what just happened there, Maxi. This
is why you don't give up. This is exactly the rather theoretical scenario that we kept on talking about. These things can happen just like disconnects, and they happened in one of the most important match in the TTP esports history. And yeah, I mean, you can just feel sorry actually, because this is very, very unfortunate for Leo. I mean, obviously it's a mistake, but yeah, I mean, you could just see that this was an overpowering 3-star attack.
Yeah, if the Town Hall is down, this base is crushed. Those bows are on ground. There weren't too many defenses left there, but I'm not sure if maybe the troops didn't come in from the clan castle, or maybe he just didn't realize that the troops weren't donated in time. But it did appear that clan castle was empty, so nothing was in there to take down the Town Hall. He freezed it, but whatever was supposed to be in there wasn't in there. And now HTM Brazil are on the verge of defeat. If you're a TTP, all you have to do is 3-star your last 2 attacks, and you can win this war and upset HTM Brazil.
Yeah, and I just tried to check it somewhere, but I didn't see it at the end of the text screen really, because the trooper was just too long. But yeah, it has to have been empty, because otherwise there was nothing that could have killed an entire CC. And usually in this case you bring a Yeti CC with super goblins. But yeah, the turns have tabled, Bash. Now TTP Esports are in the driver's seat, and now if they get all 3 stars, they can actually win this match. That was a weird fireball there, not too much value from Bunch, but maybe just enough. We'll have to wait and see. Queen and Warden, and there's a ricochet cannon doing a lot of damage, which is why he's using a nice invis spell. That was actually a good choice of spell there.
We saw Bunch go 1 for 2 yesterday, did have a really bad miss with an 85% 2-star. So Bunch is vulnerable to missing, however, did bounce back in the next war with a beautiful, convincing 3-star. So Bunch is definitely capable of putting up the 3-star his squad needs, and HTM Brazil are going to have to hope for a defense now. I mean, you said it, Maxi, the tables have turned. Either way, whoever does end up losing this is not eliminated and will go down to that lower bracket, but HTM Brazil was definitely looking very dominant to make the upper bracket run. Just an unfortunate mistake there with an empty clan castle. Bunch gonna go ahead and make his way into the Town Hall here with the king and queen. Everything's in there. He should be able to pop this king ability and open it all up, and hopefully have enough. Grass 2 freezes.
Nothing about this attack is going good.
Yeah,
honestly, we talked about it yesterday. These smashes into the core of the base where all the troops will be. Look, he has no troops left, and all the troops go into the Town Hall poison. That is just not a good attack, and I don't see this 3-starring at all. I didn't see this 3-star after he started the attack. Actually, this was not a great plan in my opinion, and didn't really have a lot of a lot of potential at all. And now we can already see it fading, and they are not using the chance that they were given by Faith.
Oh man, this is very unfortunate for Bunch. Definitely a really odd choice on this base and for the entry. Could have maybe went for a bigger fireball or maybe more value, set things up a little bit better. Maybe even like the Warden over here on the left side of the base, targeting more towards that CC, setting things up. I don't know, it's just tough. Like you talked about it, the smash attacks into the core of the base are just very, very tough. But it is going to be a defense for HTM, and HTM are going to be alive. But this is looking to be one of our lower scoring wars here in the upper bracket final. But this is full of surprises. I can't believe how this war is going.
It's a real roller coaster for both teams, but honestly, yeah, it feels like it is okay to turn out this way, because HTM Brazil, it felt a little bit like they were robbed. Such a nice attack from Leo, and then being punished just by, you know, like a slight human mistake that has nothing to do with the game itself. With a low percent 1-star is really a little bit too harsh, you know, for this slight mistake. But here we can see it once again. All the troops kind of funneled into the Town Hall Poison, into the damage in the core of the base. I'm very sorry to say that, but that was, in my opinion, not a great plan on the base. But I mean, who are we? We don't have the pressure of planning onto the HTM Brazil bases, right? They have some of the best base builders in the world, and sometimes maybe it's just, okay, I don't see a good plan, I probably just smash the base. I mean, we've been there, we've done that, and then of course these bases are just set up to defend an attack like that. So very unfortunate. Still not over, the war is still not over, but now things are looking good again for HTM Brazil.
Hey, don't cut yourself short there, Maxi. You're an ex-pro player. You know a good attack when you see one. You're able to break down those bases. I know you're not playing pro these days, but you don't lose that. You still have that ability and the talent. That's why we have you here with us casting these wars. That way we have that knowledge, because, well, I'm just an average Joe out here. Bernal is up next. We got a Lalo. Bernal has been so convincing with his Lalos throughout. Let's see if HTM Brazil can come back in this one and change their fortune. I mean, this war has been back and forth, a little bit of bad luck on all sides here, but Bernal can really help put this one away with a 3-star for his squad.
Yeah, the Queen Charge Lalo is what we love to see in general, but especially from Bernal, as he's just able to do great Queen Charges. But things can quickly go wrong in Queen Charge attacks. In this case, the Queen stepped a little bit weirdly, which means the Ground Expo will keep on dealing damage onto the Queen, and there are super miners once again, and that's a huge problem. He freezes them away from the Queen so that they don't explode too near to her, which was a great choice there. Had to invest more spells than intended though, and the Siege Barrack opened early, so I think he still has this under control, but it's not going as smoothly as some of HTM's attack have gone.
Yeah, these super miners in the clan castle are so disruptive, but look at that wall breaker there. A 3rd layer wall break is going to give the Queen access to the town hall, and as long as he supports her with the spells, he should be able to get this town hall down without too much issue. One more rage should do it. Here comes the Lalo from the bottom side and the top side, kind of a double-ended approach here for this Lalo. Once the Queen gets this town hall down, it should be a lot smoother sailing, although he does have the sweeper and 2 scatter shots remaining, which can really cause some issues for these balloons.
Yeah, and for the Queen at the moment, she's being targeted by both of the scatter shots while she's in the Town Hall Poison. Now the Warden will also target her, and that means that the Queen will probably not survive. But the Multi-Inferno at the top will.
Oh my.
He's got a Baby Dragon and the Warden. Both of these could still get this job done for him.
Warden's gonna
but
get the scatter.
He cannot target the multi directly, which is why he sends the Baby Dragon so in an angle that it can take out the Multi Inferno afterwards. He's still got the healers healing the barbarians.
He's fine. Whew, that was a close call, Maxi. Definitely not as smooth sailing. These miners in the clan castle are kind of giving these teams some problems. But ultimately, Bernal will get through with the 3-star here. A little bit of a close call, but the Warden hangs on and gets the job done. A sigh of relief as Bernal knows that one was by the skin of his teeth. Look at that. He knows that one could have definitely been a miss. Even if it was a miss, the percentage was high enough that I think they would have still been fine in this matchup. but you don't want to miss here. You definitely want to finish out with 3 stars and not risk it. The Expo locking onto the flinger allowed it not to get as much value. The Queen with those minors. There's just so much going on here that caused Bernal so many issues.
Yeah, it's crazy. They actually, I don't know if they would have had the percentage. The 1-star was 84% and the 2-star was 80%.
I guess it would have depended where that finished.
94%. 2-star would have been the perfect tie.
Yeah.
On percentage.
Yeah, so it would have been close.
It would have been close, yeah, indeed. But yeah, Warden MVP in this attack. But yeah, we could see it that there is still a chance. They are still alive. TTP are alive, and Doya's job is to keep them alive for a couple minutes more until Celinho is going to attack from HTM Brazil. We know how experienced, how well versed he is, but even the greatest can make mistakes at times. And here we have Doya coming in once more with the hybrid, Queen Charge hybrid, and that's what we love to see from him.
That's what he's been using, and it's been very, very unconventional at times, but at the same time, he has been doing really, really well with this attack. I believe he's 2 for 2 with 3 stars with the hybrid. I just remember the first one yesterday was so sketchy, made me so uncomfortable watching it, but ultimately a 3-star is a 3-star, and if this is your go-to attack and you know how to manipulate the base perfectly, it doesn't matter what I think of it. As long as you're getting a 3-star and keeping your team's hopes alive, that's the big thing here. As Doyer is sending his queen in. Let's see how deep she can get after she works through these ice golems.
Yeah, and definitely, absolutely, where is she going? I was wondering if you wanted her to go into this ground expo compartment. She would have done that, but then she stepped back to the ice golems. Now she's back in there. Okay, I hope he planned it that way.
I thought he wanted her to go in there. That's what it looked like, but let's see if he can get some wall breaks. He's going to need a double wall break here, but that monolith now raining down on the queen is going to be really, really difficult. He does give the queen access over here to the multi, but look at all the damage coming in. Has to use the invis, has to use the rage, protects her well, and it looks like he set him up for the hybrid to go in. And yeah, the hybrid is in now, and if this queen can actually walk along this bottom side and the hybrid goes through the middle, he could be fine here.
Yeah, but the queen, it's so unlucky. The healers are in the range of the multi. The queen is targeting, facing the king and the monolith at the same time. Yeah, he has to use the ability, which he just did. So actually, great job keeping the queen alive. And the invisibility spell was perfect, so the poison spell was not launched onto the queen. Once again, he is keeping the warden ability intact for so long, but there were traps around this town hall. Maybe it was designed against exactly that. The queen will die now, and things are not looking great for Doya.
Yeah, that's one thing when you go up against HTM Brazil. Their bases are just so strong and so difficult to get through. Look at this Tesla farm on the top along with that multi-arch tower. This one is definitely starting to fade as that queen is starting to work over there on the enemy, or on the royal champion. Royal champion actually survives and she has ability. There's still a lot of base for her to fight through.
Yeah, and all these skellies. I mean, he tried to lure them with the super wall breakers, but that didn't really help him that much because they go over to the royal champion after all. And this is a fail. And now that means that Celinho only has to get a 3-star with like a 2-star with decent percentage. Probably 75% 2-star would tie it up, so just getting a little more than that would seal the deal for HTM Brazil. And that is crazy because TTP Esports finishes at 11 stars and HTM Brazil is currently sitting at 9 or 10? 10, yeah, 10.
Any 2-star will win it for them. I mean, this is the difference in HTM Brazil's bases. They're just so difficult, and I think they're so good at understanding what their opponent is trying to do. They're so good at scouting their opponents out, and I think that's what sets them apart, is they bring the right bases to counter their opponents. And we've seen them have some really decisive or defensive victories here. I mean, yesterday when they fell behind Tompai, they had the right base to slow down the dragon attack. Today, they shut down 3 attacks of TTP, and it looks like with a 2-star from Celinho, I mean, it's even a 1-star, probably like mid-80s, should get them into our grand finals, which HTM Brazil, a formidable foe, and with them having 2 lives there, it's going to be so hard to take them down in the finals.
Oh yeah, it will be extremely hard. They have shown a weakness, but it was more like an unlucky weakness there. And if they are able to donate the Clan Castle troops in the final, that's going to, you know, bring them a lot tighter, a lot closer to the title. But yeah, for now, Selinho still has to do the attack, still has to stay connected with his phone, and still has to get the 2-star somehow.
It's going to be dragons ripping through the sky. It's going to be a strike right at this town hall. Selinho knows exactly what needs to be done. Get the town hall, get 50%, and it will be a victory. Not the prettiest victory for HTM Brazil. You know Selinho's still going for a 3-star, though. He's not going out for an easy 2-star. Even though he's going right through the town hall, this is a plan he is confident will still 3-star this base.
Yeah, I should hope so, but maybe he went for the safe 2-star attack. No, I mean, no, okay, he's freezing the town hall, meaning he wants to delay the warden ability and yeah, protect all of these troops, all the dragons, all the balloons through the town hall poison. He did that very nicely, and they actually fly out of the town hall poison very, very quickly. And look at this, the base is gutted, and he will still have the kings to clean it up. King and queen being deployed at the bottom side, royal champion coming in from the top with an early ability, taking out the air defense, and that is the biggest damage dealer to those dragons next to the monolith. So things are looking golden for Selinho.
More importantly, the 2nd star secured means this is a sure victory for HTM Brazil, but he is looking to fly through and get the 3-star. These dragons look convincing. This base is crushed. Selinho takes to the sky with the dragons and crushes Warman's base, and HTM Brazil will be our first grand finalist here in the Season 6 finals here today. Wow, what a performance from them. Really, I mean, this should have been a perfect war for them. If Leo has a clan castle, I think that base was crushed. Just really kind of a bad break for them, but luckily it doesn't cost them, and they're able to survive this onslaught attack from TTP and get the victory.
Yeah, you're right there. It was definitely so unlucky that they didn't get the perfect war, and that attack was really, really strong. It was kind of out of the box as well from Selinho. We don't really see those pure dragon assaults very often these days, but he just looked at the base and found its weakness. So the perfect base identification, and that is something that HTM Brazil have been very strong at, identifying weaknesses of bases and also designing their bases to kind of use the weaknesses of attack strategies that they expect to be used onto them, which is why they were able to hold back TTP Esports twice, or maybe even 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
That's actually crazy, a crazy good defense from them.
Yeah, I mean, they showed up in a big way. They're forcing the 1-star. I mean, at that point, I think we all thought the war was over, but the unfortunate mistake for Leo not having a clan castle, that's why you always double check, triple check. But these things can happen. I mean, sometimes you see like the battle blimp comes in, but the troops don't come in, and then you go in without it. I mean, it's happened to me before in attacks, so I can completely understand it. But luckily for HTM Brazil, it didn't cost them this war, as their defense was too strong. Holding TTP to 11 stars is really, really good. But TTP will now move down to our lower bracket. They are not eliminated. HTM does move on to our grand final, so we still have a lot of wars here to be played.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is the good news for TTP, that they are not out of the competition. And there we will see the current standing. And guys, by the way, there are no more matches happening in the background. All of the action will be delivered right to you, right to your devices through us here in this stream. And there we can see it, HTM Brazil now in the final match, and TTP Esports in the lower bracket, waiting for their opponent. And their opponent we're going to find in the next match between Tompai Empire and HTM Esports. And this is going to be live in a couple minutes after a very short break. This, guys, is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
from Next Gen. How are you doing today, man? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm fine. Thank you for letting me in.
We're gonna get to know you a little bit better here. We want to do a little bit of a player profile. So I wanted to talk about how you got started in mobile gaming. What was the actual first mobile game you ever played?
I think it's Heyday.
Heyday.
I started with Heyday in 3rd class, I think. 1 or 2 years later, I started with Clash of Clans, but I played like 1-2 weeks and quit it for a month. But then 3.5 years ago, I started to play every day because I was in hospital for a month, and then it was the perfect game for me to play on the iPad, and then it started to get a passion for me.
So we all know, we all love Clash of Clans, but I want to talk about how you got started as a pro. Like, what made you take that jump to becoming a pro player?
I started to stream like 2.5 years ago, and a few teams asked me, because there aren't any so many German casters, to cast their teams, and then it was like I quickly realized it will be a passion for me as well. And when I started to cast, I wasn't maxed. It was at the end of Town Hall 14. I casted the first Town Hall 14 matches, and then I had so much fun casting. I wanted to play as well, and then I started to build a team with beginners. Started with a clan team, and then I slided into the game or into the esports scene.
That's a really great story. Kind of content creation into becoming a pro. That's always really fun. We all know that becoming a pro player takes a ton of time. I mean, you're doing content creation on top of that. Does your family support you in your journey through Clash of Clans, whether it be content creation or a pro player? Do you have that support from your family and friends?
At the beginning, they were very skeptic, but then when they saw it works and got such a big hobby for me, they for sure they supported me.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all of it. It's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
What a matchup we just had there. HTM Brazil with an unfortunate mistake, but ultimately their defenses are too strong for TTP. Woody, welcome back. What a crazy matchup. Did you see that one?
Absolutely. HTM Brazil is a brick house. It's been this way for years. When they were playing under the Clash Champs banner, they were also known for incredibly difficult defenses to crack. They have once again shown that beyond a doubt, they are the base building experts of Clash of Clans right now. And with the lowest star scoreline of any war that we've seen so far, we have definitely room for improvement on offense for both of these teams. We'll see them both again. HTM Brazil definitely in the grand finals, but an opportunity still for TTP Esports to make a comeback, Bash.
Yeah, and for TTP Esports, you have to keep an eye on this matchup right here. HTM Esport against Tompai Empire. They will be playing the winner of this matchup. The loser of this matchup, however, will be eliminated from our tournament. They will go home with a nice little chunk of change, but you definitely want to make it further in the tournament if at all possible. This is the difference between 3rd and 4th place as we take a look at this Tompai squad. Diego, Rocio, Eltano, Rigo Torres, and Alwalin, a well-veteran roster. Some of the more known names in NA Clash of Clans and really just in Clash of Clans in general, especially when you talk about Rigo Torres and Alwalin, who've been playing pro for so long and on the big stage for so long as well.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary opportunity for them. The winner of this match will make it all the way into the bronze match. That'll be the lower bracket finals, where the last two teams will have to compete to try to make it back into the upper bracket and see if they can pull off a bracket reset to win the whole thing. It's going to be a long march to make that happen, though. In fact, it would require 4 wins from this point for either HTM Esports or Tompai Empire, winning this match, defeating TTP, and then beating HTM Brazil before a bracket reset defeat of HTM Brazil. A long march ahead of them, but not impossible. Don't count either of these two teams out. They love playing from behind in the lower bracket and have everything up against them. That's when they activate their superpowers and can really go on a tear, Bash.
Yeah,
perfect for a long time.
Yeah, but I mean, what we've seen today is we've saw all of our teams are vulnerable. We've seen mistakes, even if it's a silly mistake as like not having a CC or like just overgrowthing and going past the town hall. All of the teams have flaws, and it's going to be on the base builders to capitalize and put the right bases in front of those opponents so they can make those mistakes. It is a long road ahead, but ultimately we've seen teams make this run in the past, and it is such a rewarding feeling. It's really tough though when you get to that upper bracket or the grand final rather, excuse me, and you have to face HTM Brazil not only once, but you have to beat them twice in order to win the season 6 championship.
Tough march ahead, and HTM Esports with Tompai Empire right next to them want to prove that they can make it all the way back to the top. HTM, of course, knows that their sister clan, HTM Brazil, is at the top, and what an achievement it would be for this organization if they could close out the grand finals. But on the other side, Tompai Empire has got rostered players that have been competing in world championship events for years now. They have an extraordinary lineup, and it is going to be a difficult run for either of these two teams to claim an early lead, trying to push it all the way to the end. Looking at these two rosters, we see that there are players who have performed very well so far this weekend, scoring 3 stars across the board, and other players that, just like we saw in the previous wars, have missed before and have an opportunity to come back and prove that those 3 stars can be claimed by them. But the bases are surely going to be at their uppermost levels possible right now. They are not holding anything at all back and will give it their all on this next attack. If they are eliminated in one more loss, they will be kicked out and have no more chances to compete at the Town Hall 16 level. This is the last best chance that they have at earning a world's title, Bash.
I mean, and especially not only the world's title, but all of the prize money that goes with it. This is a hefty chunk of change moving forward. The more you move up, and if you can make it to that second first place matchup, it's the difference between thousands and thousands of dollars. I mean, we're talking the difference between first and second is $20,000 and $10,000. So it is a huge amount of money to win just a couple more matches. So there's a lot on the line aside from pride and championships. I think especially with the holiday season coming up, all of these players could definitely use some extra money. I mean, that's just icing on the cake when we think about it, but it's a long road ahead, like you said, Woody. There's a lot of matchups from this point out. 4 more wins will be needed for either of these squads, but ultimately someone does have to lose, and we're going to decide our winner and our loser very soon. Can HTM move forward and maybe have a potential slot at meeting their sister clan in the grand finals, or will Tompai Empire shut them down here in this matchup? We're going to find out really soon as the bases are being finalized, the preps are being made, the attacks are being planned. We're going to be in very soon, Woody.
Yes, we will. With Hammer Jam active right now, players all around the world are competing for all the resources they can grab up to get their bases maxed out and ready for the next Town Hall coming out shortly. But a big prize here at the Snapdragon Pro Series would make a very special clash miss for any of these teams looking to get a head start on Town Hall 17 and find some extra presents under the tree thanks to a beautiful prize pool that is provided here by the Snapdragon Elite Gaming team. We're looking forward to this next match, which should be starting shortly. For everyone out there, we do want to keep in mind that because these teams have competed already earlier today, they're coming from the lower bracket and they're trying to stab their way up to the top. We do have to give them a little bit of a chance to rest, recollect, and get those bases built up. But I can confirm that the wars are starting shortly. We know that HTM and Tompai Empire have already had their wars spun up. They already have the bases built up and ready to go. We're just waiting for that first attack to start shortly, and it should just be within less than a minute, according to this clock I've got.
Yeah, I'm looking at our timer here, and they should be within their attack window. It is that 37 mark with plus or minus 30 seconds. So we are hitting that 37-minute mark right now. So we should see the attack coming in any second now for these squads, as we are doing our best to delay and stall and wait for the attack. But we're all excited and ready for anticipation. Here we go, Woody. ImtrinoX, the dapper man himself, with the Root Riders coming in against Albolin's base. ImtrinoX has just been on a tear with these Root Riders and not wasting any time. Everything is in pretty much.
Yeah, dumping everything without delay ensures that all of the troops are going to be benefiting as much as possible from every spell, every ability. It just means that he won't have quite as much flexibility on the back end of this attack to add any other spells where he may need them. So if everything goes according to plan, this could be a smashing 3-star success. But if there's any hiccups along the way, ImtrinoX will need to be very careful about how he spends his last few remaining hero abilities and spells to ensure that he can make it all the way through this base. The Overgrowth is interestingly going to go back on the far side, attacking that enemy monolith, while the Root Riders are going to be pathing directly through that Giga Poison. A lot of damage taken away at them, and as the traps are going off, we see sprung away several of those druids. Still a very impressive army at a high hit point total. ImtrinoX is looking confident to clean this one out for a 3-star finish, Bash.
I thought he might overgrowth the Town Hall, but actually elected to go with the Scatter Shot, Ricochet Cannon, and the Monolith, and I think that was actually the better call. The Roots went right through that Town Hall, and it's going to be a convincing 3-star, and HTM Esports are on the board first, and look at the time on that one, just over 80 seconds. Imtrinox has been on fire with these Root Riders, one of the most consistent attackers throughout our entire tournament this weekend, putting up 3-star after 3-star for HTM. And when you can just rely on your lead off attacker to go out there and get a 3-star, that is so much appreciated by your teammates. I don't think people understand how much value that brings to a team.
And as we've mentioned before and heard from Maxi, Imtrinox, known as one of the fashion mavens of our Clash of Clans scene, has got a lot of style points. Cleaning up a 3-star. Make sure to give him a look over on social media and show some appreciation for the players who have been competing so hard for the weeks leading up to our Grand Finals Cup today. It's 3 stars so far earned by HTM Esports, but their opponents are not going to let that go without a fight. Next up, Tompai Empire will be sending in Diego to seek a 3-star of their own and take this beginning war on down to the end of the 5th attack. It's been a tough run so far for some of the teams today, Bash, where some of the opening attacks have already seen 2 stars missing. What do you think we can expect from Tompai Empire? Is it going to be another 3-star run, or is the offense going to be something that they can't rely quite on as much?
Realistically, I think they have to come out with their best 3-star plan here. I mean, you really want to bring out a strong attacker. You don't want to miss early, because when you miss early, it can be so demotivating and demoralizing for your team to continue the war. I mean, it almost feels like you're defeated right out the gate. Although in that last matchup, we saw anything can happen. Literally anything can happen, and your team can be alive. So even if you do have that failure, you still have to continue to fight. I would look for Diego to come out with a very strong attack. I'd have to look at my notes and see what Diego's been using, but I think he's very capable, and I think really everyone on this Tompai Empire squad can put up a 3-star at any given time.
Well, let's see if Diego's got it in him. He was able to score a 3-star with rapid fast time. In fact, the quickest attack of any player on this lineup. He's got great base identification and knows how to tear these bases down without any hesitation. Expect to see a follow-up just like that last attack of a really quick hit tearing this base apart. I think that's how Diego's style is going to show up for this first hit by Tompai Empire, keeping us at a 3-3 scoreline. Everything goes according to plan. You know, looking at the Tompai lineup, I think that they definitely have a solid start and a good solid closing finish. So let's see if Diego is able to live up to that standard. He actually is going to be going a little bit slower this time around, looking to bring in those super witches. He sees HTM Esports bringing 1 minute and 22 attack and is going to be dialing the speed back a little bit, maybe hoping that the defenses can hold at some point for Tompai. But with a few snipes on the right side corner there, the Grand Warden will get this thing started off, supporting him with those healers. And with an invis going out, it's going to be a giant fireball early on, shattering the inside of this base, Bash.
Yeah, I really don't mind this approach. You don't have to keep pace. I think sometimes when you try to keep pace and try to go quick, that's when you're more susceptible to making a mistake. So I don't mind slowing this down with the Super Witches. That fireball was really, really nicely done right there. Set up really good pathing so the Super Witches can go right through the middle of the base. And look at this jump spell, spans that gap perfectly. Now he does need to kind of cut off this Wizard Tower and Cannon at the bottom so that the Witches are going to continue through the middle, and that's the Queen's job. She's going to join the party now and just get those last few defenses out so that those Witches will continue moving right through the middle of the base, as we do have that barracks coming on the top side with the P.E.K.K.A.s getting wall broken in there as well.
Wow. Beautiful freeze there, shuts down the single target Inferno, while one of those Ice Golem pops and shuts down a lot of defenses on the inside of that base. The Bomb Tower and Scatter Shot are all disabled. Multi-target and Archer Tower and that Town Hall are going to activate now, with CC troops coming on out to try to do a little bit of slowing action of their own. Ice Golems on defense are going to engage the enemy troops, and those offensive troops are now going to be soaking shots from the Monolith. Skeleton Spell goes down to try to distract it a little bit, and it looks like it will be able to entice a few shots out of that Monolith onto those Skellies. P.E.K.K.A.s from the Siege Barracks are getting awfully low though, and Diego's going to have to rely instead on the big boys to soak any more remaining shots and keep those Super Witches safe on the backside, Bash.
Yeah, keep an eye on the Super Witch on the bottom. She's starting to fade. That Ricochet Cannon's locked on, but the Queen is going to come over. She's going to fire some shots. Nice and Viz here to keep all those troops alive, and this should be a convincing 3-star for Diego. Tompai Empire with the response that they needed, and we are all squared away. 3 stars apiece for both of these squads. A little bit quicker for HTM, but ultimately we still have 8 attacks remaining and a lot of war to be played, so time shouldn't really matter yet. HTM does have that slight advantage, and just in case you are unaware, it does go stars and then percentage, and then if those are both tied somehow, we do go to the time. Like we've mentioned though, we have not had to go to the time yet throughout this tournament, so it's a very rare occurrence here in the current hard mode. HP of the heroes 5% less, they deal 5% less damage, and then those defenses dealing 5% more. We'll see a lot more mistakes. It's not a ton of mistakes, but we are more susceptible to seeing that like 14-star war. I mean, I guess you said it. We only had 3 perfect wars all of yesterday, and it seems like a very low hit rate compared to what we've seen earlier in the season. So even if you do make that one mistake and have a 2-star failure, you're still alive in any of these matchups.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how the metagame shapes up for these players. It seems like early on in the year, defenses are a little bit tricky to figure out, but after a few months, the offensive meta really comes into bear. During the spring and summer months, offense is #1 and is just dominating bases. The metagame was just basically a race to see who could get these bases destroyed as quickly as possible. But with the introduction of hard mode, the defensive side of the game has come back into the fore and been a big thorn for these attacking players. Every perfect war so far has resulted in a win for that team because there's been no perfect v perfect result thus far. And so expecting a defense, Tompai Empire will slow their attacks down a little bit and give some more breathing room to ensure that they can try to get all 15 stars of their own. Going back to Mohamed Marawi, he was a player who scored 97% 2 stars in his attack against Head Start Gaming. He's hoping that he can improve upon that and keep HTM on the path to victory with a triple here, attacking very fast in this right side corner with an Archer Queen to stab down that enemy RC, soaking a few black bombs early on just to give a little bit more safety for the follow-up next, which is just going to be a ground-based assault. Valkyries and Root Riders coming in clutch as they make their march through the middle of this base without having to worry at all about walls, Bash.
Just a little bit of funneling on both sides here. We do have rocket balloons coming down the Clan Castle. Uses that Warden's ability to protect the roots, as those rocket balloons can drop so much damage on top of them. But he did a great job with the siege barracks down there at the bottom side with the Royal Champion to get that all funneled up. The Queen on the top side, and now all he's got to do is work through and get towards that Town Hall. He did use the overgrowth, but something to keep an eye on, Woody. There is an invisibility spell tower inside with that Town Hall and the monolith. So if there's not a lot of troops there, this could be really dangerous. He's going to have to save at least one freeze, maybe even that rage. That's something to keep an eye on as this overgrowth's going to wear off a little bit later.
Risky deploy for Mohamed Marawi, who also will have to take out that monolith before he can get his way into that invisibility. It looks like he has saved both free spells to be able to deal with that if necessary, but the Archer Queen gets a perfect lock. Wow, invisibility actually triggers after all, and that's going to require a free spell to come out from Mohamed Marawi to shut down the Town Hall. The Archer Queen and Grand Warden are focused on other targets, but it still looks like it's going to be clearly a 3-star finish here for him now. At 1 star and 99%, he engages the Town Hall and tears it down at the very last moment. This will not be the mistake he had feared would happen again. And indeed, a 3-star for Mohamed Marawi of HTM Esports brings their total up to 6. Putting even more pressure onto Tompai Empire, Bash.
It's always a scary moment when that Invis tower goes off and you just kind of have to hope that your queen stays alive and gets through there. She did get taken down to about a 1/3 health, but ultimately had enough firepower in the tank to take that Town Hall down. Remember, when there's a spell on that spell tower, even if it's destroyed, it's going to deploy that spell. That's why we saw the Invis go off there. It was never deployed, so it was always on there. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. Mohamed gets through there with the 3-star, and Rocio is going to be up next, and she's going to have to get a 3-star. These two teams are going fast and furious, putting up 3-star after 3-star. We are 3 attacks in, and all 3 of the attacks have looked very clean and very convincing 3-stars.
Love seeing how it's progressed so far, but this next attack may be telling. Rocio struggled to find 3-stars of her own in attacks yesterday, and that's what sent Tompai Empire down to the lower bracket. It's another opportunity, just like Zahid had in our previous war, to be able to find a player who has stumbled in the past, find a 3-star opportunity to rally the troops and give even more confidence to Tompai Empire that they can keep these 3-stars coming, and with a defense later on, pull off a star-based win. That is Rocio's job right now, to find a triple any way possible. Don't really worry too much about time, as Tompai Empire is already behind on that count, but they can hope and rely on an HTM miss if their base building has gone according to plan. They should expect to be able to try to hold them at bay at some point. And so Rocio's pressure now is just all about finding those triples with a 3-minute gap, deciding the fate of this team, Bash.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, and we definitely expect a defense at some point. Rocio would love to get the 3-star, get on the board here, as she's kind of struggled this weekend, but there's a reason she's on this team. She's a very capable attacker, maybe just struggling this weekend, maybe the nerves getting to her, but that's no big deal. Now is the moment. Now you can get a 3-star and make up for all of those past mistakes. She's going to go in with a Super Witch Electro Titan combination here. I kind of like this. We saw Rocio going with dragons previously, and now going down to the ground with the Super Witch and Electro Titans. I think this is a little bit of a safer strategy. It's a tougher strategy on this style base, but if she can set up this Warden Walk and set up the pathing nicely, should be rewarded with a nice attack here.
And this is another attack style that can really leverage the skill and experience of teammates who are able to call out any difficulties that they see emerging as this attack forms up. With only 2 invisibilities, this was a clever and good aim with that giant fireball to take out the eagle early on and allow this Grand Warden to pivot to the outer edge. Archer Queen finds another easy shot out that air defense and will keep those healers safe. Now, unfortunately, Rocio's Ice Golem is going to wander to the opposite side of the map and not provide any cover for the big boys and super witches that are now being deployed, but with Electro Titans out in front to block additional shots, this is still a very heavy murder ball about to hop into the core. Jump spell ready to deploy, and surely with a crack of the super wall breakers into that right side, Rocio has got a good aim at this base, Bash.
These ice globes will slow things down a little bit, and that's always going to be the tough part, especially with that poison tower deploying. That Electro Titan up top is also taking a lot of damage. The King with the Earthquake boots and the spiky ball, he's going to get taken out there and go to the Phoenix with the Monolith dealing out lots of damage. But these ice golems are slowing this whole attack up right now. Just gotta power through this base right now.
That's a lot of splash damage too from the multi-target Infernos burning those troops up the whole time. They have taken an absolute beating in the core, and it really just seems now it's down to the core troops with the heroes to try to top them back off. I don't see any Electro Titans. I don't see any big boys out in front of these Super Witches. This is a really big, high-pressure moment for Rocio to power through, take down that scatter shot, and try to remove any more big threats on the final end of this base. You see the pop of the ability there for the Royal Champion, and some hogs are coming on out, but they are torn apart. Giant bombs going off in this Queen's face, and the healers have not been able to pivot back onto her. She does take out the enemy RC, but the healers keeping that big boy and Super Witch topped off instead of helping out this Archer Queen could be a problem later on in this raid. The last corner of the base is on defense now, with a Ricochet Cannon taking down the RC and really just a Super Witch to try to finish off what's left.
Super Witch will spawn. Oh wait, no, the big boy's up top. Never mind. I thought she was going to spawn a new big boy. That big boy's going to be up there. She needs that the big boy. She needs the big boy to go down there. Easy for me to say here.
No, no.
The Witch is going to go down, and it's going to be a failure for Rocio. Oh no, running out of time. That big boy going up top really caused some issues. Like when he went up there, it really lost the tanking for the Super Witch. Even though if the big boy was down there, that Ricochet Cannon is going to bounce off and probably hit the Super Witch anyways. The Queen just didn't get the healing support. Even the clone Queens in there didn't get the support they needed, and it's an 85% failure. Oh, Rocio, that was looking so good, had some potential, but getting into the Town Hall area maybe would have been better to try for a deeper fireball to get that Clan Castle out, as ultimately those Ice Golems gave this attack so much problem.
You need to be able to rely on those tanks out in front to protect the Super Witches and protect your heroes. They are the main damage dealing component of this raid. So when an Ice Golem just dips out and decides to go attack the opposite side of the base, when the big boys are stuck on walls, it's an unfortunate end for an attack like that to have so much oomph, so much firepower, so much back end attacking strength, but just no tanks out in front to protect them. Really difficult end there for Rocio to find yet another 2-star this week, but an opportunity now for the base building supremacy of HTM to now turn that into an advantage with an attack by Schneider. If he can keep that percentage high and show us at least better than an 85%, it'll be a confident lead now for HTM Esports.
Schneider coming in with the rocket balloon attack strategy. Angry Jelly there on the Warden so that the Warden will target those defenses and set up the pathing, set up the fireball really nicely here. Distracted, I think there's some skeletons right in there. Yeah, distracted on the skeletons, but now that Warden will go back and target some more defenses, but the Jelly is now worn off, so the Warden will target all buildings, and the Angry Jelly does go down. Actually, I don't even know if he had Fireball on this Warden. I didn't see the equipment at the beginning. I just kind of assumed, but ultimately he could maybe even go with a long walk, but with the 3 Invis and the 2 Earthquakes, I am leaning into this should be a Fireball coming in for this Grand Warden soon.
Yep. Rages him up as well, and we'll be able to snipe a few more buildings along the outside edge. That's just all the fewer buildings he'll have to worry about dropping the Invis on. Rocket Loons pair so well with this giant fireball as well because it allows him to take even more buildings along the outer edge, and with Earthquake, that Town Hall is toast. Schneider finds the first star and will avoid any potential disastrous 1-star result here. HTM will drop the remaining troops along the top side there with King and Queen ready to deal some more damage to that upper corner. Schneider finds that scatter shot and a single target Inferno to be the main threats he's got to deal with on the inside of those compartments, and they're difficult to reach. Eagle Artillery activated now is going to start hammering away at those heroes, and Schneider really has to rely on this sneaky Grand Warden making his way all the way toward the core. taking out that Eagle and denying the big defenses that still Tompai Empire's Eltano is hoping to hold on to here, Bash.
Great Earthquake boots and spiky ball for the King to open things up, but that single is still out of reach. Does use the invis here on the Queen, does have Queen ability. That wall breaker gives him access to the single. Once the Queen gets through the storage, he'll be able to get in and get that single. 43 seconds. Here come all these Clan Castle archers. This will hold things up. 5 more rocket balloons to be deployed, but he's got some rages. He's got to get cooking through here. There's still a decent amount of base. World champions on the bottom, but will he have enough cleanup? That's the main thing.
He's the Queen. He's got a single locked onto her.
She's
okay.
all right. She's
Pops
okay,
the ability to keep them safe, but Schneider is running out of time, Bash. Only 20 seconds left, and he's got to get these rocket loons all over the base. Royal Champion makes her way against the Archer Queen, takes her out. He's doing a great job collapsing on still what remains. He's got plenty of firepower, but is there enough time to do it? 8 seconds left as an elixir storage might be the last remaining structure on this base. 3 seconds left, takes it down. The Archer Queen for the final second is a defense for Tompai Empire at the 2-star 99% mark. Schneider misses his final star.
That Queen pedestal right there was the last remaining building, and man, it does not have many HP. Anything could have went over there and tapped it, but the minions were distracted there on the elixir collector. The rocket loons don't get there in time, and it is a defense for Tompai. However, it is a very high percentage defense, and Tompai with their miss, they were at 85%, so they are still trailing by 14% in this matchup. They're going to look to hope to get another defense. Almalin will be the next attacker, and from this point on, Tompai has to get 3 stars and hope that they can force HTM into one more mistake.
Yeah, needing another defense against a difficult foe like HTM is so difficult. They already gate a great shot on that last base building effort to deny the triple, but having to rely on that to happen again is just so difficult. Still, Almalin is going to give it his all with this La Lune attack. He's going in old school style, should be able to snipe down this Eagle artillery, which is relatively unprotected on the far outer edge of the base. But it seems like maybe Zahid and the base builders over at HTM are hoping that if too much is committed to the bottom corner, that the top and far edges will be too difficult to take out. This is going to be a double lava loon attack, and so expect to see 1 lava loon used for each of those 2 remaining air defenses on that 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock spot on the base. He's hoping that the King can finish out the last one in the bottom left, and with the ability popped now, it shouldn't be any trouble for him at all, Bash.
He's doing a great job here, but I think this was the intended approach here for Zahid's base. I think they wanted him to go in from the bottom side. That's why that Eagle was so exposed. But on the top side of this base, there is still a lot in there. If he can get this Town Hall down, Royal Champion now throwing those rocket spears, that would be massive. Clan Castle troops are out. This is going to be a pivotal moment. Can she get it? Rocket Spear takes down the Town Hall. Queen now over, gets the Ricochet cannon out, and this Lalo's
nice.
A very smooth sail through here. Ice Golem's pulled out, but that shouldn't be a big issue as there's not too many air targeting defenses. The one big thing to keep your eye on here, A, the Warden went with the smaller pack of balloons there, but B, the scatter shot and multi-archer tower on the backside are going to be very difficult, but he's going to use the Stone Slammer to help deal with those.
This is a little bit scary now, Bash, as he's lost all of his heroes. However, he just has so much still left in the skies and no real defenses to worry about besides that scatter shot, which is going down right now. It looks like this was a beautiful aerial preparation done by that Sui hero attempt earlier on. It seemed like maybe he wanted to try to keep that Archer Queen or at least the Royal Champion alive a little bit longer. He still had some healers to try to keep them up, but ultimately denying any defensive coverage for these balloons was all that Almalin needed to do, and the 3-star is all but guaranteed for Tompai Empire, who will remain ahead now, scoring another triple. No, excuse me, Tompai Empire behind, but ahead in this attack at least. Finding 3 more stars keeps them competitive despite the 14% deficit that Tompai have now against HTM Esports.
A great play there with the Stone Slammer there onto the multi-archer tower, and the scatter shot was able to help just provide that last little bit of tanking that the balloons needed as the lava hounds kind of faded out there. It was just a really well executed attack. Even though that may have been the entry that HTM were hoping for, they were not hoping for that overpowering of a Lalo attack. That Royal Champion coming in and finishing off the Town Hall and the Ricochet cannons was just so massive, and he got all the value he needed from the heroes and ultimately is rewarded with that 3-star. But Tompai are still behind, and they still do need one more defense for HTM. So it's going to be a tough one, but if they can get any 2-star, they will pull ahead in this war.
That's right. It's a tough mid-war now for Tompai Empire, seeing now that there is just only 2 attacks left from either team. But man, if last war was any indication, these bases might just still hold against all 4 remaining attacks. They have held their best bases until the very end, and when you're in the lower bracket, you have got no lives left to try to save something sneaky for the next war. You've got to put it all on the line right now because one of these teams will be eliminated. Now, Zahid, just like Rocio, had a lot of trouble yesterday, was finding so much difficulty powering through and staying above water, but today, earlier, we saw a 3-star from him. Is he going to be able to follow that up and keep HTM Esports in the lead, or will this be another potential weak spot where Tompai Empire could reverse and gain advantage?
Early fireball here for Zahid, setting up the Super Witch is a great warden walk. Really just trying to create a little bit of padding, a little bit of funneling here for the warden, and then we'll see maybe the Royal Champion or something come in to help deal with that Town Hall a little bit later. We'll have to keep an eye on what he does decide to do with the Town Hall. King and Queen are in on the bottom side, but the Expo locks right onto that Queen. That could be an issue. She's losing health rapidly here. He's got to maybe commit a freeze. The Queen cannot go to ability here. I feel like that's a little bit too early. Yeah, she'll spawn some healers and extra queens, but I think saving that until a little bit later in the attack would have been more valuable. We'll ultimately see how that plays out. Though Super Witches are working through the middle now with the King. He does have a great setup, but remember, Queen did already burn her ability.
Yeah, he is taking his precious sweet time as he makes his way into the core of the space, but really the only things that are taking shots so far are the tanks, fortunately. Now there is a single target lock on the Unicorn in the back that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for these heroes to wrap around for the final edge of the hit without that little bit of healing gone. Barbarian King out in front has popped his ability and is going to do everything he can against this enemy Royal Champion. Last freeze goes down, and there's no more spells to commit to this raid, but no more walls to defend against them either. The Super Witches get the lock on the Town Hall, and the 2nd star is secured. Only a Monolith and Ricochet Cannon are the last big defensive staff to worry about, with a multi-archer tower going to be easily targeted shortly after that, with the Royal Champion and Archer Queen still looking very, very healthy. RC hasn't even popped her ability yet, and Zahid has found another 3-star today. HTM Esports are marching ahead victoriously, only needing one more triple to claim their win.
The Earthquake Boots did a great job opening up that base, and then pairing the Royal Champion with the Queen was actually a brilliant play. Queen going to ability early didn't cost him at all. She was able to stay at full health. I think bringing the Royal Champion in with that barracks was a very great decision. So I guess that was part of the plan the whole time, was to allow that Queen to go to ability and spawn those healers, provide the support on the outside of that base. It was a little bit risky, but ultimately the Royal Champions are able to help out just enough. The King with that Spiky Ball Earthquake Boot combination in the middle of the base was so clutch. Like, look how open the middle of that base is. The Super Witches had access to everything they needed. And now HTM Esports are in the commanding position to win this war. They just need a couple more 3-stars, but Rigo Torres will be our next attacker. It has to be a 3-star for Rigo. They have no more room for error. Tompai are trailing in this elimination matchup against HTM Esports.
Right, you are, Bash, and we are going to see a major attack coming up next from Rigo Torres. This is one of the strongest attackers, not just on this lineup, but in the entire league. He is really difficult to stop and is a superbly experienced player as well. He's seen every sort of base. He has experience with every sort of attacking style. There's not really anything that you can confidently throw at him and feel like he won't get the 3-star, but mistakes do happen, and this is not a perfect squad. They've already missed once, and Rigo Torres has got to be feeling the pressure on him now to try to keep this team's hopes alive. They need 2 triples, and with just one already going to be a little bit more difficult to put up next. Rigo Torres knows that as the end of this war is coming close, a lot rides on his next performance, Bash.
Yeah, this is definitely a big attack in this matchup here. Rigo could definitely help his team out here in the 4th spot, but really, I guess it's just one more 3-star for HTM and they will get the victory. Rigo can put up a 3-star and just cross his fingers and hope that mistake comes, but ultimately it is going to be tough to get that last defense with only 1 attack remaining for your opponents. Rigo Torres is coming in now with a Warden Walk into the rocket balloons. This is a favorite of a lot of these pro players, setting up the fireball early here. Ooh, okay, there we go. Fireball comes in, takes out that poison tower, takes out the scatter. Great value from the fireball. Now that Warden can also just walk and take out all these defenses on the exterior without much resistance.
We've got a little bit more context to provide you also from the match that Tompai Empire fought against Navi earlier today. In fact, Rocio scored the 3-star, and it was Rigo Torres who had the miss. A 2-star 97% was the only miss on that lineup, and so he's actually hoping to make a comeback happen today. Even though we didn't get a chance to see that attack, this is still going to be a very crucial moment for Rigo Torres to prove his worth, to show that the old guard still is standing tall. Tompai Empire finding a bit of difficulty against HTM Esports in the mid-war, and not any opportunity yet to turn this thing back around. Rigo Torres needs a triple right now, and setting up for these rocket loons. He's done a lot of work already against this base, getting that giant fireball to obliterate the right corner, but it's so spread out, and that's a difficulty for rocket loons. They can take out the outer edges, but making it all the way to the town hall will require a carefully positioned royal champion making her way directly to beeline to the inside of this base, Bash.
He does have a battle blimp selected right now, so he could elect to send that battle blimp for the town hall. He does have those sweepers kind of pointed away. Queen's gonna come in and help deal with these clan castle troops, using a skeleton there also to distract. Does have a Yeti in there for a little bit of extra support. Those Yeti mites will pop over, take out that air defense, which could set up for this battle blimp to come in and go through the middle. Doing a great job just letting this Warden walk and do his thing down there at the bottom. But one thing to keep an eye on is time. Only a minute and 10 seconds remain. Here comes that battle blimp for the town hall. This is a big moment. The town hall has to fall. It's under fire, Woody. Oh, is the battle blimp gonna get there? He freezes. Tornado trap. Yetis are under fire. Oh, the town hall's almost down. Just needs a couple Yeti mites. There we go. That was a close call, but ultimately the Yeti mites do get the town hall down. He's got 45 seconds remaining, but a lot of base. Here comes the world champion to provide more support.
Barb King up top, picked back up by the Phoenix, but he can't get through this wall, and the Archer Queen's gonna have a little bit more difficulty making her way toward the inside where that scatter shot is still standing. Battle Builder doing everything he can to repair that thing up, and the Air Sweeper pushes the Phoenix off. It's gonna be firing away on a few more different defenders, but that looks like all there is left to this base. With the scatter shot being targeted by everything now, the bombs just cannot be stopped, and the Royal Champion marching victoriously to the left side corner finds the last building taken out. Rigo Torres finds his 3-star and will keep Tompai Empire in contention.
It was a very well executed attack here. Great patience throughout. He did a great job just letting this Warden go. Once he had the Warden protected, he was supported it with a couple of headhunters and allowed the Warden to do its job. Great freezes here in the core to allow these Yetis to take down the town hall, never panicking, and that's what sets Rigo apart. He's so cool, calm, and collective when it matters most and gets a 3-star, but ultimately, they need one more defense, and Paul will be our final attacker for HTM. If he can secure any 3-star here, he will get the victory for his squad.
The last line of offense is once again left to the clutch king Paul. Just like Muad'Dib, he waits in the sand, ready to strike at the heart of the enemy base, and a 3-star here and now will be decisive. Let's check out what army he's brought, what base stands against him, and what 3 minutes will separate potential defeat from the possibility of an overwhelming victory. It's going to be an early overgrowth on the right side. with 2 invisibilities to target the interior. I have not seen an overgrowth used to help a giant fireball lock like that before, Bash.
Yeah, it's a little bit more unconventional, but not only will it shut down those defenses, but it'll also create the pathing. It's essentially the same as using 2 invises, but he also has the benefit of not having to deal with those defenses now, so he can push everything to the left side of this base. So yeah, it's not a very conventional approach, but when it's done right, and we see it done pretty well right here, it can be very, very effective. Jump spell is in to create the pathing for the super witches. He wants to keep this queen on the outside, so as long as these super witches can surge forward, he should be able to do that. Raid tower goes down, but there's not a lot of defenses there for it to affect, so that'll actually be a benefit to him as Paul is making his way through Rigo's base, and he's got to make his way all the way over to the town hall. Let's see if the royal champion comes in to support the queen, or if she'll go more on the right side for those remaining defenses.
Super Witches are well protected by the big boys out in front, hopping over walls and cracking through them with the Earthquake boots. The King out in front is going to take his last shot as he goes down and is picked up for a little bit longer thanks to the Phoenix, making their way up toward the Town Hall. It's a Tesla farm going to be popping out and trying to distract and keep all of these defenses firing away, but there's just not enough splash damage to handle the overwhelming force of these Super Witches. They get the lock into the Town Hall, and with super minion support, the Long Bomb has scored the 2nd star. Paul, on his way to the triple, has a few more hitches in his way. Ricochet Cannon Tez take out one of those Super Witches, and the outer edge of the base is now going down. Royal Champion for the cleanup along the outer edge gets her Hog Riders to help on out, and this is looking like a triple.
HTM Esports get the victory with this 3-star from Paul. A very well executed attack. You shouted it out, Woody. A very unconventional opening with the overgrowth with 2 invises, but man, was that so effective for him. It created the pathing he needed, set up that fireball nicely. Check this out. It shuts down that multi-archer tower and the expo so that the warden's actually not under too much fire, and then also creates the pathing so he can get that beautiful fireball in there. And that was just the start of it all as he surges everything right through the middle, and HTM Esports secure the victory with a very beautiful 14-star performance. Tompai will look to put up 14 stars of their own, but they cannot catch up on percent.
He nabbed 2 Inferno towers, got a Rage tower down, did so much excellent funneling work, and that is the most important thing for those Super Witches. The earlier Super Witch attack that we saw from Tompai Empire that failed was because the tanks just kind of wandered all around trying to deal with whatever structure was closest without staying focused and protecting the Super Witches out in front. That was the reason why we saw a 3-star in that last hit, and that is why HTM Esports will now continue along in this lower bracket, victorious over Tompai Empire and securing at worst a 3rd place finish. Tompai will be your 4th place contender in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, but not until after El Tano gets one last chance to show what he's got, flex his muscles in the arena, and give us another 3-star showing as Tompai will be walking out of this match. But Bash.
Yeah, they will be eliminated, but they should be very proud of themselves. They put up some really strong performances and took out some of the best teams in the world. I mean, they eliminated Navi coming into today, and that is a feat in itself. But at the same time, HTM Esports, they have to prepare for their next match. I'm sure they're already getting ready for TTP Esports, as we saw a little bit of flaws from TTP. So if they could take away anything against that matchup against HTM Brazil, maybe they could gain that advantage against TTP. That should be a really good matchup, which will be coming up next. But first, El Tano will come in with a Lalo attack. Taking a look at the spell composition, it looks like a pretty standard Lalo here. Maybe just a strong hero dive to set this one up as he looks to surge through the bottom of this base. Baby Dragon setting up some funneling, some pathing there. The King's gonna go in. Oh wait, I think he wants the King to go into that compartment. The King's actually gonna go south. Let's see if we can get the King back. Yeah, the King's gonna go to the bottom. I think he wanted the King to go up top towards that Ricochet Cannon Royal Champion and the multi-target Inferno. He's trying to get him back on track here with another wall break, and maybe with the Earthquake boots he can push him over there, but I don't think this is exactly what El Tano wanted.
Yeah, a bit of a strange entry so far, but still salvageable. When the heroes go in this hard early on, at least they're going to get some value against something. But he's got to have some sort of way of dealing with the remaining structures that could cause a problem for this raid. Seeing on that right side an air defense that won't be, targeted early on thanks to that queen going down. We're going to have to see another way, maybe with this top left air defense taking some fire early on. But with the CC troops coming out and seeing so many ice golems, this royal champion's going to have her work cut out for her, chewing through so many defenses and relying on invisibility spells now to try to keep her safe as air sweepers push that lone healer back and give even more problems for El Tano. The balloons are coming in now, hell or high water, doing their best to push on in, but 2 lava hounds are already popped, and that is just so much damage that these aerial troops are having to sustain way too early in the raid, Bash.
Yeah, I don't think he got as much as he was hoping for out of the heroes. Does use a beautiful freeze there on the Town Hall and the sweeper to make sure that he does get this Town Hall down. And this one is still okay, but he does have that queen, the multi, and the scatter shots up, which is really, really tough. No more spell support, and these balloons are going to fall down from the skies, and it's going to be a 2-star defense once again for HTM Esports.
Yeah, there's no more nothing. The entire raid is just relying on what he's already dropped, and there's no additional support to commit. A really unusual finish here as El Tano, now with a low percentage 2-star, has given Tompai a solid attempt, but cannot claim victory in the end. He's done all he could, but they will be eliminated now in the lower bracket. Laloon, just such a difficult attack style to master and so precise required on the placement there. Just could not find the way to make this happen.
I think this was more about the heroes. I don't think his heroes completely cooperated with him. I still think he wanted the king to go into that left compartment and make his way over to the royal champion, and then maybe support the queen with the royal champion down on the bottom side and get a stronger push in there. So I think he just had a little bit of issues with the heroes kind of going the way, not the way he wanted them to, and that allowed them not to get enough value and really made it for an impossible Lalo setup here. If he could have maybe got the sweeper out there from the middle, like if he had the world champion in there, it could have definitely been a lot different of a story, but ultimately it didn't matter as this war was already over. A tough break here for Tompai Empire as they will face elimination in 4th place, but there's still a very nice prize pool. They should definitely be proud of themselves, but on the other side of that, HTM Esports will move on to face TTP Esports and decide who will go on to face HTM Brazil in our grand finals just a little bit later on today.
You are absolutely right, Bash. Tompai Empire now eliminated gives even more confidence for HTM that 2 of their 5 bases were able to hold off the superstar attackers lined up against them. HTM Esports now moving on will try to topple a foe who went undefeated yesterday and make their way into the grand finals for an HTM closeout. That's the same sort of story that we actually saw at the World Championships, where there was a closeout by German teams in the grand finals. Is it going to be another closeout, this time an organizational closeout by HTM Brazil and HTM Esports, seeking that opportunity to close the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 with the top 2 spots? Here you see the stats for the teams competing on that right side with just a 99.8%. HTM Esports is so close to perfect, Bash, but they may still have their work cut out for them against a team like TTP Esports, which has just surprised and upset so many amazing squads, including Na'Vi, and were responsible for initially kicking HTM down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, TTP Esports is very tough, but these 2 teams are familiar with themselves. As you see there in the semis, they did play each other with TTP Esports coming out on top. But ultimately, this one will be for not necessarily all the marbles, but a lot more marbles, as it will be an elimination matchup, and the loser of that will be our 3rd place participant here in Season 6. Winner goes on for a chance at $20,000, but we're gonna decide that matchup really soon. We gotta take a short break. We gotta get the war spun up. We gotta get all the players in order. We'll be back after a short break. You guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. All right, let's start off with this one. It's kind of easier. How many Elixir troops are there currently in game?
17. To be honest, I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. 17 is the correct answer. Good job. What's a Hog Rider's damage per second at level 13?
213.
Ooh, it is 213. Ooh, I'm Tratino with the knowledge out here. How much further does the Archer Queen shoot compared to a normal archer? So like their range.
2 tiles.
Oh, first miss. It is
I'm
1.5
sorry for
tiles. What's the druid's main role?
Both, of course.
Exactly, yeah. See, you know, I tried to trick you a little bit there, but you're too smart for that. Is the witch's number of skeletons per summon always the same?
No.
That's true. No, she summons 5 at level 7, so does ramp up a little bit there. When was Lassie, one of our very first pets, announced?
Well, I guess it was like a Monday or something, maybe the 13th.
The 13th was actually a bug fix for Lassie. How much does it cost to upgrade a battle blimp to level 4?
With the gold pass or without the gold pass?
Without the gold pass, just regular upgrade.
8 million?
8.5 million. You're close. You're close. How many troops have no attacking capabilities? They deal out no damage.
1, the healer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 100% right. All right, next one we have, which dragon do you have to boost in order to create the Inferno dragons?
Be the baby dragon.
That's right, baby Inferno dragons. How many inorganic NPCs are there currently in the game?
4.
It is 2, Bob and Otto.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are still in the lower bracket where elimination is on the line for these two amazing teams in a rematch opportunity where HTM Esports seeks revenge against TTP Esports, which defeated them in the upper bracket. My name's Woody, and I'm back again with my co-caster, Maxi. How are you feeling today, right now? Are you excited about this next match, sir?
Oh yeah, I'm very much excited as we are going to have to decide our final match. I mean, this comes with that as well. We are going to eliminate one of those teams and the other one is going to join HTM Brazil in our big final. So I am very excited, as should you guys be at home, because this is going to be our one of the most decisive matches. Whoever wins this will at least take home $10,000 and who loses will be left with at least $6,000. Which is not that bad.
Not at all. Still, as a bronze match, this is an opportunity for one team to emerge to the top. TTP Esports trying to prove that once again they can do what they've done before, but HTM seeking a closeout. So, with that in mind, why don't we go ahead and bring in one of the players to give us some insight into how this match might play out. We've got Bunch from TTP Esports. Bunch, welcome to the main stage, and how are you doing today as well?
Thank you. I'm doing well today, and I can't say I've been particularly happy with my performance so far, but one thing I have to say is I'm not going to lose confidence, and I'm ready to do whatever it takes to put my team to the finals.
Well, Bunch, you've got just as much of an opportunity as any other player here now. You're still alive, but in the lower bracket, it's a difficult run for the top. You said that maybe you were a little bit dissatisfied with your performance earlier, but this is oftentimes the energy and the excitement, the motivation that gives players what they need to come over the top. Do you feel confident that even though you're in the lower bracket, that you'll be able to beat HTM again and make a run back for the top for a reverse sweep of HTM Brazil? You need to win 3 matches in a row to make that happen.
I think we have whatever it takes. I think we have everything it takes. We all have our strategies that we're confident with, that we're confident with using it on any type of base. And we've shown that our defenses have succeeded. So we all know that all it takes is being confident and trusting our attacks and also trusting our traps and our defenses. So I do think that we have what it takes, but we do have to focus, give our full concentration, and just put our full effort into it.
Maxi, I'd be happy for you to hop in here and ask a question of your own as well.
Yeah, just struggling with a little bit of camera lagging there in the meantime. But yeah, Bunch, good to hear from you. How excited are you? I mean, this is I think the biggest success for your team in general so far. So how excited is the whole team, and what's like the big squad behind the team looking like?
Oh, we're definitely really excited. Like, at least for me, this is probably the biggest tournament I've ever been a part of, especially like being top 3 now. It's a huge excitement for me, and it might have shaken up my nerves a little bit. I'm not sure, but the whole team was hyped, like especially after we beat Navi. So I think it's been giving us a good momentum moving forward, and it's given us a lot more confidence in our next few matches as well.
Well, you've beaten former world champions before. You've already defeated HTM Esports once. I'm sure you've got a lot of preparation left to do in the few minutes that remain before your next match. A victory here would mean having to go up against other world champions. But as we've said before, if you want to become champions, you have to defeat the current champions. Good luck to TTP Esports, and thank you for joining us, Bunch.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
All right, Naxi and I are going to be ready to cast this next match between TTP Esports and HTM Esports. And as a reminder, once again, this is a rematch. TTP already defeated HTM Esports in what might be considered an upset following off of their performance defeating Navi Esports. They had an amazing run yesterday, but things seemed a little bit shaky earlier on today. They actually got lucky with HTM Brazil forgetting to deploy troops in their siege machine, but not even that was enough to score a victory over HTM Brazil. Can TTP Esports rally at this point and leverage the success that they had yesterday to come back over the top, beat HTM again, and then find another chance to win against HTM Brazil?
Yeah, they definitely just need to forget against HTM Brazil. Nothing really went their way in that war, but that is the past. Now they still have their chance to get revenge, so that's what they should be putting all their energy into now.
Well, we're going to find out shortly if they've got it in them. On the HTM side of things, though, they've also had a pretty impressive run today. Coming in from the lower bracket, they've been able to survive against some tough opponents, defeating HST Gaming and also defeating Tompai Empire. They're 2-0 so far, and we'll see if ImtrinoX can once again start off strong for the squad and delivered another 3-star start. We have his player came up on there, and what do you make of the fashion choices, Maxi?
Yes, very nice. We can see the suit. Let's go. Partner look with the both of us. Hope that he can also perform once more with his attack there. The Root Riders are once again the army of choice for ImtrinoX. Pretty easy to deal with clan castle troops. Here we got the armor running into the poison spell, so not really holding him back too much. So far things are looking really strong.
Druids and Root Riders right next to that town hall, just waiting for it to wear off. The timing is going to be a little bit awkward now as the overgrowth is going to wither away while the Grand Warden is just passing over the town hall, trying to keep him safe, but a lot of those defenses are going to target onto him. Scattershot will get a lot of splash damage onto all of those ground-based troops, but with the Queen up top to save the day, she snipes the town hall and gives a lot of an easier time now for the remaining troops to finish this base off. The last freeze is deployed, and although it misses a Tesla, it does catch the monolith, and that's the most important target here. ImtrinoX, with a little time to worry about, is going to stretch, relax, and celebrate his 3-star win over Bunch's base. HTM Esports starts off with a triple.
It got a tad bit close there, and you could see that he was a little bit nervous about how this would go. In the end, we packed it, and yeah, just in all the other wars. Made from the start for HTM Esports.
Beautiful finish there, and still two heroes standing up. It got a little bit close, as you mentioned, Maxi, but not too uncomfortable for ImtrinoX. TTP Esports will have to have a response now, as Warman will be the first to attack for his clan. Not always the first in this lineup, but might have a good sense that there's a base that cannot stand up to what he's got cooked and ready to go. Oftentimes the first attacks are over the top, strong, powerful, confident, trying to give a little bit more preparation time to other teammates who are feeling like they might need a few more minutes to figure out their best strategy. Warman going first signals a lot of strength from TTP, if you ask me, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Although he was the one getting the 1-star in their last match, so that was not ideal. But I think, just as Bunch said, they will definitely that will not hold them back in the future and in future attacks. You know, it's a lesson to be learned in all of those fails as well. Something you have, so these fails do not happen again.
Well, Warman is going to try to change the script and flip it back in his favor with a 3-star follow-up to keep TTP Esports even in the early war against HTM Esports. This is our lower bracket finals, and TTP were very happy with how things went yesterday, going undefeated, and as you heard from Bunch, very excited to have toppled a former world championship team in Navi, which just has had so much trouble in these open bracket finals. They did manage to get a victory over TGG Ascend, but falling to Tompai Empire, we still see a lot of super strong newcomer teams making their way to the end of this bracket. Will HTM Brazil, one of the older squads that has had so much success in the past as a world championship squad, be able to hold on to this cup? Or is it going to be TTP blazing a trail to victory in these last few wars? The attack from Warman next might be the most telling 3 minutes that we will have. He brings 2 overgrowth spells for this Root Rider Valkyrie Assault and has got a golem to block out in front of the heroes trying to get an early charge in against this base. But the line of defenses from bottom all the way up to the town hall gives a great opportunity for a log launcher to get maximum value here, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
oh, he goes siege.
But we see 6 attack side. Okay, it's also a good choice there. And from a big problem for these wizards. Okay, he's coming in from this side with the Root Rider, so they will soak up the damage from there. Good value with the heroes, so he's nicely shaped up the base in order for the Root Riders to get good value.
Yeah, with so many Root Riders still attached to the Grand Warden there in the bottom section of the base, he will be able to get over those walls and not have to worry too much about the defenses that are standing. Eternal Tome protecting most of them. Although one Root Rider will go down now to that single, it's looking like the Siege Barracks was intended instead to provide a little bit of funneling and keep those troops toward the interior of the base. Scattershot distracted on one of the heroes will not be getting maximum splash damage value against the main army, but it's just going a little bit further out to the edges than I was hoping for. I expected that Siege Barracks to do more work keeping the funnel clear for these Root Riders. Now with the Monolith activated and firing away at the heroes, the Royal Champion needs to get that ability popped for maximum effect. Overgrowth goes down again, and this time it will grab the Monolith. Interesting choice that Warman kept it out the first time around, but will allow it to be shut down for the second entry point here, Maxi.
Yeah, and once again it's going to come down to this Town Hall, but what is important is that he held onto a couple of spells. Noticing one of them on the top side to make sure they survive this multi-inferno, but the enemy king is a huge problem as well, so he decides to freeze early. I think that was in fact a good choice. Now he still has the Royal Champion ability. He probably brought the Hog Riders, and this should be enough to get the Town Hall. It's awfully close once more, but I think he's got this.
Yeah, the RC ability could maybe even be swagged here, but he'll choose to pop it just for time's sake and ensure that this Town Hall goes down without giving him any more trouble. The Clan Castle, the last building to fall, but it is turned into rubble. And Warman from TTP Esports catches another 3-star to keep this war evenly matched against HTM.
Yes, a great start from both. Not that slow. This attack, I think it's there from a Warman, but it was the 3 stars, and that's the most important news for them, especially on the fail yet in the last war.
Mohamed Morawi, the next to attack, did well in his last war, but did trip up earlier as well. Another question mark on this HTM Esports lineup, whether or not he'll be able to pull off the 3-star that will keep them in the lead. Attacking first is certainly a difficult spot for HTM, but following up second when both teams still have already scored perfect war so far, you do not want to be the first player to miss and give a 2-star following that would give a big advantage to your opponents, especially attacking first. HTM Esports really needs a 3-star in these mid-war slots in order to maintain their confidence into the late war. Max, you mentioned it before that every perfect war has resulted in a victory so far, but the closer we get to the end of this tournament, the more likely it is that perfection can be expected of these top-ranked teams. What are you making so far of the Spiky Ball Earthquake boots setting up for a long bomb, giant fireball, and rocket loon assault from Mohamed Marawi.
Yeah, definitely it would be a great choice here, and he lured us away to start. Oh, he did bring a Valkyrie. He just already deployed it. That was perfect. Actually, he kind of expected that this side could be trapped, which is interesting because he decided to come from the left side in a symmetrically shaped base, and usually players tend to trap the right side, so there was some kind of a lesson in the reverse psychology there. And there goes the fireball. Great value from Mohamed Marawi's fireball, and as you said, I think we are going to see a spiky ball with the earthquake boots as well.
This is going exactly according to plan for Mohamed Marawi. No fear Cavalier charging forth with the Grand Warden. Now, we have seen Grand Wardens go down a few times before as they get closer to the center of the base and start encountering more and more defenses. A little tiny bit of a chip for the CC pull is going to bring those archers out early on, but there's still more to have to deal with in there. Mohamed Marawi has brought 4 headhunters of his own, so that should be a lot of firepower to deal with the enemy king on the bottom corner and that archer queen and royal champion protecting the monolith on the bottom compartment. Archer Queen is now deployed alongside that Barbarian King, and unfortunately the headhunters are just going to get burnt up to the Inferno Tower. Not sure what Mohamed Marawi was thinking about there, but he did have to pivot off to the top side to drop a poison spell to deal with all of these archers and headhunters coming on out. The Royal Champion is still yet to be deployed, but the Grand Warden is looking relatively safe up top, even though he's taking a lot of fire from the headhunters. He's kept safe by those healers, and with super minions popping out of the siege barracks up top, or out of the flame flinger up top, that's going to be a lot more damage that he can rely on. This is looking very, very good so far, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's got the Town Hall still to worry about, but with the Queen and Royal Champion ability, you are absolutely right. There's a slim chance for this to fail. Oh, but the ward, no! Oh,
pivots.
Okay. Oh, what?
Every bomb in the game has now gone off against the remaining healers that were on that pack, and all of a sudden it looks like it's just up to the Royal Champion to clutch the rest of this raid. One more free spell left to commit, and he's going to send it on to help the rocket balloons over on the right side. Royal Champion's rocket spear as well is going to be enough to clean up the remaining multi-target Inferno. It looked a little bit scary, but Mohamed Marawi had an ace up his sleeve, and he plays it down at the perfect time, finding his trump card to score another 3-star in this war. HTM Esports are perfect so far against TTP.
Yeah, and he did that perfectly there in the end. It was so hard to execute that, but he did it. He knew that the Royal Champion would run some risk dealing with the ground expo. He started early with deploying all of the rocket balloons and the free spells as well. So great job from him.
Very well done to Mohamed Marawi, and that gives a lot more confidence to HTM Esports, despite having to attack first, that those 6 stars can hold a little bit longer. Doyer, the next to attack now from TTP Esports, will give us another follow-up, trying to keep pace against a squad that has not shown any weakness whatsoever yet. TTP Esports need to improve a lot on their last performance against a previous HTM Brazil lineup, though, if they want a chance to fight back against them and perform again. We heard confidence from Bunch, but it's all up to Doyer next to see if he can leverage that confidence and turn it into another triple. We expect nothing less from top-ranked teams, and with elimination on the line, TTP have got to be putting everything into this next attack, Maxi.
Yeah, and I think Doya was usually their finishing attacker, so it's interesting to see switch up the order a little bit, but it's but I wanted to check if we are also switching up the army composition. No, we are not. Doya once again coming in with the Queen Charge hybrid.
An extraordinary commit to see hybrid here. Another ground-based army that doesn't have to worry about walls for the main attacking troops, but still does have to focus on the funneling to keep the heroes where they need to go. Healers are supporting this queen, and Doyer is expecting her to survive throughout the entirety of the raid, committing a lot of army camp space to make sure that she stays safe. We do see 3 rages. One is going to be used early on here to help this queen and top her back off. The healers protected by balloons out in front, searching around for seeking air mines. Boom! Catches a big black bomb there, and he might need to be careful. So many players have trapped multiple bombs all in the same compartment, trying to deny easy entry points for queen charges. So far, she's still staying safe despite that poison tower popping off against her, as the healers are not taking any damage from it. She's going to get burnt up by the multi-inferno, and that's another rage spell to stay safe. Invisibility spell gets dropped as well, and Doyer is prepared to start out the second stage of the attack with Hogs and Miners coming to the top side. Left corner gets that Grand Warden to help them out and keep them even safer, as a Spiky Ball and Earthquake Boots from the Barbarian King are going to be able to crack into the top side compartment and try to get a little bit closer to that monolith. A still big, important defense standing for this base for Doyer left to deal with, Maxi.
Yeah, but great job again delaying that Warden ability as much as possible, at the same time keeping the Queen alive. It cost him a lot of spells, but he doesn't need any more at the moment for the Queen. Wow. He's even got a heal spell in the back that he can use to heal up the Hog Riders and Miners, but there aren't too many left, I fear.
No, there aren't. He is getting double value, though, with that heal spell able to top off the Royal Champion and the Grand Warden right behind. There's a lot of splash damage with that multi-target Inferno firing away, but I think that there might be actually more Miners than we're willing to give him credit for so far. They're hard to keep track of how many are left, and with him splitting up a little bit here, I think he still looks very confident that he'll have enough power. He's just got to round this corner with enough time remaining to finish off the remaining defenses, and it's looking like he's very happy, confident that TTP are going to get the win, showing off a jersey that belongs to his opponent and saying that they are going to go down. Sends one last prayer up to the heavens, and it looks like with the final remaining troops, this base is going to get crushed. TTP Esports earn another triple and will keep this race close, with both teams scoring 6 stars so far, Maxi.
Yeah, but this is pretty slow, so that means that on the timing side of things, TTP should be behind quite a bit already. Not wanting to jinx it, but if a perfectly perfect war were to happen, then of course it would come down to the time, and so they might at some point, say after 3 or 4 perfect attacks from both teams, have to look at the time and maybe switch even a planned attack for something that is faster, like Electro Dragons, or maybe even a Root Rider attack that you can sometimes pull off in like 80 to 90 seconds. But okay, that is just all speculation for now. It's great to see them 3-star every single attack, and I hope that both teams can continue that way.
Well, hey, it's always all speculation until the rubber hits the road, and with Schneider attacking next, he is the man of the minute. Can he turn those 3 minutes that he'll have into another 3 stars for HTM Esports, which have done very well so far against tough bases, but have not been able to get a defense against an opponent who has defeated them before? The early attacks from HTM Esports were looking strong, but the changes to the roster lineup, switching out player order, using different attacking tactics, styles, and strategies, trying everything they can to eke out a little bit more of an advantage, signals to me that this is going to be a really difficult slugfest and unlikely to result in the perfect v perfect war that, even though we'd hope for it, seems so difficult to pull off with hard mode, Maxi.
Oh yeah, it's extremely difficult. And the Warden Walk into the King is also difficult to pull off. It's also already pretty low, okay, but the Headhunter was able to help Schneider finish off the enemy Warden there. And I think he is going to go for the Town Hall. So he needs to make 2 groups of defenses invisible, use an Earthquake on the Town Hall, and then he can target the Warden Fireball onto the Town Hall, so it also damages the Clan Castle and the 2 scatter shots.
Angry Jelly's going to wear off, but not before taking down that Battle Builder hut. And you're right, that will just require an Earthquake and 2 only 1 invisibility. More good news for Schneider. It looks like there is still a Battle Builder in range of the Town Hall, so the Grand Warden wants to get a lock early on there and start burning it down, finishing it off before that Giga Inferno can deal too much damage to him. He's also soaking shots from the multi-archer. He's getting awfully low. Rocket Loon to come in to try to save him. A scatter shot locks as well, but the healers will not be denied. They top off their hero, and this is a beautiful start for Schneider.
Yeah, very nicely keeping the Warden alive and getting him through the huge damage that he was facing. Another rage spell to make sure the Warden can also take out the Expo and the single target Inferno. Would have been nice to send a couple of rocket balloons that would have then also triggered the poison spell tower, but at the same time he's doing the hero dive on the left side of the base. A lot of multitasking in this attack, and he also still has a Royal Champion to deploy.
A lot of firepower and still so much fuel left in this tank, but the finish line is still distant for him. A monolith standing in the center is often one of the last big defenses to have to go down, and with heroes relied on for the killing blow, he's going to have to go awfully quick. Storage is trying to protect, but he's sent in the last spell support to take out the targeting of this monolith. It's doing a few more shots against the skeletons, and with the hits from the Royal Champion, that is enough to finish it off. Schneider celebrates the 3-star victory in great time, and with still 3 heroes up, that was an overwhelming success.
Absolutely crushing this base, and it's just so satisfying to see those Warden Walk Rocket Loon attacks work out that well when a player has everything under control, managing not only the Warden Walk but also the heroes, the siege machine, especially the fireball, all those different moving parts that make these attacks so strong but also so hard to pull off. And we can really tell that we're at the highest level of Clash of Clans esports when we see how players like Schneider are able to do just that. But now TTP do have to answer to that 3-star with a 3-star of their own, and the man they are sending into the ring is Harvey.
All right, you are Maxi. The tie-dye titan himself, Javi, will come in the mid war to try to keep this still going 3 stars all the way through. The tic-tac-toe from HTM Esports has put 9 stars up, and TTP need to keep pace against a foe that they've defeated before, but that is ever so eager to send them a dish best served cold. That's right, they want to deliver revenge. But TTP Esports, despite missing once earlier today, have got that last life still to send in, and without any misses yet so far, it looks like they have recovered and are energized for this next attack. Javi is rarely one to miss, and we are very much expecting to see this to stay even on the score count. Let's see what he has got. Electro Titans, a big ground-based offense with 4 druids, early Grand Warden Fireball with triple invisibility to get the lock on that enemy scatter shot. That whole compartment has been neutralized, and Javi has got a great start so far, Maxi.
Yeah, that was very early, but also very strong. Great value there with the fireball, nice and easy. And we saw at the World Championship already that this strategy with the Electro Titans is very, very strong. He is creating a nice little funnel there with the Siege Barrack, the P.E.K.K.A.s and the Wizards out of the Siege Barrack, doing a great job killing off building after building. So the heroes with the Electro Titans can get right into the base. And look at this big army of balloons. Their job is to look for seeking air mines to protect the healers.
Beautiful freeze as well, jumping over those walls and getting into the center core compartment. Although that Inferno beam from the Town Hall is going to start heating things up, those CC troops are going to cause even more troubles. It's the pop of the hero abilities that will now eliminate the core and score the 2nd star for Javi so far. He's making his way toward the top side now, where a multi-target Inferno is burning up a lot of these troops. Healers on the backside is going to take a red air bomb, but on the top, it looks like the druids popping now are going to be able to provide a little bit of tanking for the Royal Champion. Her ability not yet popped, and still 1 free spell left to commit to the bottom side. A single target Inferno, the only major threat left on the defenses here. A Tesla farm has popped up to try to cause one more little hitch for Javi, but it looks like he is still looking confident and will be able to follow up with a Archer Queen, still well protected and getting topped back off with healers, Maxi.
Yeah, that freeze was a little bit unnecessary in my opinion. He should have rather waited if he needs it for the Royal Champion on the single Inferno, because there could be Skellies. There we go. Giant bombs as well. All the Hawk Riders die. He's got a rocket spare, yes, but yeah, he's going to run into problems there if too many troops die too early on. But it seems like, okay, now there's nothing more distracting the Royal Champion. Look at this, it's so low. If the Ricochet Cannon would have gotten like 3 more shots off, this could probably have been a fail just because of that free spell, but he is happy because it worked out in the end, even though it was awfully close.
Oh man, those would have been 35 excruciating seconds if a druid were the last attacking troop waiting stuck on that wall. But Javi does not miss in this crucial moment, finding another triple. And even though it got a little bit close in the end, all 3 stars have been claimed, and TTP Esports will continue to go neck and neck against HTM, finding another 9v9 scoreline in the mid-war. You've mentioned it before, Maxi, that the time is in HTM's favor with approximately 16 seconds in their advantage, but that advantage is narrowing and could be upset in short order if Zahid misses. He's done very well today, but he missed both attacks yesterday, and this is a major question mark that still remains. Has he found his footing and will score a 3-star in this most crucial war? Is this his opportunity to shine, or will they be shut down as the defenses for TTP become ever more difficult to surmount?
Yeah, definitely. The bases from TTP have been really hard to 3-star. We could see this because they were able to win against the likes of Na'Vi and Tompai Empire throughout this competition. So definitely a very, very hard task. And this time around, Zahid decides to come in with the Super Bowlers. That's a very interesting choice. Nicely sending the Warden right into the Monolith, but protecting it with a skeleton spell. It might run out in just a couple of seconds, so he has to be a little bit careful, but Frosty should actually tank for the Warden. It actually already did, so now he might have to invest a spell.
Rage spell does go down indeed to protect that Grand Warden. Healers are going to be able to top him back off despite so much damage coming in from that Monolith. The healers are more than enough to finish that task off. Top corner also has a Flame Flinger getting some additional shots off against these long-range targets, and with a Frosty attached to that Grand Warden, he's not focused on defenses alone, instead targeting everything he can and setting up for this Electro Titan Super Bowler Smash follow-up. Barbarian King is going to pivot over to the right side and allow that Grand Warden to have a second life on the outer edge of the base, while that multi-target Inferno still does stand. Distraction from those skeletons is causing a little bit of confusion here among Zahid's troops, who are going to continue to path along the right side of that base, where the Barbarian King has gone ahead along in front of them. Invisibility spell goes down now to try to protect him a little bit longer. He needs to make sure that he gets value from that equipment and get these troops close to the inside of the base. Jump spell gives them the access, but it's an early pop of that equipment on the Barbarian King that could cause a little bit of difficulty later on in this raid, Maxi.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. The King was running low. He tried to protect him with the invisibility spell, but he was so low that it was clear to me that the King ability, so the Earthquake Boots, would be used in just a second. So he should have just held on to the jump spell.
Oh no,
and used the so he could jump into the back end of the base, but it seems like it doesn't matter because there's not many troops left that he could jump anywhere. I mean, a couple of Super Bowlers still being topped off by those healers. They could still go strong because the Town Hall Poison now runs out. He's popping the Royal Champion ability once again. The Hawk Riders find a little bit too much in the back end for him to finish, but we got the troops from the siege barracks, from the Flame Flinger as well, so there's still a chance, but the Ricochet cannon might be too much for the RC.
Sound the horns and call in the cavalry. Super minions up in the sky. We'll get a few more shots off and making their way to the last corner. Hyped up Archer Queen with plenty of healers are doing everything they can to keep her alive. Ricochet cannon fires. Skeleton trap triggers. That'll distract the Queen. She can't take the Ricochet cannon down. And with Expos firing away at her, Zahid IK falls. The offense cannot keep up against Skypes' defense, and Skyrez will hold on to his last star. HTM Esports cannot seal the deal.
Nice defense from TTP, and once again we see a smash just into the core. Look at this, 2 poison spell towers, a Town Hall poison as well. Everything is expecting the troops there in the center of the base, and all he sends around the outside is his queen at one side and the Flame Flinger on the other. In my opinion, that is just too much troop space that he's sending into the core, and it's just clear to me that most of the troops will not cannot survive this core. So he should rather go for a little bit of a lighter push into the core of the base and then bring something to help the Queen and Royal Champion finish off the remainder of the base. But these are the details of planning these smash attacks and attacks in general. But this is definitely something that, in my opinion, some attacks could have had a little bit of modifications.
You are absolutely right, Maxi, and there was hardly anything left that he could do to try to keep that Archer Queen alive in through the last compartment of the base. That one little skeleton trap might have saved the defense, and now it's up to Bunch Esports, Bunch from TTP Esports, projecting confidence in the interview earlier today to leverage this defense and turn it into a win. HTP, with a 93% 2-star, has set a high bar for Bunch, who will need that 94% to come in over a top. Can he also make the 3-star happen and give even more cushion for the 5th and final attacker in his roster? Barbarian King coming in to support the Grand Warden and Archer Queen. The whole army, kit and caboodle, will be marching over these walls, hopping into the central compartment where a ton of damage is expected from 2 ricochet cannons gonna get raged up, multi-archer towers behind them, and the ice golems are coming out now to try to hold the line, Maxi.
Yeah, but we had a huge problem because all of the 5 druids he sent went over to the super barbarians instead of healing the hero push. He has 4 more, 2 of which he already sent, so he should be good. But once again, if you look at the troop bar down there, we have nothing really to help the heroes take out the remainder of the base after the core. So he really relies on the king and queen surviving the core of the base. In this base, however, that is at least possible. We can see it, the queen is still alive, and she has the ability intact, so this definitely still has a chance, but there's still a lot going on there in this boost for him.
The downside of investing so much of your defense on the interior means that the exterior structures aren't going to be causing too much of a problem for a queen who's able to pop that ability, clone up, and get healers to take her all the way to the end. He's going to be encountering point defenses time and again, but the queen is not worried about that at all. She's got a lot of hit points still left, and with just splash damage structures and a few outer edge defenses to hold on, Bunch looks like he should be able to pass the 93% mark. She's taken a lot of fire. Spirit Fox is not able to finish off that multi-inferno. Could it be the super wall break that cracks it down? No! The super wall break is just short of finishing off the multi-inferno. 91%! How did that happen, Maxi? The defenses for HTM have held!
Yeah, it's just the combination of the outside fireball and then everything through the core. I mean, it was quite unfortunate there, but the free spell for the Royal Champion to take out the multi-inferno and the Warden was too late. If he would have done that correctly, then they would still be in the lead. But yeah, too many mistakes there, starting from the plan in my opinion, and then unfortunately the free spell. But it is so hard to, I mean, I say mistake, but by mistake what I mean is just not doing it perfectly, and that is a very high bar, you know. It's not like this is what we expect from everyone every single time. It is nothing that I or you would probably be able to do, but it is just what would have been the perfect execution. So I don't want to be too harsh when I say that, but after all, it is a mistake to not do it perfectly in this situation, because that's what he would have needed to turn out. So very unfortunate, and now it's actually HTM once again in a driver's seat, and with just one more attack per team, Paul's got this in his hands, and if he 3-stars Woody, they're through, and it's going to be the HTM versus HTM final.
You're absolutely right to empathize with the player here, Maxi. As a former pro player yourself, you know how difficult it is to march in against a base that demands perfection to try to tear it down and score all 3 stars. But as commentators, we have to look at this objectively and recognize that we have to report what is necessary for victory. And with the standard set at 93% and at least surpassing that. HTM Esports set a high bar that TTP could not muster past. Now it's all up to Paul. He once again has an opportunity to close out a victory if he can 3-star now. Not only would that secure victory for HTM Esports, sending them on to the grand finals, but it would secure the closeout of the HTM organization, finding the Snapdragon Pro Series grand finals all theirs.
Uh-oh, but I don't think that that was the fireball he wanted. And it results in this Warden dying off, and luckily he can save a couple of healers. We see the Super Witches now. The Warden Aura is usually very nice for the Super Witches, but it's not necessary. There's definitely still a chance for this, but not the start that Paul would have wanted, Woody.
This is really horrible. Super Witches can go the long distance, but that Eagle Artillery is just going to be firing away at them the entire time, demanding so much healing from the Unicorn and the healers that they'll need to keep their backline in perfect working order. Super Witches have got those big boys still out in front soaking shots, but Ricochet Cannon can also get splash damage. Scattershot can also get splash damage. There's a lot of ways that these backline troops could go down. Paul has got a siege barracks on the right side, and the P.E.K.K.A.s are coming out to provide a little bit of funneling support here, still holding on to a jump spell to be able to get over these walls, but a multi-target Inferno, multi-archer tower, Town Hall still stand up, and that's going to be so much splash damage dished out against these troops. A minute and 15 remains, and Paul has got to be wary of time. He needs at least 2 stars to give HTM any hope. I don't think 3 stars is going to be possible now, though, Maxi.
I think maybe there is still a chance, but what was really unfortunate is that he was too late with his funnel, with his king. Otherwise, the P.E.K.K.A.s would have stayed on the outside and helped out the Valkyries. Now he sends the Royal Champion in way too early and from not a good angle. The Queen's job is to take out the Town Hall. Now he's sending the Royal Champion into the Town Hall. That is a huge problem. He should have sent her from 12 o'clock so she could take out those defenses over there. But I would say power-wise this still has a chance, but the time, Woody, he only has 30 seconds left, is getting awfully close.
If he had still a full army, he might be able to power through confidently, but he's got to use everything in his arsenal now to try to get that 3-star and cross the line. Paul is staring down at a big base left in only 15 seconds. He's praying, he's hoping, he's dropped everything he's got. The freeze spell down, shuts off the enemy RC. He's hoping that his heroes can cross the wall. They're throwing their spears, they're firing arrows. 5 seconds left, but the enemy RC will defend. No, gets the 3-star. He's able to retarget the platform, and he is all smiles. 3 stars! And HTM Esports are the winners of the lower bracket.
How, Woody? How? I mean, he didn't even know it. He didn't even believe it for a second. What kill? Was it a baby dragon shot? What was it? That
the wizard!
The wizard! The wizard! Wow! Wow! I didn't even see the wizard anymore. That was so great. Yeah. Super Witches. Oh, here. Didn't get the job done, but you got the wizard. Luckily, Woody brought the wizard.
Well, luckily he brought the wizard as well, because without that last shot, Paul would have missed the final fireball to end all wars. And what a showing from HTM Esports. A well-deserved conclusion on the last possible second to eke out a victory over TTP, securing the comeback win against a squad that had defeated them before and seemed unstoppable in the upper bracket. But Skyrez will have the last chance to show what he's got in the final attack now. An early crack into the right side corner as he's sending everything against this base, knowing that even with 3 stars, it will just not be enough to get the victory over an HTM squad that has held firm, Maxi.
Yeah, and from TTP's perspective, watching this attack from Paul must have been devastating. You know, so many things going wrong, and up until the very end, they were probably thinking, "Oh yeah, we have a chance. He's failing," and then we got this little wizard there just finishing the platform in the last second. That's heartbreaking, and I think that Skyrus can imagine a lot things that he would like to do better, more now than attacking this base from Mohamed Marawi, but still he is doing his duty and showing us one more time what they have got. They were so strong here, TTP, upsetting some of the most favorized teams like Navi and the Tompai Esports. They were showing us great attacks, great entertainment, amazing defenses as well, so commiserations to them, but unfortunately we have to say goodbye to them. I mean, their run was incredible though. Third of the world, the bronze medal in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, and taking home $6,000 is still an amazing achievement for them.
You are certainly right about that, and I have every hope that we'll see more of them later on. In fact, TTP Esports looking so strong with this last attack. Skyrez is able to swag an overgrowth spell very nearly. He hasn't popped it just yet, but it looks very likely that the end of this raid will be a triple. Oh, there it is.
I was expecting just that. Yeah, we are just going to now. We can count the seconds. I think Bash and me talked about it quite sometimes. 25 seconds is the duration of the overgrowth spell. So I think he threw it down at 44. So probably in 5 seconds, the Royal Champion can finish off the Builder Hut. There we go.
And with one last Spirit Shock from Hell's Hard Ice stab at thee, Skyrez grabs the triple, but it is not enough to find salvation for his team. HTM Esports by a very slim margin of just a single attack, just a few percentage, 2% in fact, have scored a defensive win over TTP. With a 14-14 star finish, it is now going to be an HTM closeout of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Grand Finals.
Yeah, these matches were so close today. That is really incredible. So many attacks coming down to the wire. That's exactly what we want to see at the highest level of Clash of Clans esports. Not the perfect v perfect either. Another 14v14. We've seen so many of those. I mean, if I look at my notes here, I have at least like 7 matches I think that were 14v14 out of 10 or 11. So that is basically like the regular score we see from those teams, which is, by the way, already incredible. It means they have an 80% hit rate in the hard mode, which is really, really strong. So we can really tell that the teams have adapted nicely to the hard mode, and there we could see it on the right. 0.4% on average is a crazy slim difference. And here we have the updated bracket with our grand final, Woody.
HTM Brazil returns to the top with a possibility of a bracket reset to earn them the Grand Championship title. But HTM Brazil, their sister clan, still undefeated at the very top, has weathered the storm, defeating Next Gen Esports, Tompai Empire, and TTP Esports. They will seek to reclaim a World Championship title, and 2024 offers no better opportunity than the next war between these two teams. HTM Brazil and HTM Esports will show down just as soon as we can wrap this last war up, get the next one started. We will bring the action directly to you.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing HTM versus HTM showdown. The battle of the clan family, or within the clan family, I should say. But I am hearing good news from production. Very, very soon, guys, we are going to be having an interview partner here from HTM Esports, from the team that has just won their match against TTP Esports and secured their spot in the grand final. finals, securing also a safe prize win of $10,000. But yeah, we're going to have to wait for him to connect. If you have any questions, you guys at home, you can type them in the chat now, and then we're trying to include them in the interview.
Well, I see a great question already over on YouTube. We have Abos Rahimov asking, how can we join in the competition? I'm sorry to report that this is the grand final, so it is the very last war of the entire series. But follow the Snapdragon Pro Series and Snapdragon Elite Gaming accounts on X, on Facebook, on Discord. You can get all sorts of news about future events. With that said, though, we're ready to start the interview and bring in one of the pro players from HTM Esports who can tell you all about what it's like to be one of the best in the world. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, Mohamed Marawi. You've had an incredible run through today to make it back to the grand finals. How are you feeling?
Thank you for having me here. I feel really happy, and we were a bit lucky in the last match, so we are happy about it.
Yeah,
By
I
one
bet.
single second, yeah.
But yeah, Mohammed, I wanted to ask, what was going through your mind during Paul's attack? Did you think that he would 3-star it, or were you surprised as us in the end?
To be honest, we thought it's GG, we lost. That was it. But we got lucky at the end, and it paid off, and we won.
Yeah.
A 2-minute and 59-second hit is just about as close as you can call it. But you've got a really tough war up ahead of you as well, facing off against your sister clan and a former world championship squad from HTM Brazil. Have you been practicing with them? Do you have a sense of their psychology? What are you expecting about going up against essentially teammates? People that you know, people that you've competed with, people that you've obviously respected through their extraordinary performances so far this year. What is that going to be like?
First of all, we don't practice with them, and we gonna do what we can, and let's see what happened. Good luck to them, and let's have fun.
Let's have fun. That's a good motto. We will for sure have fun. So one last question, Mohammed. Is there anything that you would like to say to the fans out there that are supporting your team?
Thank you for supporting us. We will try our best, and let's see what happens.
Very well said. Thank you so much, Mohammed, once again, and good luck in the final match.
Well, Maxi, that's it. The players are now back to the drawing board, reconfiguring their bases, getting their attacking armies ready. HTM Brazil undefeated through the upper bracket, and HTM Esports making a comeback run from the bottom will need to get 2 wins against HTM Brazil if they want to double their prize pool from 10,000 to 20 and take that first place trophy. We only have a few more minutes left until these teams are going to be ready to start the fight. I'll be stepping away for this next match, but it will be Clash Bashing and Eve Maxi here to bring you the action live as it unfolds. Stick with us as we conclude soon the Snapdragon Pro Series.
We're going to play a game now. The Clash Clans World Championships just finished up, and Synchronic Gaming actually won the World Championships. So I'm going to name a Synchronic player, one of the 5 Synchronic players on that roster, and I want you to stay quiet until you hear a player that you think is a better player than that player from Synchronic, okay? We're going to start with El Capitan. We're going to start with General X. All right, so stay quiet until you hear a world's player that you think is better than General X. All right, here we go. Klaus, Exorcist, Kingsman, Fluxy, Kazuma, Yo-Yo 23, Ninja, Cloud, Philip, Stars, Rikirez, Gaku, Temper, Shuai, Darkstar. All right, I think I think we're going with you think General X is the best Worlds player. Is that what we're going with here?
You're right, I'm not gonna move because he's one of the best. They are really into the meta, so they are very good. They deserve the gold.
That's
trophy,
fair enough.
yeah.
General X, always the MVP, always the favorite. Well, I'm Trotino. We're gonna let you go there. I really appreciate your time. Any parting words before we let you go here?
Thank you for welcoming me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck in the tournament. We'll look forward to casting your wars and looking forward to seeing you in action, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
I'm gonna name a player from the Clash Clans World Championships. It could be from any team, and I want you to stay quiet until you hear a player that you consider to be better than the player I named. You got it?
Yes, perfect.
Let's go with Stars from Navi. So stay quiet until you hear a better player's name than Stars from Navi. All right, here we go. Kingsman, Senthe, Cloud, Yo-Yo 23, Mark, Max, Gaku, General X.
Yes. There I want to say
okay.
that I think at the moment General X is better because he is one of the only ones who are based or builds his defenses and is very strong attacker. So yes.
Yeah, very well-rounded. I mean, everyone loves General X, just a really great guy. Always voted the MVP. I think a lot of people would agree with you on that one. All right, well, we're going to wrap it up there. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Good luck to you in the tournament this weekend. You have any parting words for us?
I want to thank you also for this interview, and we are happy to be part of this tournament, are excited and now concentrate on the first match. So I hope we get far in this and can get ourselves big names in this community and this esports Clash of Clans, and I hope we continue like this.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slidey, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. So we better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the grand final of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. Now, everything is on the line in the battle of the two HTM teams. I'm welcoming back Clash Bashing as well, who's going to cast this final with me. How are you feeling about the match, Bash?
Oh, it feels good to be back on with you, Maxi. I feel pretty good about this one. A nail biter there for HTM, barely surviving that wizard shot. I saw that coming in and I was like you, Maxi. I was like, what the heck destroyed that platform? And then saw the replay. But I think this HTM Brazil squad has to be the favorite here. They've really been dominant throughout. They did have the 1-star last war, but it was a Clan Castle error. I actually saw Celino replied to the Snapdragon Pro Series tweet saying that it was a CC glitch. So yes, there was no CC troops in there confirmed. But I think that HTM Brazil has been the most dominant team throughout our whole tournament this weekend.
Okay, but CC glitch seemed to me like they were donated, but they weren't received.
Yes.
Which is a glitch that sometimes can happen. Okay, that is really, really unlucky then. But I mean, that didn't matter because they got the victory, well-deserved victory in the end anyways. But yeah, very interesting and good to keep an eye out on social media for sure. Now, HTM Brazil, you said that they should probably be the favorites as they are coming from the upper bracket. They have not really shown a weakness whatsoever. But I'm trying to remember, was there a similar situation that HTM Brazil found themselves in earlier this year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the last chance qualifier for the World Championship,
Maxi.
right? They were in the exact same position. And remind us what happened there, Bash.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, Tribe was able to complete the reverse sweep with an epic fireball and get that last spot in the World Championships. But at the same time, I will say that was a completely different meta. Those things were a lot different when that happened. So I think things are still a little bit in their favor here. But you're right, those things can happen.
Yeah, I agree. I would also say that they are the favorites. And if I had to bet my money, it would probably go onto them. But just, you know, throwing it in there that there is definitely the possibility of the upset, at least of the bracket reset. We saw that HTM Esports have been performing really well and they won every single match ever since they were thrown down to the lower bracket, which is, of course, the prerequisite to be at this point. But those were 1, 2, 3 matches that they won in a row. So they definitely have some momentum on their side as well, especially after that nail-biter attack from Paul in their previous war.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can ever have a closer war than what happened there with Paul. Like, I thought for sure it was a fail. I think you guys all thought it was a fail.
Yeah.
Watching that at home, that was like probably the craziest moment. Just a wizard out of nowhere finishing off that platform. But ultimately, HTM, they have performed very well this weekend, and I think they deserve to be here. I'm not saying that any of the other teams don't, but I think they played pretty well throughout this weekend, and they've earned this opportunity here in our grand final.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They have really the first time for HTM Esports, at least, that they are that far in a grand tournament, and they are really playing it like pros. It doesn't really show that they do not have the experience that, for example, HTM Brazil have, especially looking at the names that they were able to defeat on their way here. So definitely a great season, but the season can only be crowned if you crown yourselves the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And of course, even though they might be the underdog, or at least the bets might be on HTM Brazil, they still want to win this, and they are going to throw everything in the ring.
Yeah, and like I always say here in Clash of Clans Esports, it's a 5v5 matchup. Anything can happen. Any mistakes can happen. We saw it in the last war for HTM Brazil. They had the weirdest mistake ever. They had a Clan Castle donation glitch where the troops didn't come in, and it cost Leo to make a 1-star mistake. Now, I don't think those things are going to happen again. They're obviously going to be hyper aware of it, but anything can happen in Clash of Clans Esports, and when that opportunity arises, you have to pounce on it. I think for HTM, they have to be near perfect here, as we've seen HTM Brazil, aside from that 1-star, which we both think would have been a 3-star with the Town Hall down, aside from that, they've only missed once, and it was a 99% time fail. So HTM Brazil, they have been on fire, and we are right here. We're getting ready to cross the threshold. The time for the attacks is getting ready to start. HTM versus HTM Brazil in our grand final. HTM Brazil only needs to win once. HTM Esports needs to win twice. ImtrinoX is starting us off with his patented Root Rider attack, Maxi.
Yes, and he is feared for it. Always 3-starring, always the first attacker, and always fast. And I should also add, always attacking in style. We can see it on the bottom right of your screen. Once again, he's wearing the shirt just as us, fitting the occasion. But yeah, the attack strategy, it has been very successful, expected from him. So I am wondering if maybe HTM Brazil have designed a base specifically for him, or like at least set up for it with the traps. But so far this is looking really strong. He delayed the warden ability for so long that all of those troops survived the core of the base.
Does a great job of using the overgrowth to shut down those defenses. Monolith there is on the backside and will cause a lot of damage to be dealt. Queen does finally get through that king, but look at this. A lot of the troops are starting to fade a little bit. We got a couple roots, we still got the royal champion, but now with that town hall coming back to life, it's more crucial to get it down. Queen's gonna go over and take the town hall down. That'll be huge.
Yeah, that was huge. She almost also got the scatter shot, but the monolith finished her off. But yeah, we can also already see Trotino going to sleep. Or what was that? Because I think he knows this base is finished. No, he didn't do any mistake. It's an 87-second restart. That is incredible, and just what you need to put at least a little bit of pressure onto the squad from HTM Brazil.
I said it in the last HTM match that I cast, having ImtrinoX come in and 3-star every single time from that first spot is amazing. Having that security blanket to start a war is huge for your squad, and he does it once again. He is perfect. There he is, sprawled out, taking a little bit of a break. It's just too easy for him, I guess, Maxi.
Well, I don't know about that, because if the queen wouldn't have stepped over to take out the town hall, this could have been a lot closer, but for some reason he just made it work every single time. So yeah, I mean, at least he's got it figured out. There's no doubt about that. But so has Pato, formerly known as Patolino for HTM Brazil. And in this competition, he's kind of shifted to being their opening attacker, while in the tournaments before, earlier this year, it was always Achilles. Did you notice that as well? Do you have any idea, or do you think it's just random?
Yeah, I don't, maybe not random, maybe just more of a comfort thing. Maybe he's kind of just stepped into that role. Maybe Achilles wasn't feeling it as much. It's hard to say, you know, with the players just kind of stepping into those roles and stepping up. I mean, I think it's a big role to step up into that #1 spot, because there's so much pressure on you. You have to attack a lot earlier in the war. So I think being able to handle that pressure and step up for your squad, it's a major role, but having someone to be able to do that and do it confidently is really, really huge. Like I was speaking about with ImtrinoX, getting that early 3-star every single time is massive for your team. We've seen time and time again that first spot, having that fail can just really be a huge setback in any war. So I think it's just more of a confidence thing for Pato.
Yeah, I agree, but especially because once you have to fail against you, you can just attack a little calmer, you know, especially the time. You are sure that the time won't matter, although looking at the wars that we've seen throughout the weekend, there wasn't really an occasion when it did matter. So even when it happens, it happens very, very rarely, but it just gives you more confidence, you know, and that can be a huge factor in an attack like that as well. And that is interesting. Patolino, I think we've seen some Root Rider attacks from him as well, but now he is coming in with the hero dive Lalo, and he's going to send nicely once again a log launcher from the 6 o'clock side. And this is incredible because he had so little time to plan this attack, and usually these attacks just need more planning than just a Root Rider spam.
But it seems like with HTM Brazil specifically, when they see these multis lined up with this, along with the Clan Castle and the Monolith, and they see that value, they send that log launcher in and they're able to identify and set this one up. Although the log launcher does fall a little bit early here and does not get to that second multi, he is struggling a little bit here. Clan Castle is out and he's going to have to deal with these Headhunters and Ice Golem as the Queen's going to come under a little bit of fire.
Yeah, and the King and Royal Champion on the left side are also not healthy anymore. Queen needs to pop her ability. King is revived by the Phoenix at least, but other than that, Royal Champion died. But I think, I mean, the value was pretty good. He still has 24 balloons and 2 hounds, but other than his last attack, he still has to get quite a bit of this base down with the Lalo. So we have to wait and see how that goes. But so far, yeah, I think the Lalo is very good. And he just needs to take out the Town Hall. And we have to wait and see where the Tornado Trap is.
I think the big thing was getting that second multi-target Inferno out of the middle of that base is huge. Uses the Warden's ability here.
Oh,
one balloon,
no.
but all the balloons are pathing around the Town Hall. Ooh, this could be in a little bit of trouble for Pato. Oh no, nothing's going towards that Town Hall and he's running out of gas. This might be a fail. This is going to be a fail, Maxi.
It's not going to be any fail. This is going to be a 1-star without a CC glitch this time. And that's, yeah, that's just what I was worried about. The thing is that the defenses are so nicely placed around the Town Hall usually to make it hard to path into the Town Hall with whichever troops. In this case with the Lalo troops. And you just have to delay the Warden ability a lot longer. Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to say, but in my opinion, when you go in with the Lalo from 9 o'clock like he did, you have to be a little more patient with the Lalo you send in from the 10, 11 and 12 o'clock side of the base. The reason being, you want to have created a pathing towards the Town Hall already. And that, if you look at the left side of this replay, is only possible if you take out this air defense scatter shot ground expo compartment. Only then the balloons from the top push will be pushed into the Town Hall. And because of the sweeper, as we can see here, the balloons were too slow in taking down this compartment there on the left and pushed the big squad that was supported by the Warden into the Town Hall. Very unfortunate, but man, what a start to this war. Is this going to be the next upset for HTM Esports?
It could be, but remember, HTM Brazil does have that second life here since they are in the upper brackets. So HTM Esports, if they do win this one, they will have to win again. So it's no easy task. A rare miss there for Pato. I wonder why he went away from the roots. He was using the roots with a lot of success throughout the whole tournament, going with that little bit of a riskier Lalo. The heroes did get under fire a little bit early there, maybe didn't get quite as much as he wanted, but it looked like they were fine. I think it was just exactly what you said, that far compartment there on the left side, too much for him to overcome, and it is a rare 1-star miss for Pato. Luckily for them though, they still have a lot of life left in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But I gotta say, this is the beauty of hard mode, you know, as harsh as it sounds, but it is just like nothing is decided until the very last attack. Even a player of the caliber of Patolino, who I would say is one of the best players in the world, can 1-star, and it's not even like a lot of things went wrong or something major went wrong, like he missed the fireball or something. It is just, it wasn't the perfect execution of a Lalo, and I mean, these things can hurt pretty quickly. But now all eyes on Mohamed Marawi, as he's also sending in a Lalo, but this time he brought a clone spell, so that means he's probably going to send something in the blimp towards that Town Hall.
Here we go with the heroes. I think we might have the wrong player cam there. I'm not sure, not 100% sure, but that looks like Celino to me. Working through here through those ice golems. The Phoenix getting some shots in. Here comes the Royal Champion. Get the player profile picture up there. There we go. That's better. Royal Champion's gonna go ahead, take some shots at that scatter shot. The Headhunters will come in, help take down that enemy Royal Champion, and now the ice golems will fall as well, setting up this Lalo strike. Should be looking really nicely. He does have that battle blimp to sail to the Town Hall, so less of a risk of a fail. The Queen's under some heavy fire, but the World Champion getting some great value in the middle.
Oh yeah, he placed her nicely so that she could take out this exact compartment. That's what he was aiming for. Now he sent in the Skelly. Yeah, I was just about to say then he needs to send in the Lalo as well, but there it goes. Lalo into the monolith, but he will send a blimp for the Town Hall, so is not depending on the Lalo to get there. But of course the troops outside of the blimp have to take out the Town Hall first.
Yeah, well, he's still got to get there. That sweeper is pushing him away. Now the tornado pushing the battle blimp away. This one could be under a little bit of trouble. What has he got in here? He's got Yetis inside there, so Yeti should bounce out and get the Town Hall down, but definitely didn't go 100% to plan. He's still got a lot of force remaining through here and a clone spell, so he can clone up some balloons, but he's got to use that clone sooner than later.
Yeah.
Those balloons are starting to fade. There goes the clone on the top right side, but this one is fading a little bit. Queen's still alive on the bottom. I think she's going to be the saving grace for this attack.
Yeah, that's what I just thought. If she's able to take out the Warden, which she did, yeah, and the Yeti Mites took out the air defense, which was the biggest threat to the balloons. Now I think even the Warden would be able to finish the space off. Looked a little bit shaky in between, but I mean, look at this. He also has an invisive, saved the Queen if need would have been. So great job from Mohamed Marah. He got the 2-star lead for HTM against, I would say, their big brothers from HTM Brazil.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup going against HTM Brazil, but they are handling the pressure fine here. Mohamed Marah, that battle blimp did not go the way he planned, but ultimately persisted through there. Great use of the clone just to get some more balloons on the board, and ultimately enough firepower to finish off the back end compartment. So you're right there, HTM Esports up with a big lead now on HTM Brazil. HTM Brazil really can't afford any more mistakes. So I guess really they 3-star out here and hope for some issues, but ultimately they do have the bracket reset to rely on. So if the defenses do never come for whatever reason, they are still alive. So I guess there's a little bit of solace in that for them. But Achilles is going to come up. You know they are still going to go out there and try to 3-star and hopefully get a defense or two and maybe make the comeback in this war.
Yeah, and just as I said in the war with TTP Esports versus HTM Brazil, we are only one attack in, so the war is still very long. There are still a lot of attacks, and every single attack means a possibility for a fail where you can lose some stars, 1 or even 2, and that actually exactly happened in the TTP versus HTM Brazil war. It seems like the door was closed for TTP, but then HTM Brazil also had a 1-star and opened this door back up. Unfortunately, then TTP wasn't able to step through it, but maybe yeah, HTM Esports will not open that door for HTM Brazil, but they sure have to hope for it. And the man to keep the hope alive is now Achilles, as he is coming in with the classic Root Riders.
Very classic strategy indeed with the 1 overgrowth. He's gonna overgrowth, I'm assuming, the Town Hall early, or maybe he goes with one of the Inferno or Monolith compartments up top there. There goes the King with Spiky Ball and Earthquake Boots, taking out a lot of those defenses. Let's see if he elects to just protect the roots through the Town Hall, and he is going to. So the overgrowth's going to come in on the back end of the base. I like this. Knight, they'll save the Town Hall for later. Now he'll have that Monolith, the Poison Tower, and the Multi all shut down, so he can kind of work back to those. I like this approach a lot for the roots.
Yeah, so do I. It's looking really, really strong, especially taking away the damage from the Monolith is very, very good for this attack strategy, because otherwise the Root Riders can easily be taken out with just 4 or 5 shots. Now he double freezes, and this base should be history in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely going down really quickly here as all of the roots are going to circle into that Monolith. Queen's working on the Expo, and Achilles will get the 3-star, much needed, and they will get, I guess not really get back in this war. They're just kind of hanging around hoping for a defense, but ultimately that's what they have to do in this situation. You just got to keep 3-starring and hope some kind of mistake does happen from your opponent.
Exactly, and this was even 1 second faster than ImtrinoX's attack earlier on. Well, show is the boss. No, but they're both the bosses. But this was really, really strong showing, and it just shows why I'm always talking so highly about Achilles. He's really found his spot in the team of HTM Brazil, and they've been around forever, and they were a very sworn in squad last year. I mean, even winning the World Championship, that really ties you together even more. And so I think that it was kind of hard for him to get in this group, even though I think they knew each other from before. But like the speed in which he was able to adapt and feel at home in their team, and being even the opening attacker, taking so much responsibility, just was very admirable to me throughout this season. Very impressive. And he continues to live up to the expectation that I have in him. So yeah, great job. Gotta give it to him.
Yeah, maybe needed to be the opening attacker for this war. Give Pato a little bit more time on his attack. You never know. You never know what could have happened. Schneider will be the next attacker for HTM, who are in the lead commandingly here, 6-4. But there's a lot of war to be played. 3 attacks apiece for both of these squads, and anything can happen. And we've seen literally this weekend, anything can happen on all of these attacks. We've had very rarely perfect wars here in the hard mode. It feels like the audience almost expects perfect wars, but in this hard mode, it is not a given anymore, especially with the bases have kind of caught up to the meta a little bit. It is so much harder to get those perfect wars. I think like 14 stars, expecting a 14-star war is definitely more reasonable right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what most of the teams are aiming. We always aim for a certain average that you want to achieve as a team. And I think that if you aim for 14 stars, you're one of the top 10 teams in the world. If that is your average. I mean, of course, it's nice to sprinkle in 1 or 2 perfect wars every once in a while as well.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like a beautiful, perfect war? But, I mean, we've only seen, 3 of them throughout the whole entire tournament. I don't think we've had any today, at least not any on broadcast. So it's definitely been more rare to come by. Let me look through my stats. Yeah, we've had none today. So, yeah, 14 stars is that number that will win you most wars. But also, when you do get to that 14-star mark, you got to have the percent to go with it. Schneider's coming in next, and here comes the grand one. Oh! Loses a healer there to a Seeking Air Bomb a little bit late on that Coco Loon, but should be fine here, setting up this Warden just to go in and do that really long, crazy Warden walk that we've seen with this attack so many times, be so effective, but also so risky.
Setup here is really nice so far for Schneider. I liked how he put the archers in behind the Warden, these storage buildings. Especially later on, this is going to be crucial. Oh no, the Eagle artillery is shooting at the healers, and that is bad news. I don't know if he made them invisible soon enough.
Yeah, they took a lot of damage there, Maxi. They are basically like 1 red bomb away from getting all blown up, and if he loses those healers, that will be devastating to this attack. Now the Warden is under heavy fire. He's got to rage him up. Ooh, gets that rage down just in time as the Eagle shot took that Warden really to the brink of getting taken out there. King and Queen now on the left side. The Flame Flinger does open up with some super minions inside, and that Expo is set to air mode, so it will be able to actually target those super minions. King goes ahead and hits his ability and doesn't open up too many. This one is looking a little bit tough here.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually he didn't need the rage for the Warden because he just finished the Town Hall. He could have really used the rage now for the Warden, but now he doesn't have any more rages. But I think the Warden should be fine because he nicely distracted the enemy Royal Champion. Now he has his own Royal Champion still in the bag, and she's going to play a crucial role in the remainder of this attack. He probably has to send her in from the right side of the base, but not in the range of the Warden. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. That was the perfect spot. Also the spot that if he's able to take out the defenses before the enemy King targets his Royal Champion, he should be good.
Yeah, this one got a little bit close, but I think ultimately he will be fine. King is going to maybe hit the Fox. Nope, Fox goes invisible. I was going to say if it hit the Fox, it would maybe draw that Royal Champion's attention, but ultimately it shouldn't matter here as he's got plenty of force to work through and finish off these last few buildings. You can see a little bit of distress in his face right now as he knew this one was a little bit shaky, but ultimately it is another 3-star, and HTM Esports push even further in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's very stressful to be in these types of situations. I mean, once again, in this single match, $10,000 are on the line. Whoever wins this final match here will go home with $20,000, while the second place team will go home with $10,000. So keeping their chance alive, you know, being in this situation, competing with the best teams in the world. I mean, undisputed HTM Brazil, as they were the world champions last year, is definitely something that you can stress out about a little.
Yeah, I would not be able to handle this situation. I would be so shaky, my hands. I wouldn't be able to deploy my troops properly. It would be all a mess. Leo will be our next attacker. He did have that unfortunate issue with his clan castle where the troops were donated but never came in. That happens sometimes, and it's hard to even tell why. But ultimately, they did win that matchup even with that 1-star. So that's telling you, even though they have a 1-star in this matchup, they are still not out of it. Leo will be looking to get a 3-star. But I think this HTM Esports squad, the sister clan, I think they kind of know what's at task here, and they know what they need to do to get this victory, and they're handling this pressure pretty well. But Leo has to get a 3-star right here.
Yeah, and once again we will see a Lalo, this time a Zap Lalo. I think the last time, last match we saw it from HTM Brazil, it was Patolino, and then it was an absolute overkill. So it is definitely an attack strategy that they are very well versed with. Now Leo setting up a nice little funnel here with the balloons taking out the air defense, and of course the Zap spells, lightning spells, taking out an entire compartment. We can see the mirrored compartment in the top side of the base. He got a sweeper, poison spell tower, the queen, and a multi-inferno, and that is some decent value, especially when it comes with some nice pathing included. Now he's got a little hero walk going on with just the queen, and she's being healed up by the unicorn, and at some point he's going to have to use her ability.
Goes ahead and uses an invisibility to keep her protected. Now those headhunters are over there dealing some damage to the king, but he's going to be fine as the queen comes over and pops them off. Now he's just got to get through these 2 ice golems, and these heroes are charging through this base and setting up really nicely. If he can push them even further in and get this town hall, this is going to be an amazing setup. Great use of the stone slammer down here on the bottom side to go in and take out that scatter shot, which really there's no resistance for this Stone Slammer to get in there and get that scatter shot. Here comes the King's Spiky Ball Earthquake Boots to open up the Town Hall, and now the heroes will get that down, and here comes the Lalo.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't really know why he used 4 loons in front of the Slammer that then were just killed by the scatter shot, 1 instance, but okay, now the Lalo start, apart from that, is looking very, very nice. The early Warden ability, but he didn't catch a Hound in the Warden ability that could then fly over all the way to the 12 o'clock air defense. In my opinion, a Lava Loon Puppet would also have been very nice to use here on the Warden in this specific instance, because he would have had the 2 Lava Loons come out of the Warden. He would just, yeah, kind of pop them out, and then they could have looked for seeking air mines, any types of traps. But after all, this is just how should I say, theory, because in the end this is a 3-star, as it seems, from Leo.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, a Lava Loon Puppet would be cool just because we don't see it used like hardly ever. I mean, there's probably a good chance Leo doesn't even have his Lava Loon Puppet upgraded too much, as it's really hasn't been in the meta too much, and it's our newest equipment in the game. But that definitely would have been cool to see that temporary troop, now permanent troop in the game, popping out and just tanking for the Lalo, but ultimately just a really well executed attack. And this was kind of an attack that led HTM Brazil, formerly Clash Champs, to that World Championship. Their Lalos were so dominant and so well executed, and that's what allowed them to have that really good run last year, was just their performance with the Lalo attack. Although we did see the mistake from Pato earlier where he did have the 1-star, I still think them leaning into the Lalo isn't a bad thing. Zahid will be our next attacker for HTM. Zahid, Woody's kind of talked about it here, hasn't had an up and down weekend. So if you're HTM Brazil and ever looking for a defense, maybe you're hoping Zahid is the one to make that mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. He has been a little bit shaky. He's also had some overwhelming 3-stars, so it's very, very hard. It seems to be a little bit hit or miss, but I hope that he chooses a strong approach this time that he feels confident with, and that is just going to be an overwhelming 3-star. I wouldn't want to see him struggle, and I wouldn't want to, you know, have that narrative of him being the shaky attacker, because in fact there have been other players in the team failing or having close attacks as well. But for him it was like, just sometimes it was a really clear fail and sometimes it was an overwhelming 3-star. So it's kind of, it's just been spectacular with him, if you will.
Yeah, a full range of emotions on his attacks. Coming in with the Electro Titan Smash here. One of my personal favorite attacks to do right now, and also to watch. It's just when this is executed, it can be so well done. But going with a really early Queen entry here with a really early Queen ability, excuse me. And we kind of saw that on his last attack, where he used the Queen ability really early, and it ended up leading to a really commanding 3-star. So seems like something he's really comfortable with. Here come the Titans with the King on the top side of the base, as the heat is underway against Pato's base.
Yeah, nice use there of the mirrored queens, and the healers with the rage spell definitely healed up a lot of troops there, so he got some early damage in and he took out the whole Tesla farm and a lot of traps already. So good news, in the back end of the base there are not going to wait any Teslas or Skelly traps, maybe one, I didn't count them exactly, but at least not a hugely trapped area like we usually see towards the end of attacks. However, what he still has to take out is the Town Hall, and there is a single target Inferno behind the Town Hall. So even after popping the Warden and King abilities, that is something to worry about. But as long as not all of the troops path directly through the Town Hall poison, which seems to be working great, I think that Zahid is still looking very good in this attack.
Really nicely done here. The healers are taking some damage though from that multi-target Inferno, but he still has those Titans up in there with tons and tons of hit points. The Royal Champion is starting to fade just a little bit here as she's getting shot by that Archer Tower. If she can hang on, oh, she doesn't hang on. Still has the Titans, still has some healers, so he still has a chance here, but this one is getting a little bit dicey. Those Titans gotta hang on for dear life.
Yeah, he didn't have any pathing into that last compartment. Now everything will go around, and it's actually not looking that good. So I have to take back what I said before, because I didn't realize he had the Royal Champion in the mix. So he lost her ability pretty early on as well, and she just went through the Town Hall poison as well. Usually you use your Royal Champion rather towards the end of the attack to kind of in a corner where you didn't get too much value. For example, in this attack, he could have used the Royal Champion at 9 o'clock to kind of counter funnel the Electro Titans, keep them inside, and at the same time, both the Royal Champion and the troops from the core could have tanked for each other. Unfortunately, now this actually ends in a 2-star, so the chances of HTM Brazil to win the whole season in this match have just gotten a huge raise. But if we look at percentage, Pato had an 88% 1-star. Zahid now with the 95% 2-star, meaning they are 7% and 1-star behind. So that would mean a 94% 2-star would be enough in the last attack for HTM Esports.
Yeah, and ultimately they still do have to have that defense come in. We've only seen one defense for this war so far out of 4 attacks, so it's very tough to get that. But also, HTM Brazil has to take care of business on their end, and they have to put up 2 more 3-stars. Bernal will be our next attacker, and he's been pretty consistent throughout. Although he did have a very shaky attack last time we saw him, it did ultimately 3-star, but it was very close to a failure. But if he can get this 3-star, cross his fingers and maybe hope for, I guess it's gonna have to be a lower percentage fail also. So they need not just a 2-star, they need a little bit of extra help on top of that. So a tall task ahead, but ultimately it's looking like HTM may force that bracket reset. I guess we'll see here after 3 more attacks.
Exactly, 3 more attacks, not more than that, and we like it when it's not over until the very last attack. And here we go once more. Bernal is coming in with the Queen Charge Lalo. Very, very nice. What is this base? Like 4 mortars on the right side. Is very interesting setup.
Yeah, I was looking at that and I don't know. I don't know. You usually see those kind of spread out just to stop Flame Flingers a little bit more or shut down Flame Flinger value. Bernal instead electing to go with the log launcher up the middle is going to have to rage up. This queen does just that. Queen is raged up so she can continue charging through here. She can go in and take out this multi-archer tower. He's going to go ahead and freeze the multi-archer tower and that royal champion so that the queen can get through all these tough defenses. King is still working out there. Now we got Yetis out of that log launcher. King's going to go ahead and help deal with that queen, but now the clan castle troops are out also. They're going to help shut this king down as well.
Yeah, that is a very big counter to the king, of course. And now the troops are even coming over to the queen. Luckily, just in time, she decides to get a single shot off onto the queen. Oh, but look at this. The archer is now pulling the queen over. She's going to go all the way around. And I don't know if that is good news or bad news, but I think it is bad news because that is not the way he intended his queen to go.
Yeah, this is definitely looking a little bit offline. The queen is still very healthy though, so it's not the end of the world, but time is ticking away here. Almost 90 seconds have elapsed in this attack, so he's got to make a decision. He's going to have to make some adjustments here on the fly and just make those adjustments right now. Here comes the Lalo in from the bottom side of the base. Remember, he did use that log launcher at the beginning of the attack, and in order for him to get to this town hall, it's going to be a long way for these balloons to go, and he's got to shut down these defenses down on the bottom side of the base as well. Uses the freeze. The royal champion's in there, but I don't know if she's got enough gas to get the town hall down. He's still got plenty of balloons. He's still got the queen, but she's stuck on a wall. Maxi, this is in danger of another failure for HTM.
Yeah, in danger of any failure. It's even in danger of another 1-star. Maybe now the balloons, with the help of the warden, can target the town hall and he can take it out, but it is so close. Town hall still has a lot of HP.
Warden is working there though. He's got the electro owl, but the owl looks like he's on the king. The town hall another 1-star. Wow. Maxi, 2 1-stars, and we are going to a bracket reset. No matter what, HTM will get the victory. Very uncharacteristic of HTM Brazil. These Lalo attacks are not getting it done for them.
That is just devastating. And I was talking about the base, saying how it looks very weird and unconventional with the mortars out there on the right side. Yeah, he's out. He's leaving. Let's hope he comes back for match number 2, because that is where HTM Brazil have to fight once more for the title.
Wow, very, very uncharacteristic of this HTM Brazil squad. I don't think anyone would have expected this coming in. Maybe a defense, but 2 1-star defenses. HTM saved their best bases for when it mattered most, and now all Paul has to do is go in. I don't even know if he needs a star. He's just got to go in and get the attack done and get the percentage up there, and HTM will force the bracket reset.
Yeah, I'm just checking. I mean, HTM Brazil attacks and 100%, so they need 1 more star. Just percentage would not be enough, not even 49. So 1 star, that is the threshold now for HTM Esports. But you know, I used to be the finishing attacker for my team. In a situation, you want your team to prepare for you. You want to go in there and be like, okay, I need a 1-star to win the match, so that is what I'll do. And yeah, usually these pro players can really do it with their hands tied behind their backs.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely tough, but I mean, HTM, they deserve it here. They put in the work. They brought the right bases against this HTM Brazil. I was talking about how HTM prepares for their opponents. It looks like HTM Esports did a great job preparing for their sister clan in HTM Brazil here, bringing the right bases to shut down their Lalo attack. I'm still wondering why we didn't see Pato go with the roots. Bernal, we've seen him doing a lot of Lalo, but I don't think we've seen him doing Queen Charge Lalo, so it almost feels like they were going a little bit uncharacteristic and a little unconventional to what's been working for them throughout this tournament. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what they bring out in the next matchup here, but Paul is looking to put this war away with any star to secure the victory.
Let's say this is looking very strong. It's looking like a 3-star setup to me at the moment, because the execution is just perfect. It seems like you can really tell how there is really no pressure on him. If I were him, I would send a balloon now from 3 o'clock to trigger the poison spell tower, but the headhunter actually did the job for him. He has to keep the warden alive now to take out the town hall.
Warden's doing a great job working on through there. Great invis. Probably didn't even need the invis. The Warden was pretty healthy throughout there. Does have headhunters coming out of the clan castles. Got to keep an eye on where they go. Looks like they're going to go up north to the Archer Queen. So doesn't have to worry about them dealing with his Warden there in the middle. As long as this Warden can stay up, this should be really, really strong. King and Queen working through the bottom side of the base. He has the King going over to deal with the enemy Queen, and he should be able to open up this section of the base as well. Still 10 rocket balloons yet to be deployed, and Paul is looking to put this one away with the 3-star.
Yeah, it's looking really strong, and the Royal Champion has been used. That is pretty unusual for this types of attack strategy, but even with just the rocket balloons and the spells, look at this. He can, that is very nice. He uses one balloon to check that there is not a red mine farm around this multi-inferno, and then he sends in a couple more, and this base is finished. Paul finishing in style, not as close as his last attack, and I think he likes it better that way. And that is another 14-star war, and we said it. If that's the target for your team, you're one of the best in the world, and in this case they have just defeated last year's world champions.
14 stars gets the victory, and we are gonna be going to a bracket reset. We still of course have the attack from El Capitan Celino of HTM Brazil, but ultimately it will not matter as HTM Esports have secured the first victory and forced the bracket reset here in season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Maxi, I don't think there's a more exciting thing than a bracket reset in a big tournament like this.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked about it. This has happened to HTM Brazil earlier this year. So, I mean, that's what's going through their heads now. And please not again, you know. They don't want to have this happen to them again. And I mean, to be completely honest, it is one thing if Tribe Gaming gets it done, which has been a competitor and like a rival for HTM Brazil for years, and another thing if it's kind of a newcomer team that hasn't been around for that long. Then you really, you know, you don't want to give up your spot as being the team to beat. You want to be the one, you know, having it under control, being in a driver's seat when you're HTM Brazil, and that doesn't seem to be working so far for them. So they really have to, gear it up, step their game up a little bit for the second match.
Yeah, and if they have any OP bases that they are holding out for this one, maybe trying to save them away. I don't know why they would save them away, as we know Town Hall 17 is coming soon, so those Town Hall 16 bases are going to be all but obsolete very, very soon. I guess you got to bring out all the stops here in this last matchup, bring out the best bases, bring out the best plans that you have, and that can be said about both squads. I think HTM did a great job scouting what HTM Brazil were going to do, and they brought out the proper bases to deal with them. Forcing 2 1-stars is so unheard of against this squad. Celino is going to come in now with the Rocket Loon attack with the Grand Warden setup. Flame Flinger there from the top side. Keep an eye on these skeletons. Got to get those under control because they can deal a lot of damage. He's going to go ahead and throw in an Archer and a Minion to go ahead and get those skellies out, but we'll lose just a little bit of duration on that Flame Flinger.
Yeah, but still great job handling that. You always have to be careful with sending it, sending in like a barbarian or a Valkyrie, because when you do that, the ricochet cannon might actually damage the Flame Flinger with its ricochet effect when she's shooting at the other ground troop. But look at the left side, yeah, I think you just saw it there, the Seeking Air Mines that were pulled by this Coco Balloon.
Yeah, that was very nicely done. Queen is going to go ahead and keep working over here. He does have these healers yet to be deployed, and it looks like the Warden is now deployed on the bottom of the base, so he can use him down there. The Queen, excuse me, on the left side deploys her ability to get some healing support of her own, and it's a 3-pronged attack for Celino, just looking to work up the middle of this base. Really late deployment there on the Warden, but he can obviously speed things up a little bit with his ability, but a lot of base to go. Still plenty of time, however.
Plenty of time in. He still has to take down, and I wonder what the plan is to take out the Town Hall. Probably now a nice King ability with the Earthquake Boots opening up the entire core, and now the Queen should finish the job, but he doesn't have an ability, and it's not really worth it to invest too many spells into her now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering also. Here goes a Rage. He does invest the Rage and Invis. I guess he's not listening to you, Max. He's going to invest all the spells to get the Town Hall down with the Queen. I mean, ultimately, I think he had to. If he didn't get the Town Hall with the Queen, he used the Royal Champion's ability right away. I don't think he would have had a great shot to get that Town Hall down. So I think that was the right decision, investing everything into the Queen. Here comes the rest of the Rocket Loons to finish off this base, and it will be a 3-star for Celino, and HTM Brazil will get to a very uncharacteristic 11 stars for them. So we finish this matchup at 14-11 victory going to HTM Esports. And like I mentioned before, we will go to a bracket reset where all will be on the line in our next and final matchup of the day.
Yeah, great decisions from Celino. Actually, yeah, definitely proved me wrong there. Still keeping the queen alive. Great job from him. You can see he's still a master at what he is doing, and seemed to be unimpressed by the performance that his team in total pulled off with just 11 stars, unfortunately. But it's a good showing here towards the end of this attack, going into the second match. He still had to show that he is there, that can probably give his team a little confidence boost, because now they have to all get 3 stars in order to take down HTM Esports in the second match. That is the only chance that they have, and we can see it once again. Guys, you really should make a screenshot or save it in your head, because that is something you very rarely see. 2 1-stars from HTM Brazil. Wow, that is a historic day, and I'm pretty sure that that is something that they really want to pull motivation out from. You know, they really want to be like, okay, that is not what we usually do, that is not what people expect from us, so we want to do better in the next war.
Yeah, they definitely have to bounce back, and we know they're capable of it. If there's any team that can go from an 11-star to a 15-star, it's definitely HTM Brazil. But on the other side of that, HTM Esports, they have looked really good in their last couple matchups here. They did have a couple close calls against TTP, but here against HTM Brazil, they looked like they had a convincing victory there. They did have the one slip up there with the 95%, but we talked about it coming into this. 14 stars will win you most wars, and it definitely gets the victory here. A very great showing from them. They got to be feeling really nice moving into our final matchup of the day with $20,000 on the line. That's a huge chunk of change.
Yeah, and and the great thing that, what I always love about these bracket reset matches is that now whoever wins will directly win the big prize and win the title. In this case, HTM were able to force the bracket reset with their victory, but you know, it's just nicer when for both teams winning the whole competition is on the line, and that's going to be the case in our second match between both of these teams. So that is something that we can be really excited about.
Yeah, I mean, no resets, no second chances. It's all on the line. We're all a level playing field. Well, it's going to be a little bit of a setup here. We will have a little bit of a break coming up here shortly, but I think if you're HTM Esports, you got to feel really good about what you just did there. I mean, I definitely, we talked about it. I think we all felt HTM Brazil were the favorites going into that. So going in, holding them to 2 1-stars, and then also putting up a very decisive 14-star with only a 95% fail, you got to feel really good about your chances to go home and take home this $20,000 prize pool and what could very well be the last big tournament of Town Hall 16.
Yeah, there's a huge likelihood that that is actually the case, and whoever wins it, we don't know. It could be either of them. Both have proven to be incredibly strong contestants. 1-0 for HTM, but that just means bracket reset. Level playing field, just as Bash said. After the break, we're going to find our Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 champions. So guys, stick with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
These are very random questions, and they are multiple choice, but don't feel bad if you get them wrong because they're completely random. Are you ready?
Yes.
How many Elixir troops are there currently in the game?
Must be 14.
It is C, 17. What is the Hog Rider's damage per second at level 13?
Oh my god, I never thought about it. I just used them.
Yeah, exactly. That's B. How I am. You said B?
Yeah.
It is B, 213. Yeah, I'm the same way. I never thought about these details before I had to ask these questions. We all love the Druid, right? Druids were so big this year. What is the Druid's main role in the game?
Oh, that's hard. It can do both, but the main job is to heal.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but we're gonna go with you're right with C. He can do both. Is the witch's number of skeletons per summon always the same?
no, it belongs to the damage they get, and I should have just said no.
Just no is right. We don't need a reason. The Battle Blimp at level 4 with no gold pass, no boost, nothing like that. How much elixir does that cost to upgrade in the laboratory?
I think 8.
It is 8.5 million elixir. I told you these are tricky. These are tricky. How many troops have no attacking capabilities?
Must be 1.
That's right, 1. Just the healers. The healers, the full-on support unit. What dragon do you have to boost in order to create Inferno dragons?
The baby dragon.
Yeah, see, we had to give you a nice easy one there to finish up our quiz. Great job there, bud. All right, let's play a little game here. The Clash of Clans World Championships just finished up not too long ago. I'm gonna name a player that competed in the World Championships, and I want you to stay quiet until you hear a player you think is better than the player I named. You got it? Stay quiet until you hear a player better than Kingsman. Here we go. Cloud, Fluxy, Yada, Rakires.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you think Rakires is better than Kingsman? All right.
Yes, I'm a big fan of Rakires since Town Hall 15.
I mean, he's very nice, very great guy. Makes a lot of sense. All right, let's see if we can find a player better than Rakires for you. So let's go Klaus.
Oh, yes.
Ming. Oh, wait. Was that a yes on Klaus?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Ooh, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, Klaus is very good, don't get me wrong, but I thought that would be close. All right, let's go better than Klaus. Let's do one more here. Darkstar, Shuai, Kronos, Philip, Exorcist, Max, General X.
Oh, yes.
Stars.
General X was crazy this year, so...
Yeah, I thought General X would be the one. That's why I waited a little bit longer there. It was either General X or Stars had to be the one to get you there. I think General X being the MVP was kind of our final note there, but thank you so much for your time. Any parting words before you leave here?
In my early days, when I played football, we had a sentence. It says, sometimes you lose and sometimes the other team wins. So we are going in with that and see what happens. But I don't expect too much, and let's see what we can do if you can win. Good luck to all of the teams.
You never know. I like that attitude quite a bit. Going in, having fun, low expectations, but if they can get a couple wins, that'll be great. Thanks, and good luck to you this weekend.
Thank you.
I hope I'm ready. I don't know, but we find out.
How many Elixir troops are there currently in the game?
So I'm not completely sure about it, but I think it's something about 13, 17. This could be very embarrassing, but I would say 17.
It is 17, yeah. That's a tricky one. What is a Hog Rider's damage per second at level 13?
I only have one Hog normally in my army, so I'm not sure about it. But I think option B.
B was 213.
Then I log in.
Well, B is the correct answer, so a nice little
guessing,
random
perfect.
guess there. What's the Druid's main role in the game? Is the Druid a damage dealer, or is he a healer, or can the Druid do both?
Like we know it's doing both. It turns into the beer when it heals enough, and so it's like replacing the healer in the actual meta, and yes, so I take answer C.
Is the witch's number of skeletons spawned always the same?
Yes, because why wouldn't they spawn the same skeletons? So I think
it's
yes.
actually no. At level 7, she summons 5 skeletons. Upgrading a battle blimp to level 4 costs how much elixir? No gold pass, no boost or anything, just the straight up level 4 battle blimp upgrade.
Yeah, I could know this because my second account I'm new tunnel 16, but I think I would take answer B because I also have the gold pass, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, B is the correct answer. All right, how many troops have no attacking capabilities in game?
In my opinion, it's only the healers.
Yeah, 1, just the healers.
Okay,
You're
great.
absolutely correct there. Which dragon do you have to boost in order to get Inferno dragons?
That's obviously the baby dragon.
Yeah. We had to give you the softball to build that confidence there, but I feel like you did pretty good on that quiz there, Avengers. I'm joined here by Avengers 2 from TGG Ascend. Great to have you on, man. We're going to get to know you a little bit better. I want to talk about how you got started. What was the first mobile game you ever played?
So I want to thank you that I could be here. It's a great opportunity for me. Clash of Clans was one of the first mobile games I played. I think it was like 7-8 years ago. So I'm really long in this game. I'm right now 18 years old, so I play it half of my year, I think. But before this, one of the first games I think was like Captain Frog. I don't know if you know this game, but
no, I do not.
Was one of mine.
I think that's a kind of a big story for a lot of us that play Clash of Clans. We've been playing it forever. I mean, it's been around for over 10 years now. But one thing I wanted to ask you is, how did you become a pro in Clash of Clans? Like, what got you interested in the pro scene and making that transition to being a pro player?
I think it was like maybe 2-3 years ago that some people on Discord asked me if I want to play with them some small tournaments, and then I said, okay, why not? It's a great opportunity. And I think 2 years ago I also known Raik, which is in the name Sir Crocodile, which is kind of our leader in our team, and we played roughly in this coordination I think for 2 years, and also participated in some smaller tournaments like that. But that we now qualified for the Open Finals, I think this is our biggest step until now.
Do your friends and family kind of support you playing pro? Do they know that you do that and have your back with that?
Yes, my parents are also very supportive. Right now I finished school in summer, and so I have a lot of free time. At the moment we are spending a lot of time testing bases, attacking each other, play FCs or play friendly wars, and it's really time intensive, but until now it's very fun to play Clash of Clans, and I hope we will play along with that and become better and better.
We are joined with Whiny from Next Gen. How are you doing today, man? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm fine. Thank you for letting me in.
We're gonna get to know you a little bit better here. We want to do a little bit of a player profile. So I wanted to talk about how you got started in mobile gaming. What was the actual first mobile game you ever played?
I think it's Heyday.
Heyday.
I started with Heyday in 3rd class, I think. 1 or 2 years later, I started with Clash of Clans, but I played like 1-2 weeks and quit it for a month. But then 3.5 years ago, I started to play every day because I was in hospital for a month, and then it was the perfect game for me to play on the iPad, and then I started to get a passion for me.
So we all know, we all love Clash of Clans, but I want to talk about how you got started as a pro. Like, what made you take that jump to becoming a pro player?
I started to stream like 2.5 years ago, and a few teams asked me, because there aren't any so many German casters, to cast their teams. And then it was like, I quickly realized it will be a passion for me as well. And when I started to cast, I wasn't maxed. It was at the end of Town Hall 14. I casted the first Town Hall 14 matches. And then I had so much fun casting, I wanted to play as well. And then I started to build a team with beginners. Started with a clan team, and then I slided into the game or into the esports scene.
That's a really great story. Kind of content creation into becoming a pro. That's always really fun. We all know that becoming a pro player takes a ton of time. I mean, you're doing content creation on top of that. Does your family support you in your journey through Clash of Clans, whether it be content creation or a pro player? Do you have that support from your family and friends?
At the beginning, they were very skeptic, but then when they saw it works and got such a big hobby for me, they for sure they supported me.
Welcome, Snapdragon Pro Series. We are getting ready for our grand finale. HTM Esports did force a bracket reset, and this one is for all of the marbles. It will be HTM Brazil versus HTM Esports in a grand finale showdown. These two titans of the Snapdragon Pro Series look to go to battle. The winner will receive $20,000 after this matchup. It'll all be decided right here, right now. We're gonna have our first attacks coming in very shortly. Looking at our timer here, about 2 minutes away from first attacks. In the last matchup, we saw HTM Esports with the improbable defenses. They forced 2 1-stars, if you're just joining us, against HTM Brazil, who really have looked flawless throughout this tournament. This was the first time we saw them really have any mistakes, any issues at all. And they had 2 1-stars in that matchup. So HTM Esports definitely have to be feeling confident and feeling good in their chances to win this tournament. But it will all come down to this one last 5v5 hard mode Town Hall 16 Esports matchup here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. What could very well be the very last Town Hall 16 matchup, with Town Hall 17 coming in November, all but confirmed. Let's take a look here. Grand finale reset here. HTM Brazil, HTM Esports. This is for all of the marbles, guys. I cannot wait for this matchup. It is going to be so good. These two squads, and there he is, Woody himself. Welcome back, Woody. How you doing, bud?
Thank you very much, Bash. Sorry to make you make that introduction all by yourself, and I'm happy to be casting this next match alongside with you. A bracket reset of the 2 top teams. What more could we ask for in the Snapdragon Pro Series than to see these 2 teams, brothers in arms, the organizational closeout for all the marbles, the $10,000 match to end the year, concluding with 5 more attacks each. This is peak Clash of Clans, Bash.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this. I mean, we rarely see a bracket reset, but when we do, it is always so exciting. But unfortunately for HTM Brazil, they're all too familiar with the scenario, as in the last chance qualifier, they had a bracket reset against Tribe Gaming, and Tribe Gaming was actually able to complete the full reset and get that victory and get that last golden ticket, which allowed Tribe Gaming to go on and actually place second in the World Championships earlier this month. So HTM Brazil definitely doesn't want a repeat of that. They want to hold at bay their sister clan here in HTM Esports and hopefully hold on for our Season 6 championship here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, along with that $20,000. Now, whoever loses this matchup still walking away with $10,000, so it's still a nice prize pool, but you definitely want that bragging rights and that double prize pool.
Absolutely, Bash. This is an extraordinary opportunity, and Pato does not want to let it slip by. He's starting off strong with a Valkyrie and Root Rider Assault Force. Siege Barracks on the right corner ought to be able to get that Eagle Artillery down nice and early on, while the other heroes are shaping up along the top side.
Pato went with the Lalo in the first match of this bracket reset, and it did not work out for him. He did have a 1-star failure, a very uncharacteristic 1-star failure. But throughout the tournament, he's been so good with these Root Riders, and I was questioning why he didn't go with the Roots. Deciding to go back to the Roots now should be the right decision for him. It's all about timing with this Overgrowth. He does also have 3 skeleton spells here to maybe hold that Monolith at bay when he kind of gets to the back end of the base a little bit later on.
Creeping in a little bit closer and pops the Eternal Tome. Not sure if he's getting maximum value for that, as really there's only an Expo that's firing away at him, but as he gets closer, he catches a lot of air bombs popping up. Not going to be landed on anything important, though. He still has the super minion. Ooh, out back, goes down to the Black Bomb. Overgrowth is still shutting down all the defenses in the core of the base, but the wraparound is going to be a little bit difficult. He's got a pincer move coming in with Archer Queen up on the top side, and most of the army still left around on the bottom to go clockwise into the core. He's used all but 1 free spell, shutting down the Town Hall for a little bit longer as the Royal Champion makes a stab into the core, pops her ability and launching those spears into the middle. The 2nd star should be claimed shortly, and the collapse onto the final Monolith and multi-target Inferno will be no problem at all. Pato looking very confident that HTM Brazil can seal the deal on this last war of the season.
There's a smile from him. You know he's going to be feeling good after after making that mistake in the first war and having the 1-star, bouncing back with the 3-star. That's definitely got to be a good feeling. I don't think he was ready to smile until that final defense was for sure going down. But HTM Brazil already off to a better start against HTM Esports here. There he is.
Beautiful job and staying heavy and hard on the ground-based offenses here, able to launch yet another Root Rider Valkyrie assault that just does not seem to be stoppable in this metagame. Every once in a while we do see players switching off to different attacking styles, showing us a Grand Warden Giant Fireball now and then, but it seems like Valkyries and Root Riders remain the favorite pick in this meta and are so difficult to stop when they are able to get directed straight into the core. Pato was looking perfect on that entry point and had still plenty of cleanup left over at the end. No trouble at all on time. But the base that he attacked belonging to ImtrinoX will be the next attacker coming in. He is going to be moving in with once again another opportunity to try to even the score and keep this thing tight to the very end, Bash.
And ImtrinoX has been using the roots himself and been very, very good with them. I don't think he's missed throughout our entire tournament this weekend. So ImtrinoX, probably one of the best openers, if not the best opener throughout our whole final bracket here. And he's looking to get HTM Esports back on the board with another 3-star to start this war. And we'll see him coming in any moment now. I would have to expect that it would be Root Riders, but also I just love seeing his outfits. He's always looking so dapper out there, Woody, when he's attacking.
Oh yeah, he was looking real good earlier today when we got a chance to check out his fit, showing off a nice suit as he streams all the way now onto the grand finals. We asked players if they were prepared to make their way all the way to the grand finals and attempt a bracket reset, and it looks like HTM, having done that, are just as likely as their opponents to be able to score the grand finals victory. It's so tough to call these two teams on which one is ahead at this point, but of course we get a little bit more information with each attack that comes in, and ImtrinoX next, just as you called it, Bash, will be bringing another Valkyrie Root Rider assault.
Very interesting jump spell here early to give the Queen and King access. Wants to save that King ability. I didn't see if the King had Earthquake boots on or not, but wants to save the King ability either way for a little bit further inside the base. Using that Headhunter to take out the enemy Queen is very nice. The King is distracted trying to get to that Queen, so he didn't get through that multi-arch tower just as quickly as he wanted to. Root Riders are in from the top side of the base, and now we have all the Ice Golems coming out to meet those Root Riders in the middle.
Spiky ball from the King bounces over onto the Ricochet in the left corner. Archer Queen isn't going to be much longer for this world, but she pops her ability and will stay on the field for a bit longer, trying to take out that Ricochet cannon and clear out the rest of the bottom of the space while the Overgrowth is protecting the rest of the troops on the inside from the big damage that Scatter Shot and Town Hall will eventually bring. ImtrinoX sees his Queen topped back off and will actually protect her with another freeze spell. In fact, he's got a few more ideas about how to carve out the rest of this base. We still have a Root Riders looking calm as they march over these walls and are just making their way along the bottom side, but he has got no more spells left with the last freeze deployed. Rages up the healers and the Queen, but oh, big red air bombs are going to take them out. The Queen is going down, and ImtrinoX needs to rely on these troops to make it all the way to the very end. The Royal Champion makes her way to the Town Hall, and the second star is secured, Bash.
Oh man, the second star is still under question here. That Royal Champion does not have the Spirit Fox. She's under a lot of pressure here. Can she hang on? The Town Hall needs to fall. The Royal Champion's gonna go down. He's still got some Root Riders, but this one is not secured yet, as the Hog Riders look like they may get burned up on their way over. The Warden's still plenty healthy. If he can get a shot off, he might be able to finish this Town Hall. It's so close. Oh baby. ImtrinoX with a smile on his face knows he's skated by the skin of his teeth and gets the 3-star on Bernal's base right there.
Beautiful finish, and you're right, I might have called that Town Hall going down a little bit too early, but with the shots from the Royal Champion, that was just enough to soften the landing and make that 3-star possible. ImtrinoX taking a little bit of a relaxation, stretching back because there was nothing left to deploy. A 3-star start for both of our squads now leaves so much strength having been shown, but still 4 attacks from each squad, and we need to see, can we make it happen, Bash? The perfect v perfect in a bracket reset. The last chance. There's no more wars after this one. I want it. I need it. I gotta see it. Achilles, bring the heat like an eagle soaring down from the clouds. Grasp your enemy in your talons and rip them apart.
You had to go and say it, didn't you, Woody? You had to go and say it. There's a lot of war to be played here. We did see both these teams doing really positive things, but even in the last war, neither of these teams were perfect. It was 14-11. We just have rarely seen those perfect wars throughout this whole weekend, let alone a double perfect war. The closest we got to a tied game was that very initial matchup. I believe it was with Navi in there, where Navi lost by 1% and 1 star. So if they would have got the second star on that base and got 1 more percent, got the town hall, maybe they could have got that all tied. But we haven't even been close to a double perfect match. So Achilles will be our next attacker, and he's going to come in with the 3-star, and he's been really consistent throughout. I'm not sure that he's missed at all this weekend so far, so you got to be feeling confident with him going to bat for you.
Well, it's a sign of a thriving esports scene that the question, what if, is so omnipresent in every one of these attacks. We love breaking down these hits, analyzing them, trying to figure out the strategies that work the very best. And with hard mode deployed in the Snapdragon Pro Series, there is little room for error. These attackers doing everything they can to eke out a little bit of an advantage and ensure that the 3 stars will come through clean. It's another ground-based assault. We still love those Root Riders and Valkyries, and Achilles will come back in with just a single overgrowth here. He's brought Diggy to help the Grand Warden out for the initial shots. It's going to be a Barbarian King and Archer Queen on the right side corner to carve out a nice funnel for the main stage of this army to move in. 2 Druids to support with a little bit of healing, as well as a Siege Barracks for even more assault force onto this base, Bash.
Along with this Royal Champion joining the party down there on the bottom side of the base. She's going to just be in charge of getting all these defenses out of the way so that the Root Runners will go right up the middle. Does have to deal with these Ice Golems out of the Clan Castle. Queen is under a little bit of pressure. She goes to ability, but with 3 Queens on the board now, she should be able to get through this, no issue. Does wall break her to the exterior. Royal Champion's doing a great job pushing those roots to the middle of the base. Here comes that overgrowth onto the Town Hall, onto the Monolith, and that's going to stall those up so everything can work through this base and finish right there at the Town Hall.
Beautiful collapse into the top compartment. Still holding on to 2 Headhunters and expect to see those deployed to help deal with that Barbarian King on the top side. We've got a 3 spell going in against that scatter shot, and that'll protect so many troops from the massive splash damage that would otherwise be dished out from that big structure. Both P.E.K.K.A still looking healthy, and with the last pre-spell deployed against the Monolith, they are going to be getting over those walls shortly as soon as those Root Riders can carve a path in. There we go. The last building to go down will be the Town Hall, as we are now... Oh, wait, never mind. There's an air sweeper right behind it. 3 stars claimed, and Achilles has done it. Another smashing success for HTM Brazil brings us to a 6-3 scoreline.
Another convincing triple for Achilles. He remains perfect throughout. All is on the line, and he's aware of the stakes, and he laid it all out. Just a really well-executed attack, using that barracks, using the Royal Champion down there to push all those roots into the middle, towards that Town Hall, towards that Monolith, and eventually getting it down after the overgrowth wears off. Just a really well-executed attack, and next up for us is going to be Mohamed Morari, who's been playing really well himself. He needs a 3-star to keep pace. Which team's going to blink first? That's going to be the question.
Big question for everyone watching right now, and hoping that we get it to go down to the wire, because when those last attacks are decisive, the drama just builds up to a head and explodes. I cannot wait to see how this next strike goes, though, because as we've talked to Mohamed Morawi earlier today and seen in his performance previously this weekend, he's another one of those question marks on the battlefield. The possibility of an overwhelming 3-star performance, or unfortunately an underwhelming 2-star, could upend their entire plans in the mid-war. But I think it signals strength that he's going to be coming out having taken off wins of HTM Brazil, having defeated this World Championship squad and made their way from the lower bracket. They have just been on an undefeated streak so far today. And with no undefeated teams overall left in this tournament, It's just as easily going to be his game as anyone else, but the story will be defined in just a few short minutes. Will Mohamed Marawi find that triple and go out with his head held high in the last attack that he has potentially as a Town Hall 16 player, or will this be the beginning of the end? Bash, the drama just gets even more intense.
Yeah, it's definitely building here. You brought up a kind of good point there, though. HTM Esports are undefeated today, and with no teams remaining undefeated, they kind of have all the momentum on their side at the current moment. They already beat HTM Brazil to force this bracket reset, and now they are in the driver's seat. They need a 3-star here to keep pace, however, but you gotta think momentum is on their side. HTM Brazil definitely not gonna back down. Mohamed Marawi coming in with the Warden Walk, with the rocket balloons. We've seen this attack do so many great things, but also at the same time, this attack can be one of the more sketchy attacks if it gets offline just a little bit.
You are absolutely right. With so many spells to deploy, so many rocket loons in his arsenal, there's a lot of work to be done against this base. But if it goes according to plan, this is an attack that rarely has to worry about traps or surprises scaring him. He just needs to get that Grand Warden Giant Fireball off in the exact right spot and then follow up without any major surprises. Healers keeping that Grand Warden happy and healthy up top is going to be a great boon for him, because despite those headhunters coming out of the CC, he has stayed ahead of those challenges. Even willing to commit a rage spell to get this Grand Warden sped up a little bit and dealing more damage to the interior of this base. He's going to be soaking shots from the Eagle artillery, but it's better for it to hit the Grand Warden than the Eagle. Ooh, do see the single invis go down, and with the Earthquake spell, he's going to be taking big shots at the Eagle. The Eagle is not eliminated, though. Even with all of those Earthquake spells invested, there's no battle builders to repair it, Bash. What is he going to make of this entry?
Well, he definitely wanted the Eagle to go down. The Warden will eventually walk over there and get it, but he's going to just have to sustain just a little bit of extra damage. I think the Eagle was intended to go down there, but I think the Battle Builders got 1 or 2 shots off in there. I think there was a couple Battle Builders in there when that Fireball launched. Now the Warden will go over there and take that Eagle out. Just 1 shot, but it did get some shots on the King just to force his ability and force a little bit of damage out of him a little bit earlier in the attack. Barracks down at the bottom side of the base now. He does have the Royal Champion yet to be deployed. He's still looking fine here. 7 rocket balloons, but time is ticking away. 1 minute remaining. Here comes that Royal Champion seeking shield rocket spear combo, and she's looking really good.
Oh yeah.
He's got a lot of base here on the back end, Woody.
He's got a lot of work left to do, but this attack can really close out quickly. With 4 headhunters, he should be able to take out that enemy King with little difficulty. Tornado does trigger on the rocket loons, and that could be a problem for taking out this monolith. Black Bomb finishes off one of the rockets, but the monolith does go down. Queen is going to be a little bit less value than usual because she's stuck behind all these walls, but there's no defenses left for this base. And with the rocket and the Royal Champion ever to hop over the walls, that is going to be it. Swags the last 2 invisibility spells, and Mohamed Marawi has done it. HTM Esports are not gonna miss, and with another triple, we have got a 6-6 scoreline going into the mid-war, Bash.
That's a very well executed attack. Just really well done. Great patience there on the Warden. Didn't panic at any point throughout the attack and took down Leo's base. Even a couple of swag invisibilities out there. The Royal Champion was able to sneak in there with the rocket balloon tanking. So it was a great attack, but Leo was on defense there. Leo will be our next attacker. He did unfortunately have a 1-star earlier today in their first matchup just because he didn't have Clan Castle troops. I can't help but bring that up yet again. So he's never going to let that happen again in his Clash career. There's no way. He's always going to be hyper aware of his Clan Castle, but these things do happen. We're all squared away, 6 stars apiece, and Leo is going to look to push that lead up with another 3-star.
It's just another one of those things that you have to remember, but it's something that you also can't forget, because without CC troops, especially with a battle plant which so deeply relies on getting those troops into the core of the base, that was really something that bears repeating, Bash. But with this being the grand finals, after our bracket reset and no lives left for either team, perfection is expected from here on out. A 6-6 scoreline between the top 2 teams in the Snapdragon Pro Series will see only 3 attacks remaining from both squads. And for Leo, it's going to be back to the skies with another Lava Hound balloon assault. He's brought a standard set of equipment and heroes. This is just exactly by the book, Bash. It's going to get an... Oh, go ahead.
Skelly Donut right there. Skelly Donut with the Bat Bomb as well. He's going to look to take the Clan Castle out, and it looks like he's going to try to get that multi on there as well. This was kind of one of the patented attacks of HTM Brazil, formerly of Clash Champs, when they won the World Championships. They were using the Skelly Donut so well, and he barely gets that multi-target Inferno down. Sorry to cut you off, Woody, there, but that is a huge moment.
No, not at all. And it looks like the meta that we're playing is back to the 2021 era, because with Skelly Donut and a standard Law Loon attack, I mean, this is going back maybe even further than that. Leo has got so much experience with this style of attack, and although the defenses are set up a little bit differently than they were back in the Town Hall 15 days, I know that he has got a lot of experience in tearing down bases with this strategy. And so expect to see as many of these air defenses finished off, clipped around the edges. That left one's going to go down to the Archer Queen. Bottom one should be taking some fire from the Flame Flinger shortly. With the King and additional support troops along the top, it looks like we're going to be saving the Lava Hound for the very right side edge at the end of this raid.
Yeah, I think you're right with that. But the main thing here, Queen taking out the Town Hall here initially, is very, very big. He doesn't have to want to fly over that with the Lala. Here comes the King with that Spiky Ball Earthquake Boots to open up, also deal with that.
Oh, the Queen survives.
Oh, but he got her down with the Headhunter. One Headhunter in there. His World Champion's going to come in, take out that Scatter Shot. He's going to need this World Champion to get this multi-target Inferno out. He's got a ton of balloons here, though. I don't even think if she missed it, it would be an issue, because there's really no air targeting defenses left on this base, as Leo has already smashed through Mohammed's defenses, and this is going to be another commanding 3-star for HTM Brazil.
Right, you are, Bash. It was looking a little bit scary in the mid-war there, but you're so correct that all these balloons are basically uncontested now. Holding on to 2 more free spells and still able to get lots more value with the Royal Champion into the core. This base has been annihilated, and both of these teams have just turned the volume up to 11. They are giving it everything they got for your viewing pleasure and to score that last championship trophy with the additional 10,000 prize that comes on top with it. Mohamed Marawi's base has been thoroughly deconstructed by the superb offensive skills of Leo, and the mid-war now shows us a 9-6 scoreline with HTM Esports to respond next.
They have to put up a 3-star to keep pace. Snyder will be the attacker. This one is back and forth. This is definitely what we want in a grand finale. No more lives left for anyone, and they're all laying it out there on the line. No mistakes yet. Who will make that first slip up, or will we get what Woody already said, the double perfect? It has yet to happen throughout our whole tournament, but we still want it to. I don't know. I still don't think it's going to happen, but you never know, Woody. These two teams are playing really well right now.
The final hope of the Town Hall 16 hard mode era lies in the hands of HTM Brazil and HTM Esports. The possibility of a perfect still alive. And if it does go down to that, do we have a count so far on the time? I think that it is a small lead for HTM Brazil. That actually might get pushed even further depending upon how this next strike from HTM Esports goes.
Yeah, HTM Brazil are up by what 25 seconds there? That's a pretty commanding lead. But that's the one thing about this Warden walk into rocket balloon attack. It is generally slower as the Warden walks through and just kind of takes his time working through the whole entire base here. He is setting this one up really nicely, using that Angry Jelly to target all those defenses for the first few seconds here, and then he'll bring in the other heroes. Great use of these rocket loons kind of all spread throughout the base, and great patience on this Warden walk to get through, get to this expo, get to that ricochet cannon, and get all those defenses he's targeting.
Queen finds another few, that's a Grand Warden on the outside, finds another few more shots thanks to the Angry Jelly onto that Expo that had targeted him early on. CC pull is going to happen, and it's a lot of headhunters coming on out there. Poison spell does go down with the Angry Jelly to try to help a little bit on taking them out. It looks like the Grand Warden is going to be safe after all. A couple of archers to help clean up the outer edge, and that CC has been neutralized. Schneider recognizes that he's in a good position now, but I don't know why he's waited so long to drop the Flame Flinger. Either he's going to swap it to a different siege machine, or he's been missing a minute so far of damage that he could have been racking up with it.
Yeah, that is a good shot right there, Woody, because that flame flinger, you want to get it on the board. It has about a 2-minute lifespan, so he's really wasting away a lot of this lifespan. The one thing I can see is that those Expos are guarding any possible entrance for the flame flinger, but he's really got to make a decision here. He's going to go ahead and shoot that fireball into the middle of the base. Let's pull out one of the ice golems, but that's not a big deal. The warden will be able to handle that ice golem, no issue, and he's going to actually switch over to a siege barracks, so not intended to use the flame flinger for the whole time, just going with that siege barracks that'll actually pair up with the world champion. He's got to be careful though. If those troops get too close to the warden, he could pull the warden away. If the warden's in charge of that town hall, that could be devastating. It's hard to say because the warden has stayed to the bottom side of this base, but that's something to keep our eyes on as this moves forward.
Beautiful Rocket Loon Minesweeper over there as a coconut effect, does not catch any black bombs and checks the entirety of that range to keep those healers safe. He wants his Grand Warden to go the distance and last the entirety of the rest of the 50 seconds left in this raid. Meanwhile, the top side is going to see that Barbarian King doing all the damage that he can to that compartment, but going down eventually. The Archer Queen doing her same work, but has the ability forced out. She should be able to take down the Town Hall next. That'll be the second star claimed as the Royal Champion makes her way onto the top side as well. Throws off those rocket spears, and it's looking like the collapse into the end of the base is going to be good. Only 30 seconds left, but Schneider is on a path to victory. Can he cross the finish line in time? He loses the Grand Warden all the way into the core. The Archer Queen will be the clutch king to finish off this hit.
Never a doubt in his mind. This one was all secured. However, it is slow yet again. We mentioned it there briefly that the time is going to start playing a factor, and HTM Esports is trailing now very massively on time. HTM Brazil have been going pretty quick. As we are 6 attacks in this matchup, we have to be aware of the time. We still have plenty of room for a possible mistake. I shouldn't say it like that. That sounded really rude. But there are more opportunities for a mistake to happen and get to 14 stars. But with the time ticking away, that could force a mistake from HTM. Bernal did have the 1 star in the last matchup, so Bernal needs to bounce back in a big way here.
Well, I would not put my money on betting that Bernal would miss twice in a row. When it matters most and all the chips are on the table, he is going to go all in and is obviously well known for being able to crack any wall that is set up to try to stop him. His queen charges are just so incredibly powerful and able to tear down bases that even other players would not want to touch with a 10-foot pole. Bernal, the next to attack for HTM Brazil, knows that with his team's big time advantage, basically all that's expected of him is to put up another 3-star and to see another 5th and final one followed up. And that might just be enough to clinch the win for them. He's going to go attack the left corner early on with an Archer Queen, not committing any healers to help her out. Instead, just has got an Ice Golem to soak a few shots and Frosty out in front to slow down those defenses. That should get him easily into that Town Hall compartment with super wall breakers cracking through and given access to that big compartment. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the base, the Grand Warden sends in the main force with those Root Riders and Valks ready to storm on through. He has brought himself another Overgrowth spell, though. Even with the shots on the Town Hall early on, that'll give him an easier way of wrapping around the back side of the base, shutting down the core when it starts to matter the most.
Doing a great job working through the middle. The King taking out the Town Hall. His massive Queen's going to go ahead and work through there. Now he's going to deal with these Ice Golems in the middle, but everything is in a really, really nice position. Use that Overgrowth really well on the back end of the base. World Champion with her Rocket Spears now going to take down the Monolith. He's got P.E.K.K.A.s over there on the multi-arch tower. The Queen is working through here, and this is looking like a commanding strike for Bernal. He's getting this done for HTM Brazil as they look to push the lead and get back into the driver's seat in this war. These two teams are going blow for blow, each one putting up 3-star after 3-star, and Woody, it is another quick, decisive victory. 1 minute and 30 seconds, not even that, and Bernal gets it done in HTM Brazil to push their lead even further ahead.
He is so cool. He is just level-headed. I feel like I would be pumping my fist and celebrating with a 3-star strike like that. But he knows that this war is not yet over against an opponent who's gone perfect so far, and with mistakes aplenty on both sides of the map. 3 more attacks remain, and it could still go either way. Bernal's finish was beautiful, though, and just as you said, in the driver's seat, this is a pole position situation for HTM Brazil. doing just perfect on stars and ahead on time, while HTM Esports are now going to start to sweat. They have 2 more attacks that they have to execute, and they need to hope that they can get a defense on the one and only attack that remains from HTM Brazil. Not the sort of position that they were hoping to be in after forcing a bracket reset. It now seems like the pressure is all piling up on Zahid IK, a player who has done very well today but showed some weakness yesterday. That was how they slipped down to the lower bracket, and it is all up to him now to keep them safe, keep them strong, and to keep powering on despite the opponent who just does not show any weakness. HTM Brazil, the former world champions, are seeking another top title, Bash, and this is just getting so close and energizing as we are getting down to the wire.
But I think even if Zahid does get a 3-star here, the time difference is going to be way too much to overcome. They're going to have to hope that Celino misses on his final attack, because I believe they're down over 30 seconds, and with 4 attacks in, that is just insurmountable at this point. So they still do have to put up those 3-star attacks and just somehow hope that Celino misses, which he has not done, and he's not known for missing in that 5 spot. It is a tall task to ask for, but ultimately you have to get the job done for yourself, for your squad, and then hope your defenses somehow hold. I don't know who's the last defensive base here, but Zahid should be coming in any second now with the attack. All on the line here, Woody. $20,000. I guess $10,000 for second place isn't too bad, but you definitely want that crown. You want that top prize pool, and Zahid is going to look to help his team go towards the victory.
That's right. There has not been a Snapdragon Pro Series match where more money has been on the line for one single war, and Zahid IK is going to make his march happen with triple Electro Titan from the bottom corner. Archer Queen supporting a big push with the Siege Barracks coming out early. He is not going to waste any time because he knows with 40 seconds behind HTM Brazil, if they want any chance to win on a tiebreaker, they are going to need to go as quick as possible. The lightning strike into the bottom side will destroy the Eagle Artillery before it even gets a chance to activate, and with that jump spell deployed, Barbarian King should provide the funnel necessary to get those Electro Titans into the right side compartment, taking out a scatter shot and a single target Inferno. Right after that, he's holding on to one skeleton spell, which he'll be able to drop on the backside and maybe even distract that monolith as well, but with the Town Hall at the very top, that's going to be dishing out a lot of damage, Bash.
And we saw this attack go really quick in the World Championships. Synchronic were able to get attacks done in 90 seconds or less with this very attack strategy. Great spiky ball earthquake boot combination there. You called it. The big boom drops. Here comes the World Champion to finish off that Town Hall, but he's got to get to the left-hand side of this base really quickly. A minute 10 has already elapsed, and look at the time difference on that scoreboard. HTM Brazil are in the driver's seat in this war, but Zahid is doing his best to give his team a shot.
He has thrown the nitrous into the gas tank and is trying everything he's got to get past that finish line. He even sent one little Barbarian to the top side to provide a little bit more cleanup. I think they're going to make it to the final edge, and all the defenses are going down. Zahid IK is looking at another 3-star, but you're right, Bash. The time is still way tilted in HTM Brazil's favor, and even with a beautiful 3-star follow-up, it's going to be the possibility of HTM Brazil closing out with a hard win if they get the 3 stars in good timing. This last attack from Zahid was impressive, but I don't know if it'll be enough to turn things around.
Yeah, it's going to bring down their average just a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough with over about a 45-second difference in time. It's almost any 3-star for HTM Brazil will secure the victory for them, as Celino will be the final attacker, and I don't think he's missed all weekend. You got to like Celino being your final attacker if you're HTM Brazil.
Checking out the highlights of that last attack, it was a beautifully planned hit from Zahid, who powered through the core of that base with rages aplenty and shut down every defense before they had a chance to hardly deal any damage. Didn't even really need to rely on free spells if you can use that Eternal Tome and rage up offense to obliterate your defenses, cracking through every single wall that was built up to try to stop him. Zahid has done an amazing job in the last attack that he'll have for these wars. But you've said it before, Bash, this is the final time to make it matter. Selino, unleash the beast and give us that 3-star here and now. If the time is good, you can make it impossible for HTM Esports to catch up. Will they become the once and future kings, seeking a world championship title with a perfect war to walk off with, a $10,000 war on the line? Selino's last attack could be decisive, Bash.
All it's got to be is a 3-star. I don't think time's going to matter too much for him as long as it's not within reach of. I don't think anything's going to be within reach of victory for HTM Esports if this is a 3-star. So all Selino needs is a convincing 3-star, and HTM Brazil should be our Season 6 champions. Obviously, we will wait for confirmation, but that time difference is just so hard to overcome this late in a war, and Selino is the man to get the job done. I'm looking at the clock here, and he should be coming in. His window is open. That final attack to decide all the marbles. HTM Brazil, one more 3-star, and they will be our Season 6 champions, taking home $20,000. Selino is in, and it's a Root Rider Valkyrie attack.
Rocket Spears as well to get that Royal Champion firing long range. He is setting up over on the left side corner with the Siege Bears coming out. Pekkas to protect as the Wizards on the backside are going to do as much damage as they can to that. Tesla's popping up. He's got double cannons shooting at him. He's got an Eagle Artillery early activated. That's why he's deploying those skeleton spells to try to distract and slow down those defenses as best as he can as the Root Riders make their way in, cracking through every wall in sight. Selino's Archer Queen on the bottom side is going to engage the enemy Royal Champion. Ability is forced, while the Barb King on the bottom side is going to throw down those Earthquake boots and bounce that ball as far as he can, shooting for a goal and looking for the 2nd star as the Town Hall will now be targeted. No, Overgrowth is going to shut it off, Bash.
This is a big risk here for Selino. When you shut down that Town Hall and you're going to come back to it at the end, it is so risky. He does still have Royal Champion in there with ability, still got plenty of spell support, but he still has a lot of base to work through here. He's got multi-target Infernos, 2 of them. He's got multi-targeted Archer Towers, 1 of them up there at the top. He's got the Tesla Farm. Now the Town Hall activates. He's got the Royal Champion working through. This is the moment. This is the pivotal time. His Queen goes down. It's all going to be on the Royal Champion and these final Root Riders. If Selino can finish this base off of Schneider, he will win and get the victory for HTM Brazil. It all comes down to this very moment right now, Woody. Rocket Spears are launching.
He's thrown down the last invisibility. He's only got one more free season in the Town Hall. He's clapping. He's celebrating. The cup is in his hands. The Town Hall goes down. And HTM Brazil, with a perfect war, find 15 stars in record time. Is this their championship run or what, Bash?
They have looked so good throughout this entire weekend. That last war was the first time we really saw them make any major mistakes, and they bounced back in a big way with a perfect war. But their opponents, HTM Esports, should not be ashamed. They went toe-to-toe with the former world champions and now are looking at a 2nd place finish. Woody, it's still alive. Our double perfect could happen. It's all on Paul. Paul, don't let us down now.
What a storyline for the final war to be the only perfect match if Paul can make it happen. But in order to get the win, HTM Esports would have to attack faster than we have ever seen. It would be, I mean, the house, I think, would be shaking in its foundations with all the screaming I'd be doing if Paul can somehow muster the strength to get it done in time. It looks like so far we have an average attack time for HTM Brazil that's coming in at, I believe it'll be 75 seconds average, while HTM Esports has been above the 2-minute mark. No, sorry, not 75 seconds. That'll be 105 seconds average is a minute and 45, while HTM Esports are just past the 2-minute mark. So yeah, in order for Paul to be able to bring that back down, it would be way too much to ask of one single player. And yet we're going to give him all the support and encouragement to make this last attack a one to remember, Bash. The final hit in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6.
You definitely want to go out with your head held high, and these guys should definitely be proud of themselves. They've hung in there. They really made a nice run here today. It was a really improbable run, and they almost did it. They really took HTM Brazil to the brink here, forcing the bracket reset and coming down to this last attack. I mean, they could potentially put up the first double perfect war of the entire tournament here with a perfect attack from Paul, who's going in with the Rocket Loon attack with that Grand Warden Fireball. Let's see if he can get it done. He's had a couple close calls, but ultimately, when it matters most, he does get those 3 stars. Lots of Seeking Air Mines taken out right there with the rocket balloons. Warden is looking really strong to start.
Flame Flinger flying off the right side corner, catches a few more easy pickings as that bottom side is going down hard and heavy with a rage spell attached to that Grand Warden. Healers in the back end as well, able to snipe down that Tesla. Does bring a few headhunters, but doesn't seem to need them to take out that enemy Royal Champion. He's getting deeper and deeper, and expect to see those invisibilities popped at the perfect timing to get the targeting into the core of the space for that massive drop. Expos are not enough to deny this Grand Warden, and with another invis down, he's gonna fire away. Drops those Expos like they're hot and sends the Grand Warden to the left side now as the Ricochet Cannon's going to take more heat. The CC has been eliminated with Rocket Loon storming in the right side. It's gotten even more cover for the Flame Flinger to get its job done, Bash.
He's doing a great job over there, also taking out that multi-arch tower. Here comes the King and Queen from the top side of the base. The Warden's doing a great job down there, just working his way towards the Town Hall. He's going to go ahead and deal with these skeletons, and then he'll be on to the Town Hall. King and Queen are working through the top side. He does have those Earthquake boots to open everything up. Royal Champion yet to be deployed as well. Plenty of time on this one. It's got to be feeling good for Paul. I thought the Warden was going to go to the Town Hall. There he goes. Warden over to the Town Hall now, and all he's going to do is secure that Town Hall, and it's looking really, really strong for a 3-star.
Awesome shots as well from this Grand Warden, already locked into the core and dropping that pre-spell. Oh, Grand Warden does go down. A little bit of bad news here for Paul, who's going to have to rely instead on the Royal Champion to get the finishing blow, but yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to finish it off at this point. He does get the pivot from the healers to try to go help the Royal Champion out a little bit, with the Spirit Fox keeping her invisible. Anyway, she's not taking a whole lot of heat. Eagle Artillery goes down, and that's some pretty helpful news here. He throws in the last super wall breakers that he's got, but he's got to hope that this Royal Champion's got enough power on the back end to be able to finish off both the Town Hall and the Scatter Shot and 2 Builder Huts. He's taking a lot of fire. Super minions up top are doing everything they can to get her down, but the Giga Bomb's gonna take her out, and the super minions are not enough. The Phoenix, the final bird, flies into the action, but cannot take those buildings down. Paul is denied in the final shot, and our dreams of a perfect v perfect war are shattered. And yet, what an awesome job from the HTM organization, bringing us a beautiful follow through. The upper bracket champions hold on to their position and claim their championship title. HTM Brazil are your winners. I'm seeing in a brand new dimension now, Bash, as this squad has just been so incredible all throughout the competition and gave us an amazing showing today. I want to congratulate both of these teams on their awesome work. In the end, HTM Brazil's perfect performance was enough.
Woody, I can't handle you. I really can't. But you're right. We have our Season 6 Snapdragon Pro Series champions, HTM Brazil, with the perfect victory. The perfect V perfect did elude us, but ultimately, what a great war to end our season on. Kudos to both these teams. They should both be proud, but even more kudos to HTM Brazil taking home that $20,000 prize pool. There we see it, the champions of Season 6.
Letting them bask in the glory of a world championship title that had eluded them this year. They have fought hard back to the very, very top and now can claim that prize and the cup that comes along with it. Welcome back, Maxi. As we're closing out this entire season, we wanted to have all 3 of us here back on the caster desk to give our final thoughts. What did you make of that last war?
Well, it was just a bummer. wasn't able to cast it. So amazing. Both of these teams performed so well, and HTM Brazil really lived up to the expectations that we had in them. The perfect war, barely from the perfect v perfect that we were the entire time, but amazing showing and a well-deserved winner of Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, they looked really dominant throughout, especially here in our finals this weekend. Really just that one war, but ultimately they had that second life, which gave them a new hope, and they came back stronger than ever, putting up the perfect war for the victory. HTM Esports should be very proud of themselves. They hung in there till the very end, and HTM Brazil ultimately getting that victory. I think they were the favorites coming in, and they showed us exactly why with this performance in this current war.
Well, thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for delivering on that promise of bringing the era of everyone to mobile gaming. Clash of Clans has had another awesome season. Our 6th season shows us another chance for 8 awesome teams to make it to the very top, and we'll take one final look at the bracket to show you how these squads performed over the past 2 days. With world champions in contention, newcomers rising to the top, and an extraordinary bracket reset with a closeout by the HTM organization, your former world champions fighting under the banner of HTM Brazil have done it again, making their way with a perfect war to the very end of this bracket and claiming the $20,000 prize.
Yeah, a very, very, very overwhelming perspective. Performance. Them, from my perspective, they were the best team we had during the last 2 days. They all made it without a single loss. They had one slip up where they had unfortunately 2 1-stars, but that's the beauty of the double elimination, right? So in the end, I think we really have the best team of the season up there on the throne, and I hope that it makes up a little bit for them because they weren't able to win the last World Championship earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to be a little bit of bittersweetness there for them, as they did, like you mentioned earlier, Maxi, they almost faced that bracket reset issue where they lost to Tribe Gaming in the last chance qualifier, but ultimately they got the job done, and they take home that $20,000 prize pool. I mean, it would have been such a shame for them if history would have repeated itself, but it's a completely different meta, a whole different ball game, and really our last Town Hall 16 tournament as we get ready to move into Town Hall 17 and a whole new season of Clash of Clans Esports. It's been an absolute honor casting this season with you guys. I'm looking forward to the future of Clash of Clans Esports after this.
Me too, Bash. There's some extraordinary wars still in our future, but we're just about ready to put the last nail in the Clash of Clans Town Hall 16 season era. With Hammer Jam now up, I hope that everyone out there is getting their bases prepped and ready for the next exciting year of Clash in action. We want to thank the teams one more time for the weeks of preparation and effort that they've invested into this tournament. It is so difficult, especially in a metagame like this, where one single miss can mean the entire team is eliminated. To put it all on the line and to put yourself out there as a competitor in this tough game, we want to reward everyone who's competed with thousands of dollars, as they are well due, but also give you a chance at home to earn a $100 gift card by taking the survey that you can find at the bottom of your screen right now. Show your love and appreciation for the ESL squad, who's doing everything they can to keep this tournament straight on the track to success, and let us know what you think about the show that you've been able to watch today. We hope you've enjoyed it and are looking forward to future seasons, more great Clash in action in the future. You can follow us on social media as well, at ESL Mobile over on X, Instagram, or Facebook, wherever you prefer to get your news. We are there for you. Maxi, we're getting ready to close out this last great event of the year. What are your next thoughts?
Yeah, well, I'm thankful for this season and for having the best players in the world show us the Town Hall 16 gameplay in the world. I'm thankful to you guys, of course. Both of you have done a great job pulling me through this casting lineup season, also for production that have always made sure that everything runs smoothly, and most of all to you guys at home that we are producing these shows for. Thanks for sticking with us the entire time, for watching the competition that Snapdragon Elite Gaming is bringing us, and yeah, Bash, I would like you to have the honor to close us out for the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure casting alongside you two gentlemen, along with Eve, Kala, and Itsu, who did join us filling in at times. So huge props to them for helping us out this season. Huge shout out to ESL and Snapdragon for providing us this opportunity to show off our talents as casters. And huge props to all of our players that competed over this whole entire season. We're looking forward to seeing you guys in future seasons and more Clash action to come. We really hope you guys enjoyed Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Huge congrats to our champions, HTM Brazil. And we'll see you guys in a future season, hopefully, with Town Hall 17. Thank you guys so much for watching. This has been the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.